The religion of ancient Greece, a polytheistic and deeply integrated aspect of daily life centered around a vast pantheon of gods and goddesses. Led by Zeus from Mount Olympus, these deities were integral to Greek culture and influenced morality, the arts, and the societal norms through a myriad of myths and stories. Worship varied, of course, from public rituals, including festivals and sacrificial ceremonies at major sanctuaries like Delphi and Olympia, to private offerings at household shrines. These practices also served to unify the diverse city-states of Greece, fostering a shared cultural identity and influencing philosophical thought, which the ancient Greeks are of course famous for. But even as Greek political power waned and Christianity rose, the legacies of these gods and their stories continued to shape Western culture and remain influential in modern literature and art. Now today, we won't be speaking so much about the pantheon of Greek gods, as that requires a very long video of its own. We'll briefly touch upon it, but we're going to talk more about the general practice of religion in ancient Greece, the festivals, the ceremonies, and how exactly spirituality was weaved into every facet of daily life in those times and in that place. But first, let me welcome you to the channel, as each time I have to do. If it's your first time, I hope you're excited to be here, as I'm excited to welcome you. And if it is not your first time and you are returning, well, I'm equally excited to welcome you back for another exciting video. Raise the roof. Now, if you'd like to support the channel, you're already doing it by enjoying the content. But if you want to go a step further, the like and subscribe button are right there. Certainly helps. Further than that, you may look in the video description. Now with that out of the way, let us get nice and relaxed, and we can travel back to ancient Greece together to learn what was it all about. First, we will begin with a timeline focused on giving an introduction of how Greek religion developed, a brief history before we dive into the practices in general. The religion of ancient Greece, with its complex pantheon and equally interesting mythology, of course evolved over many centuries and drew on diverse sources. It's thought that it likely originated from the Proto-Indo-European beliefs, with additional influences extending back to Neolithic Greece. Neolithic is the Stone Age, by the way. Now, the late Helladic Mycenaean civilization, for instance, venerated Poseidon as a chief deity, emphasizing his role as both a god of the sea and of earthquakes. Now, this is evident from what is known as the Linear B records, a kind of writing that the Mycenaeans had, which also mention other recognizable Olympians, though notable gods like Apollo and Aphrodite are missing from these early inscriptions. During the Greek Dark Ages, there appears to have been a significant reduction in the Mycenaean pantheon, with only about half of its gods continuing into later Greek religious practice. Archaeological evidence suggests the religious continuity was more pronounced in regions such as Cyprus and Crete, rather than on the Greek mainland itself. The influences on Greek religion extended beyond local and ancestral traditions, however. Interaction with neighboring cultures, such as the Minoans, as well as the broader Near Eastern religions, particularly through Cyprus and Phoenicia, also shaped Greek religious beliefs. Well, I'm sure we've all heard of Herodotus, and if you haven't, he was a 5th century BC historian. Well, he attributed many Greek religious customs to Egyptian origins, certainly an old civilization too, with comparisons have also been drawn between Greek and Ugaritic and Canaanite mythologies. Canaanites are roughly around the area of modern-day Lebanon, Israel, Palestine, this area, suggesting shared motives and narratives that might help date seminal Greek epics like the Iliad and the Odyssey. Now, the theory of a prehistoric religion centered around a dominant great goddess, which was later supplanted by male-led Indo-European religious structures, has also been proposed for Greece, as well as for Minoan Crete. However, we must say that this hypothesis has fallen out of favor among specialists of our modern times, primarily due to insufficient evidence. The evidence that we do have is somewhat circumstantial, and piecing together things from those times, just from archaeological findings, I suppose we can say, well, it's a little bit difficult, so we don't want to jump to any conclusions that may seem a little far-fetched. Nevertheless, it must be said that the prominence of goddesses in Minoan art remains a point of interest, as there were a great many of them. If you want to know more about that, please go and watch my video on the Minoan civilization in the Bronze Age playlist. Now, by the era of those famous Homeric epics, that is, the works by Homer, the Iliad and the Odyssey, the pantheon of the 12 Olympians, led by Zeus as the Sky Father, was very much established. These gods displayed characteristics that were typical of Indo-European deities. The integration of Dionysus into this group, evidenced in the later Homeric hymns, marked the culmination of this religious evolution, reflecting a synthesis of ancient traditions and newer cultic practices. During the archaic and classical periods in Greece, religion profoundly influenced civic life, leading to the construction of numerous temples. I'm sure you know all about them, dotted around the ancient landscape of Greece, in ruins now, of course. But they did showcase a uniform architectural style across various city-states. Like we said, that this religion seemed to be a unifying force when they couldn't quite agree on other things. Well, the temples not only served religious functions, but they also became central to the social and political life of the cities. Thus, the Greek religion was deeply intertwined with local governance, with priests typically coming from the elite classes. The development of Greek sculpture was significantly driven by religious themes also, which, while it was pivotal, did not seem to similarly influence Greek painting, which is now, unfortunately, lost to history. Throughout Greece, large-scale sanctuaries gained pan-Hellenic status, attracting visitors from across the Greek world and fostering a sense of Greek national identity. This word pan-Hellenic. Hellenic essentially refers to anything Greek, so the Hellenic people, the Hellenic era, and pan just means many. So pan-Hellenic essentially means many Greek. I suppose we can translate it to that. Well, these sanctuaries played a crucial role of their own in the collective religious and cultural consciousness, a meeting place for all Greeks, whether they be from Sparta, Athens, Corinth. It didn't matter. Everybody came to the temple. However, the traditional religious practices faced scrutiny and criticism from the emerging Greek philosophical traditions, which introduced new ethical concepts that, frankly, conflicted with the existing polytheistic beliefs. Early philosophers like Xenophanes criticized the moral character and anthropomorphic representations of the Olympian gods, and Plato proposed the existence of a single supreme deity, as he called it, the form of the good, representing ultimate perfection in the universe. His student Aristotle, however, rejected the existence of multiple deities due to a lack of empirical evidence. He instead posited a prime mover, a kind of detached creator. Thus, the Hellenistic period saw further evolution in Greek religion, influenced by the expansive conquests of Alexander the Great and the ensuing cultural challenges that came with it. Lavish temple constructions by the Diadochi, that is, Alexander's successors, were common, with rulers often seeking to integrate themselves into religious cults, a practice facilitated in regions like Egypt, where deified monarchs were already customary. This era also witnessed the introduction of foreign deities, such as Isis, Atrahasis, and Cybele into Greek religion, reflecting the period's increasing cultural syncretism, if one could use that word. Philosophical schools like Platonism, Stoicism, and Epicureanism gained prominence, offering spiritual insights that sometimes diverged from traditional religious practices. The creation of Serapis by Ptolemy I exemplifies the political and cultural synthesis of the period. Moreover, new religious and philosophical movements like Orphism and Pythagoreanism began to question traditional practices such as animal sacrifice, advocating for a more humane approach to spirituality. Hellenistic astrology also emerged as a popular practice towards the end of this period, providing another layer to that already rich tapestry of Greek religious life. But despite these transformations, traditional Greek religious festivals, myths, and practices only continued, though their influence was gradually diminished, both by the educated elite and the general populace. When the Roman Republic conquered Greece in 146 BC, it absorbed much of the Greek culture, including its religion, literary styles, and architectural methods. The syncretism between Greek and Roman religion involved equating Greek deities with Roman ones. For example, Zeus with Jupiter, Hera with Juno, Poseidon with Neptune, and, well, any others that followed suit. Deities like Apollo and Bacchus had been incorporated into Roman culture even before this formal equivalence was established. However, unique Roman gods such as Janus and Quirinus remained distinct, without any Greek equivalents. In terms of temple construction in Greece, the Romans focused primarily on building temples for their imperial cult, which was established in every significant city. You couldn't have a city without one, of course. Other contributions to religious architecture during this period were sparse, as Greece already had an abundance of sanctuaries. The most significant Roman contributions to temple architecture outside Italy may be attributed to Emperor Antoninus Pius. It was he who commissioned the construction of the Temple of Bacchus in Baalbek. The temple stands as one of the most impressive relics from that imperial period. Roman rule also saw the frequent removal of famous statues from Greek sanctuaries, which were often replaced with contemporary Roman copies. This practice was exemplified by Verres, the Roman governor of Sicily, who was notable for his depredations and was prosecuted for his actions after his term ended. He was not very popular. Well, as the Roman Empire expanded, it also facilitated the spread of new cults from Egypt and Asia, which found popularity both within Greece and across the wider Western Empire, further diversifying the religious landscape. Now, the initial decline of Greco-Roman polytheism was partly due to its syncretic nature, as it absorbed beliefs and practices from various foreign religions amid the Roman Empire's expansion. This period also saw Greco-Roman philosophical schools incorporating elements from Judaism and early Christianity. Mystery religions like Christianity and Mithraism, which were pretty much the same thing, gained popularity, further diluting traditional polytheistic practices. Now, the shift towards Christianity gained significant momentum under Emperor Constantine I, who converted to Christianity and enacted the Edict of Milan in 313 CE, granting official tolerance to Christianity within the empire. Despite this official sanction, pagan and Christian communities in Greece and elsewhere generally remained segregated, each maintaining distant cultural practices and places of worship. Julian, a nephew of Constantine and later known as the Apostate, attempted to reverse the Christianization of the empire. You see, Julian, he was raised a Christian, but Christianity was new and, well, you know, teenagers rebelling against their parents. He decided to revert to paganism and sought to revive a unified version of the Greco-Roman polytheism based on Neoplatonism. He organized a centralized priesthood and established a coherent body of doctrine, rituals, and liturgy. Julian also marginalized Christianity by excluding Christian educators from using classical Greco-Roman texts, aiming to weaken Christianity's intellectual foundations. But despite Julian's efforts, subsequent emperors such as Jovian, Valentinian I, and Valens continued policies of religious tolerance. However, official persecution of paganism in the Eastern Empire began in earnest under Emperor Theodosius I in 381 CE, pulling that reverse card on them, it seems. While Theodosius enforced strict anti-pagan laws, leading to the disbanding of priesthoods, destruction of temples, and active participation in Christian campaigns against pagan sites. He even extended prohibitions of pagan worship to private homes. That's right, you weren't even allowed to do it in your own bedroom. Well, maybe they wouldn't see you anyway if you just closed the shutters. But this likely played a role in ending the Olympic Games in 393, which were kind of seen as a big old pagan party. Well, in the Western Roman Empire, Emperor Gratian, influenced by his advisor Ambrose, ended the unofficial tolerance of paganism that had persisted since Julian's reign. Gratian confiscated the incomes and properties of pagan priests, disbanded religious orders like the Vestal Virgins, and seized the properties of temples. Despite these suppressive measures, worship of Greco-Roman deities continued in some rural and remote areas well into the Middle Ages. Notably, a temple to Apollo at Monte Cassino persisted until 529 AD, when St. Benedict of Nursia converted it into a Christian chapel, destroyed the pagan altar, and even cut down the sacred grove. Similarly, pagan communities like the Maniots in Greece's Mani Peninsula continued their traditional practices until at least the 9th century. Well, we've talked a bit about the history, the start and the finish, but there's all those little details in between. What did an actual practitioner of Greek religion do? Practitioner rather. Zeus will smite me for that one, I'm sure. Well, let's get into the specifics, all the juicy little details then, shall we? Well, the religious landscape of ancient Greece in general was marked by a notable lack of centralized authority over religious practices and beliefs, which were regulated predominantly at the local or civic level, rather than through any unified ecclesiastical system. So it wasn't like when Catholicism came in and you had the Pope dictating what everybody could do and there was a right way to be a Catholic. Well, in ancient Greece there wasn't really a right or wrong way to be a pagan, or whatever they were going to call you, a worshipper of Zeus, or whatever else it was. You just sort of had to put in a bit of effort. Just show up, and then they'll work out the rest later. It was about the big picture for them, not the little details. And this decentralized nature meant that this term, religion, might not wholly capture the essence of the spiritual and ceremonial practices of the Greeks. Instead, these practices could be more accurately described as a collection of, well, we could say, religious dialects. Kind of the same, but a little different from place to place. Each city-state or polis, that was city or town, had its own version of these dialects, developing and maintaining its own rituals, deities and temples, which were deeply integrated into the social and political fabric of the community. These local religious practices and beliefs were closely aligned with each other across different regions of Greece, showcasing a kind of homogeneity that was distinctly Greek and highly differentiated from those of non-Greek cultures. This framework of understanding allows for a more nuanced appreciation of the ancient Greek religious experience as a complex and interconnected web of localized spiritual traditions, rather than a single organized religion. There wasn't really a top-down structure. Well, it was inherently polytheistic, though. That was what they all had in common, and incorporated a rich tapestry of gods and goddesses and other supernatural beings, each with specific domains and attributes. That's right, there wasn't just one. Of course, there were always hierarchies, depending on who you asked, but You got all sorts of characters, and I think it's pretty fun that way. Well, at the pinnacle of this divine hierarchy, of course, sat the king of the gods, Zeus, who, while influential, was not omnipotent or omniscient. And below him were deities like Poseidon, who ruled the seas and earthquakes, which is of course pretty important when you're living around the Greek islands. And then you had Hades, who governed the underworld, and Helios, who commanded the sun. These gods were imagined in human form, but possessed the ability to transform into animals or even natural phenomena. Their immortality, however, did not exempt them from their fates, known as the Moirai, whose decrees could limit the gods' actions. For example, despite the gods' interventions, it was fated for Odysseus to return to Ithaca after the Trojan War, and no divine power could prevent it. The gods in Greek mythology exhibited human-like behaviors and emotions, often interacting with humans and sometimes even fathering children with them, and they were known as demigods. Think of Hercules. You remember the show with Kevin Sorbo? Ah, that was great growing up with that one. Xena, too. Moving on. You must like the video if you watched Hercules. Well, these divine beings, these demigods, were not only involved in the affairs of mortals, but also had their own conflicts and rivalries, just like all of the main gods, as depicted in epic narratives like the Iliad, where even the gods argued amongst each other and took sides in the Trojan War. Each major god was associated with specific geographical locations. Athena with Athens, hence the name, Apollo with Delphi and Delos, Zeus with Olympia, and Aphrodite with Corinth. However, their worship was not confined to these cities alone, as each city had temples dedicated to various gods. Moreover, some deities had connections with regions beyond Greece, like Poseidon with Ethiopia, and Troy with Ares and Thrace. The cult of these gods varied significantly from one location to another, reflecting local traditions and interpretations. For instance, the Artemis worshipped in Sparta was a virgin huntress, differed markedly from the fertility goddess Artemis of Ephesus, characterized by her many breasts. This diversity highlights the localized nature of Greek religion, where the identity of a deity was closely tied to specific cultural contexts. Now, Greek religious practice focused more on the correct performance of rituals rather than the adherence to a formal creed. What mattered most, the most important thing, was participation. You had to show up in the communal practices that honored the gods, and this was a lot more important than any personal belief. There wasn't any real 10 commandments. None of that to be seen. It was more of a community thing. Now, the ancient Greeks held complex beliefs about the afterlife. That was a big deal, centered around the underworld that was known as Hades, named after its ruler, the god Hades, who was actually Zeus's brother. Plot twists already, I know. This realm was not merely a single monolithic place, but was differentiated into several areas, reflecting the variety of fates that could befall the souls of the dead. And I know you all want to hear about the Greek hell, so we'll just talk about it briefly. Well, Hades, traditionally, all souls ventured here after death. All of them. Good guys, bad guys, everyone. You just had to go there. And it was a gloomy and shadowy place where all the spirits resided. Next was Tartarus. This was the deepest and darkest pit beneath the earth. Pretty scary. Where the Titans were imprisoned and eternal punishments were meted out upon the wicked, and it symbolized extreme torment and suffering. You did not want to end up here in Tartarus. And then, of course, there was Elysium, or the Elysian Fields, which was the complete opposite of Tartarus, and was the place that you wanted to go. It was a place of paradise, reserved for heroes and those who lived a righteous life. It was the land of eternal happiness and contentment. Sounds pretty good. Well, in the mythological stories, certain heroes and noble figures were believed to have been granted physical immortality and lived forever in blissful places like Elysium or the islands of the blessed. This group included famed personalities such as Achilles and Menelaus. Such tales permeate the oldest strata of Greek mythology, found in the epics of Homer and the works of Hesiod, and these beliefs persisted robustly even into the era of early Christianity. For most ordinary Greeks, however, the prospect of death was typically to continue existing as a disembodied soul. The existence was not marked by physical pleasures or pains of earthly life, but was just a shadowy form of half-life in the underworld. Of course, this, well, it varied from region to region, but the general idea was as I've just said. Additionally, the concept of reincarnation found its way into Greek thought through the teachings of philosophers like Pythagoras and Plato. This notion suggested that the soul could be reborn into new bodies across different lifetimes, a belief that was not universally accepted, influenced various philosophical and religious schools in Greece. On the other end of the spectrum, the philosopher Epicurus introduced a materialistic view, teaching that the soul was composed of tiny little atoms that disbanded after death, thereby extinguishing consciousness and existence. The view underscored the finality of death, with no continuation of the self in any form, which was a stark departure from the traditional views on the afterlife. It reminds me somewhat of how Alan Watts had explained it in his old lectures, and I am sorry to go off topic, but effectively what Alan Watts, that philosopher, had said, in a paraphrased version of course, is if you want to know the experience of being dead, well, you must think of going to sleep and then never waking up. And then when you want to think about that, you may also want to think about waking up without having gone to sleep. And you've all done that. That was when you were born. And what did it feel like to wake up after having never gone to sleep? Well, maybe death is just like that. This zero consciousness state. Anyway, maybe a video on Alan Watts in the future. It's somewhat related to our topic, maybe. I'm getting off topic now. Very unprofessional of me. Well, of course, we have to go back to Greek mythology, which when we use the term mythology, I suppose we should be a little bit careful about it, because it's only mythology when it's the old religion. Perhaps in 1,000 years' time, we will be talking about Buddhist mythology, Christian mythology, Jewish mythology, Muslim mythology. Perhaps they will not be scriptures anymore, but simply old stories that just sit on the shelf right next to the Greek myths. Maybe so. We'll have to check back in 1,000 years. But either way, Greek mythology was a cornerstone of ancient Greek religion, and it's a rich tapestry, I'm sure you know. Gods, heroes, and extraordinary creatures. Well, let's start with some of those gods and heroes. Of course, at the head of the myths were all the main characters from Olympus: Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, and Athena, and many more, who interacted with humans and frequently intervened and meddled in their affairs, sometimes simply for their own entertainment, but often driven by their own divine whims and familial disputes. Heroes, both mortal and demigods, such as Heracles with his 12 labors, Odysseus with his ingenious return from Troy, and Theseus who defeated the Minotaur, or Minotaur, depending on how you want to pronounce it. Well, they all played pivotal roles. These stories often explored themes of bravery, morality, and simply the human condition, serving both as entertainment and moral lessons. The mythology was also included an array of fantastical creatures. Titans like Cronus and Oceanus were part of an older generation of gods who preceded even the Olympians. Mythical beings like the centaurs, the nymphs, the satyrs, along with terrifying monsters such as the Cyclops, Scylla, and the Gorgons, and don't forget the Minotaur, added layers of drama and danger to the myths, embodying the Greeks' explanations of the natural world and its phenomena. Now, regarding the origins of the world and the gods, Greek cosmogony varied widely, with no uniform version. Now, Hesiod's Theogony offered one of the most detailed accounts, beginning with chaos and followed by the emergence of primordial deities like Gaia, Earth, Tartarus, the Abyss, and Eros, Love, who then produced the Titans. This older generation of gods eventually gave way to the Olympians, leading to a divine succession myth that underscored the Greeks' understanding of a universe ruled by order and chaos. These myths were initially transmitted orally, and later they were immortalized in written form through epic poems like Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, and Hesiod's works. They also found expression in classical Greek drama, with playwrights like Euripides and Aristophanes weaving these stories into their plays. Thus, Greek mythology not only entertained, but it offered explanations for the mysteries of life and the universe, questions that people didn't know how to answer, so they just came up with something interesting. Well, at least it provided the ancient Greeks with a framework for understanding the human experience. Well, as Greek culture was assimilated into the Roman Empire later on, Greek gods and myths were adapted into the Roman context, with many being equated as Roman deities. This syncretism extended the life of Greek myths and ensured the survival into the Roman period and beyond. In fact, during the Renaissance, many years later, a renewed interest in classical learning saw Greek mythology re-emerge as a significant source of inspiration for art, literature, philosophy, influencing generations of European artists and thinkers. In fact, I am going to say that it is my personal opinion, and I believe it is the correct one, that Renaissance art was the best and is the best. I won't look at anything past the First World War. I just don't like it. Anyway, the concept of hubris was integral to ancient Greek moral philosophy, representing the dangerous extremes of pride and arrogance. It was particularly frowned upon because it often involved acts that could harm others or offend the gods. Stupid bravery is different from noble bravery. We're talking inappropriate displays of pride, acts of violence, and disrespect for the natural order, throwing your weight around. Nobody likes that. Hubris actually was legally punishable in cities like Athens, where it was defined broadly to include acts ranging from violence to the improper treatment of corpses. Well, the Greeks highly valued moderation. Most of them, some of them more than others, of course, embodying the ideal in the famous maxim, nothing in excess. This principle was applied across various aspects of Greek life, from eating and drinking to the exercise of power and display of one's abilities. Activities like athletics and intellectual pursuits were of course encouraged, excuse me. But of course they were always only encouraged within the bounds of moderation, emphasizing a balanced lifestyle that prevented any single aspect from becoming all-consuming. Well, unlike many other ancient cultures, the Greeks did not rely on a centralized, revealed scripture, but instead looked to a broad corpus of literature for moral and spiritual guidance. Works by Homer, such as the Iliad and Odyssey, and Hesiod's Theogony and works were considered authoritative, though not necessarily sacred. These texts, along with the lyrical poems of Pindar and others, often began with invocations to the Muses, reflecting a belief in divine inspiration, albeit not in the form of direct revelation. Plato's ambivalence towards traditional mythologies, as expressed in his Republic, shows once again the tension between the revered place these classical texts in Greek culture and their perceived moral deficiencies. He argued for the exclusion of such myths from his ideal state, due to their potential to mislead rather than properly guide moral behavior. While most Greek religious texts were not canonical in the sense understood in other religious traditions, certain texts within the mystery cults were held as canonical. These texts, used in specific rituals, are exceptions to the general Greek practice of not regarding any text as strictly sacred. The Orphic texts, for instance, offer a glimpse into these more structured religious beliefs and practices that stood somewhat apart from mainstream Greek religious and philosophical life. In ancient Greece, the absence of a centralized religious authority, or a unified priestly class even, led to a diverse and localized religious expression. Decentralization meant that the religious texts and rituals varied significantly from one city-state to another, and even from one village to another, influenced largely by the local traditions and customs rather than any theological and rigid doctrine. Priests in Greece often served concurrently as city magistrates, and their religious authority was typically derived from local sanctuaries rather than a centralized church or temple. Notably, Pausanias mentions that at Tegea, the priesthood of Athena Allia was traditionally held by a boy until he reached puberty, highlighting the local and often temporary nature of priestly roles. Well, at least it's an early retirement, one could say. Well, in many cases, priestly responsibilities, especially those related to specific festivals or rituals, were passed down through families, once more emphasizing the local and familial nature of Greek religious practice. And Greek religious rites were predominantly conducted at altars, located outside the temples or in open spaces within the community. These altars, dedicated to specific deities, were central to public and private worship. Common offerings included votive deposits such as food, drinks, and valuable items, reflecting the reciprocal nature of worship where goods were exchanged for divine favor. A sacrifice. You know what it's like. But of course, some sacrifices were bigger than others. You know what I'm talking about. Animal sacrifices. A key aspect, but perhaps a rather unfortunate one of Greek ritual practice, were also performed at these altars. Now, typically the meat from the sacrificed animals was consumed by the community. They didn't just leave it there for the gods to take and expect it to float away into the air. Perhaps they tried this, but it didn't seem to happen. Well, of course, as I said, the meat was consumed by the community after, but the offal and all of the other unpleasant bits were burned as offerings to the gods. Libations, usually of wine, were another common practice, integral not only to formal ceremonies at shrines, but also to daily activities such as meals and symposiums, where they functioned as both religious and social acts. There were also special rites of passage. The Amphidromia, for example, was celebrated on the 5th or 7th day of a child's birth, particularly significant in Athens for male children, emphasizing the importance of lineage and citizenship. Another ritual, the Pharmakos, involved expelling a human or animal scapegoat from the community during times of distress or hardship. This ritual expulsion was intended to protect the community by removing evil or pollution along with the scapegoat, a practice that underscores the ancient Greeks' concerns with purity and disaster aversion. The act of worship was a communal and ceremonious event centered around animal sacrifices conducted at the outdoor altars, which could be independent of or associated with a temple. The ritual began with a procession, led by a girl carrying a basket with the hidden sacrificial knife, followed by the animal, adorned with garlands. The chosen animal, which needed to be without blemish, showed the community's dedication to the gods. A gift just for them. Well, during the ceremony, the animal was slaughtered directly over the altar, its blood collected and poured out as an offering. The slaughter was accompanied by the high-pitched cries of the women, an expression of the emotional intensity of the moment, and perhaps as well so the gods could hear them. The carcass was then butchered right there on the spot. The inedible parts, like bones and organs, were thrown on the fire as the gods' share, while the meat was cooked and shared among the participants. A communal feast that followed was always part of the sacrificial act, and the temple typically claimed the animal's skin as a valuable byproduct. Gotta make a little bit of money, don't we? The choice of animals for sacrifices varied too. Sheep were the most common, and they were the easiest to find, followed by goats, pigs, and cattle, while horses and donkeys were rare and featured mostly in early Greek art rather than literature. The gods often anthropomorphized the sacrificed animals as willing participants in the ritual, a notion that showed the supposed mutual benefit and consent to the divine order. Simpler offerings might include throwing a grain of incense into a sacred fire, especially in more personal or less grandiose settings. Farmers often offered their first fruits of the harvest as a token of thanks to the gods. Everyday activities like drinking wine could also be ritualized through libations, where a small portion of the wine was poured out before drinking as an offering to the deities. One for them, one for me. Formal libations could involve other substances like olive oil or honey, and were part of larger religious ceremonies conducted at the temples. On grand occasions, such as major festivals, the scale of sacrifice could be vast, with the term hecatomb indicating a large number of bulls being offered, though in practice this might only mean a dozen or so. Now, back to ancient Greek literature for a moment, with things like Homer's epic poems, Iliad and the Odyssey, providing substantive evidence of ritualistic sacrificial practices embedded within the fabric of Greek society. These epics detail occasions where sacrifices were made to gain favor to the gods, celebrate successes in war, or even seek divine guidance before major endeavors, such as the Greeks' expedition to Troy. For instance, in the Odyssey, the character Eumaeus offers a pig in sacrifice, praying for the safe return of his master Odysseus. The Iliad depicts banquets that do not always begin with a sacrifice, suggesting variability in ritual practice across different contexts and periods. This variance in ritual practice shows the adaptive and localized nature of Greek religious observance once again, tailoring it to the specific circumstances and indications of divine presence. Thus, the distinctions between Olympic and chthonic deities in Greek religion is reflected in their modes of worship. Chthonic deities associated with the earth and the underworld often received holocaust sacrifices, where the entire offering was consumed by fire. This practice is thought to be a remnant of pre-Hellenic religious traditions. In contrast, the more familiar Olympian gods worshipped by the Proto-Greeks, but typically rather received offerings that were partly consumed by fire and partly by the community. But what about the festivals? They loved a good party, didn't they? Well, they also varied significantly. and they were often dedicated to specific deities or city-states. The Nicaea in Arcadia honored Pan, for example, the pastoral god, while the Olympic Games in Olympia were a major celebration dedicated to Zeus. The Dionysia in Athens, a festival centered around Greek theater, represents another significant cultural and religious celebration. Common elements of these festivals included processions, sacrificial feasts, and communal meals, alongside entertainment and social customs such as wearing costumes and engaging in public revelry. In layman's terms, everybody got really drunk and had a good time. These festivals not only served as religious purposes, but also reinforced the social bonds and community identities. In fact, some cities, like Athens for example, dedicated up to 140 days per year to various religious observances, which certainly seems like something Athens would do. I don't think the Spartans were doing that much. Now, ancient Greek sanctuaries, encompassing more than just the main temple structures, were typically situated within a larger sacred area. This was known as a temenos, which was often enclosed by a peribolos wall or fence. This entire area, dedicated to a deity, included not only the temple itself, but often a variety of subsidiary structures and natural features, such as sacred groves, springs, and sometimes even caves or unique rocks known as baetils. The Acropolis of Athens is one of the most renowned examples of such a sanctuary, though its initial fortifications were intended more for protection rather than religious purposes. Over time, as the significance of these sites grew, they evolved from simple open-air altars located in natural surroundings into more complex establishments, featuring built temples housing cult images of the gods. The primary function of the temple buildings themselves was to house these sacred images rather than to serve as gathering places for worshippers. The actual religious activities, including sacrifices and rituals, were conducted outdoors at designated altars within the sanctuary's precincts, especially the animal sacrifice ones. You can be as pious as you want, but no one wants to clean up that mess. Well, this setup allowed the temple interiors to remain relatively clear, turning them into revered spaces that accumulated votive offerings, statues, and even treasures, reflecting the wealth and devotion of their patrons. Essentially, they were kind of like early museums. You can only imagine. Furthermore, some sanctuaries were renowned for their oracular services, offering divine guidance through human intermediaries believed to be inspired by the gods. The most famous of these were the Pythia, a priestess at the temple of Apollo in Delphi, and the oracles at the sanctuary of Zeus in Dodona. These oracles played significant roles in public and private life across the ancient Greek world, providing counsel on everything from political affairs to personal and agricultural issues. Less famous oracles, such as that of the hero of Trophonius at Livadeia, specialized in more specific domains like medicine or agriculture. Greek temples were constructed as the divine residences of the gods, each housing a cult image within the inner chamber, or the cella as it was called, which often depicted the deity of the temple. These images varied greatly in form and material, ranging from wooden figures to elaborate statues adorned with ivory and gold, such as the renowned statue of Zeus at Olympia, or Phidias's Athena Parthenos in the Parthenon. Over time, materials such as marble, terracotta, and bronze became more popular, especially in the later Hellenistic period. The cella, inner chamber, remember, also contained simpler symbolic representations, like the zoanon, a primitive wooden image, and the beitil, sacred stones believed to possess divine powers. These simpler forms were sometimes ancient and revered for their antiquity, and when newer, more elaborate statues served as the main cult image. These older symbols, such as the Trojan Palladium, a zoanon that was believed to protect Troy, were valued for their historical and religious significance. The accessibility of these sacred images varied significantly across the different locales and periods. While earlier beliefs restricted access to the cella primarily to priests, later practices became a lot more inclusive, although often regulated by local customs or the perceived desires of the deities. Restrictions could be based on factors such as gender, ethnicity, or even dietary choices. Those who put pineapple on their pizza were strictly forbidden. I'm just joking. While some temples only accessible on specific days or to certain classes of people. So you had to be there at the right time, I suppose. Visitors, including common people and slaves, generally expected to gain entry into the temple's inner sanctum to pray or make offerings directly before the cult image. In some instances, touching the statue was part of the devotional practice, as noted by Cicero, who observed a bronze statue of Heracles worn down by the touches of worshippers. In ancient Greece, the public roles available to women were predominantly religious ones, serving as priestesses or attendants within various cults and temples. These roles provided women with notable social recognition and certain privileges not typically afforded to other women of the time. Priestesses, often selected from local elite families, could serve in various capacities, from sacred women to lesser attendants. Women serving as priestesses were required to be healthy and of sound mind, reflecting the belief that those serving the gods should mirror the quality of their offerings. This position, while restricted in terms of eligibility, granted women a higher legal status as well, both during their service and posthumously, often with the honor of a public burial. While it is debated whether service was gender-specific to certain deities, generally both male and female deities could be served by either priests or priestesses. However, the roles could be gendered in specific rituals and practices. For example, the Pythia, or female oracle of Apollo at Delphi, was a priestess but was overseen by male priests. Similarly, the festival of Dionysus involved both genders, with special roles designated for female priestesses known as the Geraiae, or the Venerable Ones. But certain festivals in ancient Greece were for women only, often linked to agricultural fertility and the traditional roles that women played within society. These included the Thesmophoria, the Plerosia, Calamaia, Adonia, and Scyra. Well, the Thesmophoria, for example, was one of the most significant, dedicated to Demeter and her daughter Persephone, goddess of agriculture and fertility. The festival not only reinforced the agricultural identity and duties of women, but also integrated those celebrations into the fabric of city-state religious practices. These women-only festivals were crucial in providing a religious identity and purpose for women in society, where many aspects of public life were dominated by men. Temples and shrines specific to these festivals, such as the Thesmophorion in Athens, were central venues where women could engage in rituals and worship. The mystery religions, however, offered a more intimate and personal approach to spirituality compared to the more public and civic-oriented practices of traditional religion. These cults, for example, required initiation, providing a secretive and often profound spiritual experience that promised deeper insights into the divine and the cosmos. Initiates of mystery religions could experience profound personal transformations and mystical awakenings that were not typically accessible in the public cults of the gods. Unlike the more fragmented and localized traditional practices, mystery religions often offered a more systematic and cohesive set of beliefs and teachings. They frequently provided detailed beliefs about the afterlife, offering assurances of salvation or an improved fate beyond death, which appealed to many who found the traditional Greek views on the afterlife as, well, frankly a little lackluster. Although initiation was personal and secretive, once you were in, you participated in common rituals that fostered a sense of belonging and spiritual community as a sort. The bonds formed within these cults were strong, with fellow initiates often forming close-knit communities of believers who supported one another, not just in their spiritual journeys, but in practical ways too. Now, the four major mystery cults were as following. The first was the Eleusinian Mysteries, which was based in Eleusis. These were perhaps the most famous of the Greek mystery cults, centered around the worship of Demeter and Persephone. Initiates were promised rewards in the afterlife, and were privy to the dramatic reenactments of the myths of Persephone's descent and return from the underworld. The next was the mysteries of Dionysus. These rites were more ecstatic and unrestrained, often involving symbolic death and rebirth rituals, wine-fueled ecstasy, and the breaking of social norms. While Dionysus himself was a god of life, death, and rebirth, embodying the intoxicating power of nature and wine. The next was the Samothracian Mysteries, and admittedly less is known about these rites, but they were thought to offer protection at sea, and possibly initiation into a complex set of deities and symbolic stories centered on themes of protection and salvation. The last one is Mithraism. This cult, originating in the East, became extremely popular among Roman soldiers, and was later practiced widely across the Roman Republic and Empire, focusing on the god Mithras, and featuring rituals associated with fellowship, the cosmos, and a hierarchical structure of initiation levels. Hello and welcome. Today I'm going to be doing a reading from the work of Diodorus Siculus. It is an account of the Greek battles with the Persians from 480 to 451, and it begins at the point where Xerxes has made his entrance into Europe. If you like this kind of content, give me a like and subscribe. You know what to do. Now, without further ado, let's get stuck into it. From the work of Diodorus Siculus. The preceding book, which is the 10th of our narrative, closed with the events of the year just before the crossing of Xerxes into Europe and the formal deliberations which the General Assembly of the Greeks held in Corinth on the alliance between Gelon and the Greeks. And in this book we shall supply the further course of the history, beginning with the campaign of Xerxes against the Greeks, and we shall stop with the year which precedes the campaign of the Athenians against Cyprus under the leadership of Cimon. Calliades was archon in Athens, and the Romans made Spurius Cassius and Proculus Verginius Tricostus as consuls, and the aliens celebrated the 75th Olympiad, that in which Astylus of Syracuse won the stadion. It was in this year that King Xerxes made his campaign against Greece, for the following reasons. Mardonius the Persian was a cousin of Xerxes, and related to him by marriage, and he was so greatly admired by the Persians because of his sagacity and courage. This man, being elated by pride, and at the height of his physical vigor, was eager to be the leader of great armaments. Consequently, he persuaded Xerxes to enslave the Greeks, who had ever been enemies to the Persians. And Xerxes, being won over by him, and desiring to drive all the Greeks from their homes, sent an embassy to the Carthaginians to urge them to join him in the undertaking, and closed an agreement with them, to the effect that he would wage war upon the Greeks who lived in Greece, while the Carthaginians should at the same time gather great armaments and subdue those Greeks who lived in Sicily and Italy. In accordance, then, with their agreements, the Carthaginians, collecting a great amount of money, gathered mercenaries from both Italy and Liguria, and also from Galatia and Iberia. In addition to these troops, they enrolled men of their own race from the whole of Libya and Carthage. And in the end, after spending 3 years in constant preparation, they assembled more than 300,000 foot soldiers and 200 war vessels. Xerxes, vying with the zeal displayed by the Carthaginians, surpassed them in all of his preparations, to the degree that he excelled the Carthaginians in a multitude of peoples at his command. And he began to have ships built throughout all the territory along the sea that was subject to him, both Egypt and Phoenicia and Cyprus, Cilicia, Pamphylia and Pisidia, and also Lycia, Caria, Mysia and the Troad, and the cities along the Hellespont, and Bithynia and Pontus. Spending a period of 3 years, as did the Carthaginians on his preparations, he made ready more than 1,200 warships. He was aided in this by his father Darius, who before his death had made preparations of great armaments. For Darius, after Datis, his general, had been defeated by the Athenians at Marathon, had continued to be angry with the Athenians for having won that battle. But Darius, who when already about to cross over against the Greeks, was stopped in his plans by death, whereupon Xerxes, induced both by the design of his father and by the counsel of Mardonius, as we have stated, made up his mind to wage war upon the Greeks. Now when all preparations for the campaign had been completed, Xerxes commanded his admirals to assemble the ships at Kyme and Phocaea, and he himself collected the foot and cavalry forces from all the satrapies and advanced from Susa. And when he arrived at Sardis, he dispatched heralds to Greece, commanding them to go to all the states and demand of the Greeks water and earth. Then, dividing his army, he sent in advance a sufficient number of men both to bridge the Hellespont and to dig a canal through Athos at the neck of Cheronensus. In this way, not only making the passage safe and short for his forces, but also hoping by the magnitude of his exploits to strike the Greeks with terror before his arrival. Now the men who had been sent to make ready these works completed them with dispatch, because so many laborers cooperated in the task. And the Greeks, when they learned of this great size of the Persian armaments, dispatched 10,000 hoplites into Thessaly to seize the passes of Tempe. Sinectus commanded the Lacedaemonians, and Themistocles the Athenians. These commanders dispatched ambassadors to the states, and asked them to send soldiers to join in the common defense of the passes, for they eagerly desired that all the Greek states should each have a share in the defense and make common cause in the war against the Persians. But since the number of the Thessalians and other Greeks who dwelt near the passes had given the water and earth to the envoys of Xerxes when they arrived, the two generals despaired at the defense of Tempe and returned to their own soil. And now it will be useful to distinguish those Greeks who chose the side of the barbarians, in order that, incurring our censure here, their example may, by the obloquy visited upon them, deter from future any who become traitors to the common freedom. The Aenianians, Dolopians, Melians, and Magnetans, along with the Parrhæbans, took the side of the barbarians even while the defending force was still at Tempe, and after its departure, the Achaeans of Phthia, Locrians, Thessalians, and the majority of the Boeotians went over to the barbarians. But the Greeks who were meeting in Congress at the Isthmus voted to make the Greeks who voluntarily chose the cause of the Persians pay a tithe to the gods when they should be successful in the war, and sent ambassadors to those Greeks who were neutral to urge them to join in the struggle for the common freedom. Of the latter, some joined the alliance without reservation, while others postponed any decision for a considerable time, clinging to their own safety and anxiously waiting for the outcome of the war. The Argives, however, sending ambassadors to the Common Congress, promised to join the alliance if the Congress would give them a share in the command. To them the representatives declared plainly that, if they thought it a more terrible thing to have a Greek as a general than a barbarian as master, they would do well to remain neutral. But if they were ambitious to secure the leadership of the Greeks, they should, it was stated, first have accomplished deeds of deserving this leadership, and then strive for such an honor. After these events, when the ambassadors sent by Xerxes came to Greece and demanded both earth and water, all the states manifested in their replies the zeal they felt for the common freedom. When Xerxes learned that the Hellespont had been bridged and the canal had been dug through Athos, he left Sardis and made his way towards the Hellespont, and when he arrived at Abydos, he led his army over the bridge into Europe. And as he advanced through Thrace, he added to his forces many soldiers from both the Thracians and neighboring Greeks. When he arrived at the city called Doriscus, he ordered his fleet to come there, and so both arms of his forces were gathered into one place. And he held there also the enumeration of the entire army, and the number of his land forces was over 800,000 men, while the sum total of his ships of war excelled 1,200, of which 320 were Greek, the Greeks providing the complement of men and the king supplying the vessels. All the remaining ships were listed as barbarian, and of these the Egyptians supplied 200, the Phoenicians 300, the Cilicians 80, Pamphylians 40, Lycians the same number, also the Carians 80, and the Cyprians 140. Of the Greeks, the Dorians who dwelt off Caria, together with the Rhodians of Coans, sent 40 ships, the Ionians together with the Chians and Samians 100, the Aeolians together with the Lesbians and Tenedans 40, the peoples of the region of the Hellespont, together with those who dwelt along the shores of the Pontus 80, and the inhabitants of the islands 50. For the king had won over to his side the islands lying within the Cyanean rocks, and Triopium and Sunium. Triremes were made of the multitude we have listed, and the transports for the cavalry numbered 850, and the triacontres 3,000. Xerxes, then, was busied with the enumeration of the armaments at Doriscus. The Greeks who were in assembly, when word came to them that the Persian forces were near, took action to dispatch the ships of war with all speed to Artemisium in Euboea, recognizing that this place was well suited for meeting the enemy, and a considerable body of hoplites to Thermopylae, to forestall them in occupying the passes at the northwest part of the defile, and to prevent the barbarians from advancing against Greece, for they were eager to throw their protection inside of Thermopylae about those who had chosen the great cause of the Greeks, and to do everything in their power to save the allies. The leader of this entire expedition was Eurybiades, the Lacedaemonian, and the troops sent to Thermopylae the commander was Leonidas, king of the Spartans, a man who set great store by his courage and generalship. Leonidas, when he received the appointment, announced that only 1,000 men shall follow him to the campaign. And when the ephors said that he was leading altogether too few soldiers against a great force, and ordered him to take a larger number, he replied to them in secret, "For preventing the barbarians from getting through the passes, they are few, but for the task to which they are now bound, they are many." Since this reply proved riddle-like and obscure, he was asked again whether he believed he was leading the soldiers to some paltry task, whereupon he replied, "Ostensibly I am leading them to the defense of the passes, but in fact to die for the freedom of all. And so, if 1,000 set forth, Sparta will be the more renowned when they have died. But if the whole body of Lacedaemonians take to the field, Lacedaemon will be utterly destroyed, for not a man of them in order to save his life will dare turn in flight." There were then of the Lacedaemonians 1,000, and with them 300 Spartiates, while the rest of the Greeks, who were dispatched with them to Thermopylae were 3,000. Leonidas then, with 4,000 soldiers, advanced to Thermopylae. The Locrians, however, who dwelt in the neighborhood of the passes, had already given earth and water to the Persians, and had promised that they would seize the passes in advance. But when they learned that Leonidas had arrived at Thermopylae, they changed their minds and went over to the Greeks. And there gathered at Thermopylae also 1,000 Locrians, an equal number of Melians, and almost 1,000 Phocians, as well as some 400 Thebans of the other party, for the inhabitants of Thebes were divided against each other with respect to the alliance with the Persians. Now the Greeks, who had drawn up with Leonidas for battle, being as many in numbers as we have set forth, tarried in Thermopylae, awaiting the arrival of the Persians. Xerxes, after having enumerated his armaments, pushed on with the entire army, and the whole fleet accompanied the land forces in their advance as far as the city of Acanthus, and from there the ships passed through the place where the canal had been cut into the other sea expeditiously and without loss. But when Xerxes arrived at the Gulf of Melis, he learned that the enemy had already seized the passes. Consequently, having joined to his forces the armament there, he summoned his allies from Europe, a little less than 200,000 men, so that he now possessed in all not less than 1,000,000 soldiers, exclusive of the naval contingent. And the sum of the total of the masses who served on the ships of war and transported the food and general equipment was not less than those we have mentioned, so that account usually given to the multitude of men gathered together by Xerxes need cause no amazement. For men say that the unfailing rivers ran dry because of the unending streams and the multitude, and that the seas were hidden by the sails of the ships. However this may be, the greatest forces of which any historical record has been left were those which accompanied Xerxes. After the Persians had encamped on the Spercheios River, Xerxes dispatched envoys to Thermopylae to discover, among other things, how the Greeks felt about the war with him. And he commanded them to make this proclamation. King Xerxes orders all to give up their arms, to depart unarmed to their native lands, and to be allies of the Persian, and to all Greeks who do this, he will give more and better lands than they now possess. But when Leonidas heard the commands of the envoys, he replied to them, "If we should be allies of the king, we should be more useful if we kept our arms, and if we should have to wage war against him, we should fight the better for our freedom if we kept them. And as for the lands which he promised to give, the Greeks have learned from their fathers to gain lands not by cowardice, but by valor." The king, on hearing this envoy the replies of the Greeks, sent for Demaratus, a Spartan, who had been exiled from his native land and taken refuge with him, and with a scoff at the replies he asked the Laconian, "Will the Greeks flee more swiftly than my horses can run, or will they dare to face such armaments in battle?" And Demaratus, we are told, replied, "You yourself are not unacquainted with the courage of the Greeks, since you use Greek forces to quell such barbarians as revolt, so do not think that those who fight better than the Persians to maintain your sovereignty will risk their lives less bravely against the Persians to maintain their own freedom. But Xerxes, with a scoff, ordered Demaratus to stay by his side, in order he might witness the Lacedaemonians in flight. Xerxes with his army came against the Greeks at Thermopylae, and he put the Medes in front of all other peoples, either because he preferred them by reason of their courage, or because he wished to destroy them in a body, for the Medes still retained a proud spirit, the supremacy which their ancestors had exercised having only recently been overthrown. And he also designated together with the Medes the brothers and sons of those who had fallen at Marathon, believing that they would wreak vengeance upon the Greeks with the greatest fury. The Medes, then, having been drawn up for battle in the manner we have described, attacked the defenders of Thermopylae. But Leonidas had made careful preparation and massed the Greeks in the narrowest parts of the pass. The fight which followed was a fierce one, and since the barbarians had the king as a witness of their valor, and the Greeks kept in mind their liberty and were exhorted to the fray by Leonidas, it followed that the struggle was amazing. For since the men stood shoulder to shoulder in the fighting, and the blows were struck in close combat, and the lines were densely packed, for a considerable time the battle was equally balanced. But since the Greeks were superior in valor, and in the great size of their shields, the Medes eventually gave way, for many of them were slain, and not a few of them wounded. The place of the Medes in the battle was taken by Cesians and Sacae, selected for their valor, who had been stationed to support them, and joining the struggle fresh as they were against men who were worn out as they withstood the hazard of combat for a short while, be as they were slain and pressed upon by the soldiers of Leonidas, they gave way. For the barbarians use small, round, or irregularly shaped shields, by which they enjoyed an advantage in open fields, since they were thus enabled to move more easily, but in narrow places they could not easily inflict wounds upon an enemy who were formed in close ranks, and had their entire bodies protected by large shields, whereas they, being at a disadvantage by reason of the lightness of their own protective armor, received repeated wounds. At last, Xerxes, seeing that the entire area about the passes was strewn with dead bodies, and that the barbarians were not holding out against the valor of the Greeks, sent forward the picked Persians, known as the Immortals, who were reputed to be preeminent among the entire host for their deeds of courage. But when these also fled, after only a brief resistance, then at last at night fell, they ceased from battle, the barbarians having lost many dead, and the Greeks only a small number. On the following day, Xerxes, now that the battle had turned out contrary to his expectation, choosing from all the peoples of his army such men as were reputed to be of outstanding bravery and daring, after an earnest exhortation announced before the battle that if they should storm the approach, he would give them notable gifts, but if they fled, the punishment would be death. These men hurled themselves upon the Greeks as one mighty mass and with great violence, but the soldiers of Leonidas closed their ranks this time, and making their formation like a wall, took up the struggle with ardor. and so far did they go in their eagerness that the lines which want to join in battle by turns would not withdraw, but by their unintermitted endurance of the hardship they got the better and slew many of the picked barbarians. The long day they spent in conflict, vying with one another, for the other soldiers challenged the fresh vigor of the youth, and the younger matched themselves against the experience and fame of their elders, and when finally even the picked barbarians turned in flight, the barbarians who were stationed in reserve blocked the way and would not permit the picked soldiers to flee. Consequently, they were compelled to turn back and renew the battle. While the king was in a state of dismay, believing that no man could have the courage to go into battle again, there came to him a certain Trachinian, a native of that region, who was familiar with the mountainous area. This man was brought into the presence of Xerxes, and undertook to conduct the Persians by way of a narrow and precipitous path, so that the men who accompanied would get behind the forces of Leonidas, which, being surrounded in this manner, would easily be annihilated. The king was delighted, and heaping presents upon the Trachinian, he dispatched 20,000 soldiers with him under the cover of night. But a certain man among the Persians, named Tirhasiades, a Crimean by birth, who was honorable and upright in his ways, deserting from the camp of the Persians in the night, came to Leonidas, who knew nothing of the act of the Trachinian, and informed him. The Greeks, on hearing this, gathered together about the middle of the night and conferred about the perils with which were bearing down upon them. And although some declared that they should relinquish the pass at once and make their way in safety to their allies, stating that any who remained in the place could not easily come off with their lives, Leonidas, the king, being eagerly desirous to win both for himself and for the Spartans a garland of great glory, gave orders that the rest of the Greeks should depart and win safety for themselves, in order that they might fight together with the Greeks in the battles which were still to come. But as for the Lacedaemonians, he said, they must remain, and not abandon the defense of the pass, for it was fitting that those who were the leaders of Hellas should gladly die, striving for the meed of honor. Immediately then, all the rest departed, but Leonidas, together with his fellow citizens, performed heroic and outstanding deeds, and although the Lacedaemonians were but few, he detained only the Thespians, and he had not all told not more than 500 men. He was ready to meet death on behalf of Hellas. After this, the Persians, who were led by the Trachinian, after making their way around the difficult terrain, suddenly caught Leonidas between their forces, and the Greeks, giving up any thought of their own safety and choosing renown instead, with one voice asked their commander to lead them against the enemy before the Persians should learn that their men had made their way around them. And Leonidas, welcoming the eagerness of his soldiers, ordered them to prepare their breakfast quickly, since they were about to dine in Hades. And he himself, in accordance with the order he had given, took food, believing that by doing so he could keep his strength for a long time and endure the strain of contest. When they had hastily refreshed themselves, and all were ready, he ordered the soldiers to attack the camp, slaying any who came in their way, and to strike for the very pavilion of the king. The soldiers then, in accordance with the orders given to them, forming a compact body, fell by night upon the encampment of the Persians, Leonidas leading the attack, and the barbarians, because of the unexpectedness of the attack and their ignorance for the reason for it, ran together from their tents with great tumult in disorder, and thinking that the soldiers who had set out with the Trachinian had perished, and that the entire force of the Greeks was upon them, they were struck with terror. Consequently, many of them were slain by the troops of Leonidas, and even more perished at the hands of their comrades, who, in their great ignorance, took them for enemies. For the night prevented any understanding of the true state of affairs, and the confusion, extending as it did throughout the entire encampment, occasioned that we may well believe great slaughter, since they kept killing one another, the conditions not allowing a close scrutiny, but because there was no order from a general, nor any demanding of a password, nor, in general, any recovery of reason. Indeed, if the king had remained at the royal pavilion, he could have easily been slain by the Greeks, and the whole war would have reached a speedy conclusion. But, as it was, Xerxes had rushed out to the tumult, and the Greeks had broke into the pavilion and slew almost every man, all whom they caught there. So long as it was night, they wandered through the entire camp seeking Xerxes. A reasonable action. But when the day dawned, the entire state of affairs was made manifest. The Persians, observing that the Greeks were few in number, viewed them with contempt. The Persians did not, however, join battle with them face to face, fearing their valor, but they formed on their flanks and rear, and shooting arrows and hurling javelins at them from every direction, they slew them, man to man. Now as for the soldiers of Leonidas who guarded the passes of Thermopylae, such was the end of the life they met. The merits of these men, who would not regard them with wonder. They with one accord did not desert the post to which Greece had assigned to them, but gladly offered upon their own lives for the common salvation of all Greeks, and preferred to die bravely rather than to live shamefully. The consternation of the Persians also, no one could doubt that they felt it. For what man among the barbarians could have conceived of what had taken place? Who could have expected that a band of only 500 had ever the daring to charge against the human myriads? Consequently, what man of later times might not emulate the valor of those warriors who, finding themselves in the grip of an overwhelming situation, though their bodies were subdued, were not conquered in spirit? These men, therefore, alone of all whom history records, have in defeat been accorded a greater fame than all others who have won the fairest victories. For judgment must be passed upon brave men, not by outcomes of their actions, but by their purpose. In the one case, fortune is a mistress. In the other, it is the purpose which wins approval. What man would judge any to be braver than those Spartans who, though not equal in number to even the 1,000th part of the enemy, dared to match their valor against the unbelievable multitudes? Nor had they any hope of overcoming so many myriads, but they believed that in bravery they would surpass all men of former times, and decided that, although the battle they had to fight was against the barbarians, yet the real contest and the reward of valor they were seeking was in competition with all who had ever won admiration for their campaign. Indeed, they alone of those whom we have knowledge from time immemorial chose rather to preserve the laws of their state than their own lives, not feeling aggrieved that the greatest perils threatened them, but concluding that the greatest boon for which those who practice valor should pray is opportunity to play in part in contests of these kinds. And one would be justified in believing that it was these men who were more responsible for the common freedom of the Greeks than those who were victorious at a latter time in the battles against Xerxes. For when the deeds of these men were called to mind, the Persians were dismayed, whereas the Greeks were incited to perform similar acts of courageous exploit. And, speaking in general terms, these men alone of the Greeks, down to their time, passed into immortality because of their exceptional valor. Consequently, not only the writers of history, but also many of our poets have celebrated their brave exploits, and one of them is Simonides, the lyric poet who composed the following in their praise worthy of their valor. Of those who praised at Thermopylae, all glorious is the fortune, fair the doom. Their graves an altar, ceaseless memories theirs instead of lamentation, and their fate is chant of praise. Such winding sheet as this nor mould nor all-consuming time shall waste. This sepulchre of valiant men has taken the fair renown of Hellas for its intimate. And witness is Leonidas of Sparta, who have left behind a crown of valor mighty and undying fame. Now that we have spoken at sufficient length of the valor of these men, we shall resume the course of the narrative. Xerxes, now that he had gained the passes in the manner we have described, and had won, as the proverb runs, a Cadmean victory, had destroyed only a few of the enemy, while he had lost great numbers of his own troops. And after he had become the master of the passes by means of his land forces, he resolved to make trial of contest by sea. At once, therefore, summoning the commander of the fleet, Megabates, he ordered him to sail against the naval force of the Greeks, and to make trial with all his fleet of a sea battle against them. And Megabates, in accordance with the king's orders, set out from Pydne in Macedonia with all the fleet, and put in a promontory of Magnesia which bears the name of Sepias. At this place a great wind arose, and he lost more than 300 warships and great numbers of cavalry transports and other vessels. And when the wind ceased, he weighed anchor and put in at Aphete in Magnesia. From here he dispatched 200 triremes, ordering the commanders to take a roundabout course, and by keeping Euboea on the right, they encircled the enemy. The Greeks were stationed at Artemisium in Euboea, and had all in all 280 triremes. Of these ships 140 were Athenian, and the remainder were furnished by the rest of the Greeks. Their admiral was Eurybiades the Spartan, and Themistocles the Athenian supervised the affairs of the fleet. For the latter, by reason of his sagacity and skill as a general, enjoyed great favor not only with the Greeks throughout the fleet, but also with Eurybiades himself. And all men looked to him and hearkened to him eagerly. But when a meeting of the commanders of the ships was held to discuss the engagement, the rest of them all favored waiting to receive the advance of the enemy, but Themistocles alone expressed the opposite opinion, showing them that it was to their advantage to sail against the enemy with the whole fleet in one array. For in this way, he declared, they would have the upper hand, attacking as they would the ships in a single body an enemy whose formation was broken by disorder. As it must be, for they would be issuing out of many harbours at some distance apart. In the end, the Greeks followed the opinion of meantime, and sailed against the enemy with the entire fleet. And since the barbarians put out from many harbours, at the outset Themistocles, engaging with the scattered Persians, sank many ships, and did not a few he forced to turn in flight, and pursued as far as the land, but later, when the whole fleet had gathered and a fierce battle ensued, each side gained the superiority in one part of the line, but neither won a complete victory. And at nightfall, the engagement was broken off. After the battle, a great storm arose and destroyed many of the ships which were anchored outside the harbour, so that it appeared that if Providence were taking the part of the Greeks, in order that the multitude of the barbarian ships having been lessened, the Greek force might become a match for them and strong enough to offer battle. As a result, the Greeks grew ever more bold, whereas the barbarians became ever more timorous before the conflicts which faced them. Nevertheless, recovering themselves after a shipwreck, they put out with all their ships against the enemy. And the Greeks, with 50 Attic triremes added to their number, took position opposed to the barbarians. The sea battle which followed was much like the fighting at Thermopylae, for the Persians were resolved to overwhelm the Greeks and force their way through the Euripus, while the Greeks, blocking the Narrows, were fighting to preserve their allies in Euboea. A fierce battle ensued. Many ships were lost on both sides, and nightfall compelled them to return to their respective harbours. The prize of valour, we are told, in both battles, was accorded to the Athenians for the Greeks and the Sidonians for the barbarians. After this, the Greeks, on hearing of the course of events that had taken at Thermopylae, and discovering the Persians were advancing by land against Athens, became dispirited. Consequently, they sailed off to Salamis, and awaited the events there. The Athenians, surveying the dangers threatening each and every inhabitant of Athens, put on boats their children and wives, and every useful article they could, and brought them to Salamis. And the Persian admiral, no learning that the enemy had withdrawn, set sail for Euboea with his entire fleet, and taking the city of the Histianians by storm, he plundered and ravaged the territory. While these events were taking place, Xerxes set out from Thermopylae, and advanced through the territory of the Phocians, sacking the cities and destroying all property in the countryside. Now the Phocians had chosen the cause of the Greeks, but seeing that they were unable to offer resistance, the whole populace deserted all our cities and fled for safety to the rugged regions about Mount Parnassus. The king then passed through the territory of the Dorians, doing it no harm, since they were allies of the Persians. Here he left behind a portion of his army, and ordered it to proceed to Delphi, to burn the precinct of Apollo, and to carry off the votive offerings, while he advanced into Boeotia with the rest of the barbarians and encamped there. The force that had been dispatched to sack the oracle had proceeded as far as the shrine of Athena Pronea, But at that spot a great thunderstorm, accompanied by an incessant lightning, suddenly burst from the heavens. And more than that, the storm wrenched loose huge rocks and hurled them into the host of the barbarians. The result was that large numbers of the Persians were killed, and the whole force, dismayed at the intervention of the gods, fled from the region. So the oracle of Delphi, with the aid of some divine providence, escaped pillage, and the Delphians, desiring to leave the succeeding generations a deathless memorial of the appearance of the gods among them, set up beside the temple of Athena Pranea a trophy, which they inscribed with the following elegiac lines: "To serve as a memorial to war, to warder off of men, and as witnesses to victory the Delphians set me up, rendering thanks to Zeus and Phoebus, who thrust back the city-sacking ranks of Medes, and threw their guard about the bronze-crowned shrine." Meanwhile, Xerxes, as he passed through Boeotia, laid waste to the territory of the Thespianians, and burned Plataea, which was without inhabitants, for the residents of those two cities had fled in a body to the Peloponnesus. After this, he entered Attica and ravaged the countryside, and then he razed Athens to the ground, and set up in flames the temples of the gods. And while the king was concerned with these affairs, his fleet set sail from Euboea to Attica, having sacked on the way both Euboea and the coast of Attica. During this time, the Cercereans, who had fitted out 60 triremes, were waiting off the Peloponnesus, being unable, as they themselves allege, to round the promontory at Malea, but, as certain historians tell us, anxiously waiting the turn of the war, in order that, if the Persians prevailed, that they might give them water and earth, while if the Greeks were victorious, they would get the credit of having come to their aid. But the Athenians who were waiting in Salamis, when they saw Attica being laid waste with fire, and heard that the sacred precinct of Athena had been razed, were exceedingly disheartened. And likewise great fear gripped the other Greeks, who, driven from every quarter, were now cooped up in the Peloponnesus alone. Consequently, they thought it desirable that all who had been charged with command should meet in council and deliberate regarding the kind of place which would best soothe their purpose in fighting a naval battle. Many of various kinds of ideas were expressed. The Peloponnesians, thinking only of their own safety, declared that the contest should be held at the isthmus, for it had been strongly fortified with a wall, and so if they should suffer any reverse in the battle, the defeated would be able to withdraw for refuge into the most suitable place of safety available, the Peloponnesus. Whereas, if they cooped themselves up in the little island of Salamis, perils would beset them from which it would be difficult for them to be rescued. But Themistocles counselled that the contest of the ships be held at Salamis, for he believed that those who had a few ships to fight would have many advantages in the narrows of Salamis against a vastly superior number of vessels. And, speaking generally, he showed that the region about the isthmus would be altogether unsuitable for the sea battle, but the contest would take place on open sea, and the Persians, because of the room for maneuvering, would easily subdue the small force of ships by their vastly superior numbers. And by presenting in like fashion many other facts pertinent to the occasion, he persuaded all present to cast their votes with him for the plan that he recommended. When at last a decision was reached by all to fight at the sea battle of Salamis, the Greeks set about making the preparations necessary to meet the Persians and the peril of battle. Accordingly, Eurybiades, accompanied by Themistocles, undertook to encourage the crews to incite them to face the impending struggle. However, the crews would not heed them, but since they were one and all dismayed at the magnitude of the Persian forces, not a man of them paid any attention to his commander, every one of them being intent upon sailing from Salamis to the Peloponnesus. And the army of the Greeks on land was no whit less terrified by the armament of the enemy, and not only the loss at Thermopylae of their most illustrious warriors caused them dismay, but also the disasters which were taking place in Attica before their very eyes were filling the Greeks with despair. Meanwhile, the members of the Congress of the Greeks, observing the unrest of the masses and dismay prevailing everywhere, voted to build a wall across the isthmus. The works were completed speedily because of the enthusiasm and the multitude of those engaged in the task. But while the Peloponnesians were struggling with the wall, which extended a distance of 40 shades from Lechaeum to Kenkerie, the forces which were inactive in Salamis, together with the entire fleet, were so struck with terror that they no longer obeyed the orders of their commanders. Themistocles, perceiving that the admiral Eurybiades was unable to overcome the mood of his forces, and yet recognizing that the narrow quarters of Salamis could be a great aid in accomplishing the victory, contrived the following ruse. He induced a certain man to desert to Xerxes and to assure him that the ships at Salamis were going to slip away from the region and assemble at the isthmus. Accordingly to the king, believing that the man, because he reported, was itself plausible, made haste to prevent the naval forces of the Greeks from making contact with their armies on land. Therefore, he at once dispatched the Egyptian fleet with orders to block the strait which separates Salamis from the territory of Megaris. The main body of his ships he dispatched to Salamis, ordering it to establish contact with the enemy, and by fighting there decide the issue. The triremes were drawn up by peoples one after the other, in order that, speaking the same language and knowing one another, the several contingents might assist each other with alacrity. When the fleet had been drawn up in this manner, the right wing was held by the Phoenicians, and left by the Greeks who were associated with the Persians. The commanders of the Ionian contingents of the Persian fleet sent a man of Samos to the Greeks to inform them of what the king had decided to do, and of the disposition of his forces in battle, and to say that in the course of the battle they were going to desert from the barbarians. And when the Samian had swum across without being observed, and had informed Eurybiades about his plan, Themistocles, realizing that his stratagem had worked out as he planned, was beside himself with joy, and exhorted the crews to the fight. And as for the Greeks, they were emboldened by the promise of the Ionians, and although the circumstances were compelling them to fight against their own preference, they came down eagerly in a body from Salamis to the shore in preparation for the sea battle. When at last Eurybiades and Themistocles had completed the disposition of their forces, the left wing was held by the Athenians and the Lacedaemonians, who in this way would be opposed to the ships of the Phoenicians, for the Phoenicians possessed a distinct superiority by both reason of their great number and of their experience in seamanship, which they inherited from their ancestors. The Aeginetans and Megarians formed the right wing, since they were generally considered to be the best seamen, after the Athenians, and it is believed that they would show their best spirit, seeing that they alone of the Greeks would have no place of refuge in case any reverse should occur in the course of battle. The center was held by the rest of the Greek forces. This was the battle order in which the Greeks sailed out, and they occupied the strait between Salamis and Heracleum. And the king gave his order to his admiral to advance against the enemy, while he himself moved down the coast to spot her directly opposite Salamis, from which he could watch the course of the battle. The Persians, as they advanced, could at the onset maintain their line, since they had plenty of space, but when they came to the narrow passage, they were compelled to withdraw some ships from the line, creating in this way much disorder. The admiral who was leading the way before the line was the first to begin the fighting, slain after having been acquitted himself valiantly. When his ship went down, disorder seized the barbarian fleet, for there were many now to give orders, but each man did not issue the same commands. Consequently, they halted their advance, and holding back their ships, they began to withdraw to where there was plenty of room. The Athenians, observing the disorder among the barbarians, now advanced upon the enemy, and some of their ships they struck with their rams, while from others they sheared off rows and oars, and when the men at the oars could no longer do their work, many Persian triremes, getting sidewise to the enemy, were time and again severely damaged by the beaks of the ships. Consequently, they ceased merely backing water, but turned about and fled. While the Phoenician and Cyprian ships were being mastered by the Athenians, the vessels of the Cilicians and Pamphylians, also of the Lycians, which followed them in line at first, were holding out stoutly, but when they saw the strongest ships taking to flight, they likewise abandoned the fight. On the other wing, the battle was stubbornly fought for some time. The struggle was evenly balanced, but when the Athenians had pursued the Phoenicians and Cyprians to the shore and then turned back, the barbarians, being forced out of line by the returning Athenians, turned about and lost many of their ships. In this manner, then, the Greeks gained the upper hand and won a most renowned naval victory over the barbarians, and in the struggle 40 ships were lost by the Greeks, but more than 200 were lost by the Persians, not including those which were captured together with their crews. The king, for whom the defeat was unexpected, put to death those Phoenicians who were chiefly responsible for beginning the flight, and threatened to visit upon the rest the punishment they deserved. And the Phoenicians, frightened by his threats, first put into port on the coast of Attica, and then when night fell, set sail for Asia. But Themistocles, who was credited for having brought about the victory, devised another stratagem, no less clever than the one we have described. For since the Greeks were afraid to battle on land against so many myriads of Persians, he greatly reduced the number of the Persian troops in the following manner. He sent Xerxes, the attendant of his own sons, to inform him that the Greeks were about to sail to the bridge of boats and destroy it. Accordingly, the king, believing the report because it was all plausible, became fearful lest he should be cut off from the route whether he could get back to Asia. Now that the Greeks controlled the sea, they decided to cross over in all possible haste from Europe into Asia, leaving Mardonius behind in Greece with picked cavalry and infantry, the total number of whom was not less than 400,000. Thus, Themistocles, by the use of two stratagems, brought about signal advantages for the Greeks. These were the events that took place in Greece at that time. End of the account from Diodorus Siculus. Well, that was good fun, wasn't it? Did you like that? I'm sure we already know the story. I think I've made 2 videos on the Battle of Thermopylae. I know I've done one on Themistocles, and I've done one about the Battle of Salamis. I can't remember if I've done one on the Battle of Marathon. I might have. I should probably check that. Aristotle, born in 384 in Stagira, Greece, a prominent and influential philosopher of the ancient times. A man of profound insights and innovative ideas that of course have had a lasting impact on various disciplines like metaphysics, ethics, science, and logic. A student of Plato and a tutor to Alexander the Great, such a broad intellectual scope, including nearly all of the subjects, at least known during his time, but in contrast to his instructor Plato, who emphasized ideal forms, Aristotle based his philosophy on actual observations, establishing the foundation for a methodical approach to acquiring knowledge and comprehending the universe. Welcome to the channel, everyone. Back to ancient Greece today. As always, you're supporting the channel simply by enjoying it, and I hope that you are. And for those newcomers, I'd like to wish you a very enthusiastic welcome. Those coming back, good to see you again. Now, without further ado, like, subscribe, all that good stuff, and let's get on with the video. Nice and slow. Well, unfortunately, and off to a great start, I suppose, we can't really start the video with specific aspects of Aristotle's early life. They're not really well established. I suppose that's just the nature of the beast when you're studying figures that are this old. We do have a few things from ancient biographies, but they frequently contain conjecture, and historians, ancient and modern, only really concur on a limited number of significant details. Now, I know that's not the usual way to start a video, but, well, it's the general warning that we sort of give when we have to go back several thousands of years. So with that in mind, let's continue in a more formal sense. Now, as I mentioned, that he was born in 384 BC in Stagira, which was approximately 55 kilometers or 34 miles to the east of present-day Thessaloniki. Nicomachus, his father, held the esteemed position of personal physician to King Amyntas of Macedon, so certainly not a bad position at all. As for Aristotle, during his youth, he seems to have acquired knowledge in the fields of biology and medicine, receiving instruction from his father, who was, of course, well versed in these. Of course, you had to be if you were the physician to the king. Well, as for his parents, they both passed away when he was approximately 13 years old, and not to be left alone to his own devices, Proxenus of Aternius, assumed the role as his guardian. Now, there's limited details of this time that have been preserved, but we do know, or at least think that it's likely, that he had some exposure to the Macedonian palace, where he established his initial ties with the Macedonian royalty. During his late teenage years, Aristotle relocated to Athens in order to pursue further education in Plato's academy. Of course, the place to be for anyone who was a thinker in the old Greek world. It's likely that he participated in the Eleusinian Mysteries, as he mentioned in his writing that to experience is to learn, while describing the sights witnessed during the mysteries themselves. If you want a little bit more about that, I have a bit of an older video on it. I should probably do a new one. Wait for that soon. Now, he resided at Athens for around 20 or so years, before departing in 348 or perhaps 47 BC. The conventional narrative of his departure suggests that he was dissatisfied with the path that the academy took under the leadership of Plato's nephew, Zeuxippus. However, it is also plausible that he departed due to concerns about the prevailing anti-Macedonian attitudes in Athens at that particular time. Possibly, he might have departed even before Plato's demise. Now, it's all about politics, I'm afraid. Well, subsequently, he followed Xenocrates to the court of Hermias of Aternius, who was a close acquaintance in Asia Minor. Now, following the death of Hermias, Aristotle and his student Theophrastus embarked on a journey to the island of Lesbos. During their time there, they conducted extensive studies on the island's flora and fauna, particularly focusing on its protected lagoon. During his time in Lesbos, Aristotle entered into matrimony with Pythias, who was possibly the adopted daughter of Hermias, or perhaps her niece. And, in fact, they even had a little daughter of their own, whom they also called Pythias. Now, around this time, Aristotle received an invitation from Philip II of Macedon in 343 BC to serve as the tutor for his son, Alexander. That is indeed Alexander the Great. So, Aristotle was designated as the leader of the prestigious Royal Academy of Macedon, which you can imagine would be quite a prestigious position, under the watch of the king himself, and invitation. Well, while he was serving in the Macedonian court, he provided instruction not only to Alexander, but also to two other prospective monarchs, that being Ptolemy and Cassander. Well, Aristotle urged Alexander to pursue conquests in the east, and Aristotle's own perspective on Persia was openly ethnocentric. In fact, he advises Alexander to be a sovereign to the Greeks and a tyrant to the barbarians, treating the former with care and concern like friends and family, and handing the latter as if they were animals or plants. His words. Well, in 335, he came back to Athens, and he founded his own educational institution called the Lyceum. Thus, he taught classes at the school for the following 12 years. During his time in Athens, Aristotle's wife Pythias passed away, and he entered into a relationship with Herpylus of Stagira. Aristotle named his next son after his father, Nicomachus. If the Suda, which was a compilation from the medieval ages that lacks critical analysis, is reliable, it seems that he may have had a Eromenos named Paleophatus of Abydos. Now, during the period in Athens, from 335 to 320 BC, it's thought that Aristotle had written several of his works. He composed numerous dialogues, but only partial remnants have survived, which is pretty unfortunate. But, well, you do what you can. The surviving works are primarily in the form of treatises, and were not originally intended for widespread dissemination. But they were, so too bad. Now, they are commonly believed to have served as instructional materials for his students. The most significant treatises comprise physics, metaphysics, Nicomaean ethics, politics, on the soul, and poetics. Aristotle extensively researched and achieved substantial advancements in various fields, including logic, mathematics, biology, botany, ethics, agriculture, medicine, and even dance and theatre. During the final stages of his life, Alexander and Aristotle seem to have grown distant, and this was mainly because Alexander had this close association with Persia and the Persians. And by the way, it wasn't only Aristotle who had quite a few reservations about this. People were quite annoyed when Alexander began to dress like a Persian. After all, he's meant to be a Macedonian king. He was meant to conquer the Persians, not become one. Well, that's a topic for another video, I suppose. Now, there is a common belief, by the way, in ancient times, that Aristotle may have been involved in the killing of Alexander. However, there isn't too much evidence supporting this. It's highly improbable, and it was a statement that was made 6 years after Alexander's death, most likely by someone who simply wanted to smear the name of Aristotle. Now, after the death of Alexander, there was a resurgence of anti-Macedonian feeling in Athens. In 322, Demophilus and Eumedon, the Hierophant, publicly accused Aristotle of impiety, causing him to escape to his mother's ancestral property in Chalcis, which is located on the island of Euboea. Now, it was during this time that he allegedly declared, "I will not permit the Athenians to commit a second offense against philosophy." This is referring to the trial and execution of Socrates in Athens, where he was forced to drink the hemlock. And so Aristotle passed away in Chalcis, Euboea. He died from natural causes at the age of 62, and appointed his student Antipater as his main executor on the will, and in the will he requested that he was buried next to his wife. Terribly romantic. Now, that is the life of Aristotle, as we know about it, as much as we really can. But really, it's the works and writings of Aristotle that really endure. So, I suppose this is part 2 of the video, where we talk about all of the little things that Aristotle is known for. So buckle up, buckaroo. Let's get busy. Now, he's recognized as the pioneer of formal logic through his work, titled The Prior Analytics, His understanding of formal logic remained the prevailing form, at least in terms of Western logic, until the 19th century, when advancements in mathematical logic began to emerge. And with that, of course, we have Immanuel Kant, who in his Critique of Pure Reason asserted that logic achieved its ultimate development with Aristotle. And that's quite a legacy. You can't beat it. Now, it's highly probable that the majority of Aristotle's work simply does not exist in its original form, and it likely underwent editing by his students and subsequent instructors, which is pretty normal. Chinese whispers, Aristotle's logical writings were consolidated into a collection of 6 books, known as the Organon, approximately 40 BC, by Andronicus of Rhodes, or perhaps his disciples. Now, these books are Categories, On Interpretation, Prior Analytics, Posterior Analytics, Topics, and finally, On Sophistical Refutations. All very interesting topics, I'm sure. Now, the precise order of the books, or the lessons from which they were composed, well, that is a little uncertain. However, this list was derived following a meticulous review of Aristotle's writings. The progression begins with an examination of fundamental concepts in the categories, followed by an analysis of propositions and their basic connections in the work On Interpretation, then advancing to the investigation of more intricate structures, specifically syllogisms in the Analytics and dialectics in the Topics and Sophistical Refutations. The initial 3 treatises constitute the fundamental components of the logical theory in its strictest sense, the grammar of the logical language, and the accurate principles of reasoning. Although not typically mentioned, the work entitled Rhetoric is dependent on the Topics, according to its content. Aristotle would have referred to what is now known as Aristotelian logic, with its several varieties of syllogism, as analytics. In fact, the term logic is exclusively used to refer to dialectics. Now, under the term metaphysics, which no doubt you've heard of, well, that seems to have been introduced by the editor of Aristotle's works in the 1st century AD, so a few hundred years after, who compiled several excerpts into the book which is now known as Metaphysics. Aristotle referred to it as first philosophy, and separated it from mathematics and natural science, or physics, as contemplative philosophy, that is, theological, and focuses on the study of the divine. And in his work, Metaphysics, he penned the following statement, and I quote, "If there were no other independent things, besides the composite natural ones, the study of nature would be the primary kind of knowledge. But if there is some motionless independent thing, the knowledge of this precedes it, and is first philosophy, and it is universal in just this way, because it is first, and it belongs to this sort of philosophy to study being as being, both what it is and what belongs to it, just by virtue of being." End of the work from Metaphysics, or rather the quote from the work Metaphysics. Now, speaking a little bit more about this work in particular, and specifically Book 7, Aristotle explores the notions of substance, or in Greek, ousia, and essence, that is, the what it was to be. He ultimately suggests that a specific substance is a composite of both matter and form, a philosophical doctrine known as hylomorphism. Now, in the following book, that being Book 8 of Metaphysics, he differentiates the substance's matter as the substratum, which refers to the material from which it was made. Now, for instance, and just a bit of an example, the matter of a home refers to the physical components that it's made of. So we're talking the bricks and the stones, the foundation, and all the timber that make up the potential of the house. But, on the other hand, the form of the substance refers to the actual house itself, which includes features like a covering for bodies and chattels, and any other distinguishing characteristics that allow us to classify something as the completed form of a house. Are you following? You understand? I know it's hard to follow sometimes, but we're doing our best. Let's bravely continue on, shall we? Now, the formula that determines the components is the account of the substance, whereas the formula that determines the distinguishing characteristics is the account of the essence. So think about the substance of something and the essence of something. Yeah, I'm tapping my right temple with my index finger as we go through this. Now, similar to his teacher Plato, Aristotle's philosophy is oriented towards the universal. Now, in Aristotle's ontology, the universal, or katholou in Greek, is situated within individual particulars, which are tangible entities in the world. But in terms of Plato, on the other hand, he believes that the universal exists as a distinct form that the real thing strives to replicate. Aristotle considers this form, in quotation marks, to be the fundamental basis of phenomena, and that is all phenomena, although it is specifically manifested in a particular substance. Now back to Plato, because of course we have to understand the teacher of Aristotle, the tree from which the apple fell from, if we want to put it that way. Well, Plato suggests that all entities possess a universal essence, which might manifest as either a characteristic or a connection to other entities. For example, when observing a banana, one perceives its physical presence, but can also scrutinize its shape. So within this differentiation there exists a specific instance of a banana and a general archetype of a banana. Now that's appealing. Furthermore, it is possible to position a banana adjacent to a book, allowing for the description of both objects as being in close proximity to one another. Now, Plato contended that there were certain universal forms that are distinct from individual entities. It is conceivable that there may not be any specific instance of goodness, but the concept of good still holds a valid universal form in general. But Aristotle had a bit of a contrasting view to Plato, contending that all general concepts are manifested at some point in time, and that there are no general concepts that exist independently from actual objects. Furthermore, Aristotle held a contrasting viewpoint to Plato regarding the placement of universals. You see, while Plato argued that the forms exist independently from the objects that embody them, Aristotle believed that the universals are inherent in each individual object that possesses these universals. In fact, according to Aristotle, the essence or nature of a banana resides within each individual one, rather than in the separate realm of ideal forms. Now think about this. These are conversations people were having 2,500 years ago. It's incredible that people were thinking about this sort of thing back then. Absolutely marvelous. If that doesn't get you excited, just go watch some Minecraft videos or something. I don't know what to tell you. Now, it's not all so dry. Of course, there's practical philosophy too. And Aristotle was certainly, as much as anybody else, looking into that. Just as relevant and, dare say, just as complicated. Or perhaps it's incredibly simple. Maybe it's a bit of both. Now, in terms of the practical philosophy, we're talking things like economics, ethics, politics, and rhetoric. And Aristotle views ethics as a practical inquiry focused on moral excellence and virtuous action, rather than this collection of abstract knowledge. And I tend to agree with him. Now, the most significant work on ethics is, of course, the Nicaean ethics, which suggests that virtue is closely tied to the proper functioning of an entity, the ergon. For example, a pretty bare bones one, the virtue of the hand lies in its ability to touch, which is its primary function. The virtue of the lungs lies in their ability to breathe, the tongue to taste, the eyes to see, the ears to hear. And similarly, Aristotle argues that humans in general have a unique function related to the soul's activity in accordance with reason. Now, the ideal state of the soul, or virtue, is the golden mean, a balanced state between excess and deficiency, which leads to eudaimonia, the ultimate goal of human life, which is often translated to happiness or well-being. Achieving this state requires a virtuous character, referred to as moral or ethical virtue, which is essential for true happiness. Now, a long time ago, I come across this concept of the aforementioned eudaimonia versus the hedonia, kind of the yin and yang of happiness. I suppose we can boil it down to these two things. There's a good happiness and a bad happiness. And let me explain. What we have on one hand is eudaimonia, which is kind of the long happiness. So you think about things like working on a project. If you buy some old car, you know it's going to take you months to fix the thing up. But there's a virtue in that. There's a sense of achievement. There's a kind of happiness that lasts a long time. It's the happiness of having children of your own and watching them grow up. The happiness of writing a book and finishing it and seeing other people enjoy it. Or, in my case, it is that long-term eudaimonic happiness of creating something right here on YouTube that seems that quite a great many people enjoy. Now that is eudaimonic happiness. But then on the other hand, There's hedonia, this hedonic happiness. Now, we all know about hedonism, but don't think about it strictly in a sexual sense. Think about it in a sense of short-term gratifications. A hedonic happiness is, I want to feel good, so I'll drink a can of Coca-Cola, or I'll sit on the couch and eat a pizza and watch a funny movie, or I'll play a video game, that sort of thing. There's not anything that's inherently wrong with it. Of course, everything in moderation. However, this is not long-term sustainable happiness. Sometimes it's okay to sit on the couch, eat a pizza, and watch a movie, that's fine. But if you're doing that every night, if you're doing that to such an extent that your happiness is hinging upon it, these short-term bursts, well, then you're going to end up having a life that isn't very virtuous. And you're going to end up feeling unfulfilled. There's nothing left at the end of the day for you to look at. Once the screen turns off, it's all gone. Same as the video game. That character evaporates into thin air. Gone forever. You may go back into that virtual world and feel like a hero to get that hedonic shot of happiness. That modern version of our soma, like they described in Aldous Huxley's work Brave New World. But, like I said, it's not as fulfilling as this long-term eudaimonia. So, find something that you will be proud of when you complete. Something long-term, a goal to work towards, something to strive for. Go to the gym, write a book, learn a musical instrument, go and travel. Look back on things in 10 years' time. Think of your grandchildren asking you, "What are you doing back when you were my age?" Don't tell them that you were sitting on the couch, eating pizza, watching TV. Now anyway, that little rant is over. And back to Aristotle. It's a relevant rant. A short detour. So in terms of Aristotle, he believed that developing virtuous and a potentially joyful character begins with this fortunate exposure to external influences. Now that's such as teachers and life experiences, and all of this comes together to shape a person's habits. This is followed by this conscious choice to engage in morally commendable actions. For individuals of exceptional character, it is this lifestyle that leads to the mutual cultivation of practical wisdom, which in Greek is phronesis, and also intellectual insight, which is also nous, culminating in the highest form of human excellence, this great eudaimonia, and the wisdom of a skilled theoretical thinker, or indeed a philosopher. Now, onto the work of politics, because of course the Greeks, well, you can't have ancient Greece without the politics, can't you? Aristotle extends in this work his exploration of ethics into the realm of the polis, the city. You'll know that a lot of Greek cities end with the word polis. Well, that just means city. It's a suffix on the end. Think about necropolis, the city of the dead, this sort of thing. Acropolis, those places. Now, Aristotle views the city as a natural and organic community, which is greater in significance than the family, and the family as more important than the individual, asserting that, in his words, the whole must inevitably, rather, come before the part. He famously stated that man is by nature a political animal, and he argued that humanity's unique capacity for rationality distinguishes it from other species. So, he conceptualizes politics as a living organism with interdependent parts that cannot exist on their own, offering this holistic understanding of this city as an entity. He is thus seen as one of the first thinkers to approach the city as a complex, interconnected entity, and do remember that cities in general, they were kind of a new idea, especially back in those days. Most people were, well, in smaller kind of communities, gathering around river mouths and all the rest, or indeed nomads wandering around, depending what part of the world you're in. Of course, you go over to China, and, well, China, India, places like that, cities weren't exactly a new concept. But, well, get back to the point. Now, in a work entitled Protrepticus, there is a fictional persona named Aristotle, and he expresses the following. For we all agree that the most excellent man should rule, the supreme by nature, and that the law rules above and alone is authoritative. But the law is a kind of intelligence, i.e. a discourse based on intelligence. And again, what standard do we have? What criterion of good things that is more precise than the intelligent man? For all that this man will choose, if the choice is based on knowledge, are good things and their contraries are bad. And since everybody chooses most of all what conforms to their own proper dispositions, a just man choosing to live justly, a man with bravery to live bravery, likewise a self-controlled man to live with self-control, it is clear that the intelligent man will choose most of all to be intelligent, for this is the function of that capacity. Hence it is evident that according to the most authoritative judgment, intelligence is supreme among goods. Of course, Aristotle also, as a pupil of Plato, expressed this strong criticism towards democracy. That's right. It wasn't popular among everybody. Of course, that is the nature of democracy. People get to choose. The problem is when they choose something other than democracy. Oh, and I will mention too, the democracy of the ancient Greeks is quite different to the democracy that we imagine in our modern sense. So, don't think it's the same thing. It is, perhaps, in essence, but the sum of its parts, well, it just doesn't really add up to a picture that we recognize in a modern sense, especially in terms of how things functioned in ancient Greece. Well, drawing inspiration from Plato's statesmen, Aristotle constructed a comprehensive system that aimed to combine different types of power in what he referred to as a mixed state. And he talks about this in Book 4 of Politics. I'll quickly just read that. And he quotes from the book, "It is constitutional to take from oligarchy that officers are to be elected, and from democracy that this is not to be on property qualification. This, then, is the mode of the mixture. And the mark of a good mixture of democracy and oligarchy is when it is possible to speak of the same constitution as democracy and as an oligarchy." End of the passage from Politics. Of course, with politics comes money, and Aristotle made significant contributions of his own to economic thinking, which were particularly influential when they were dredged up in the Middle Ages. Now he explored the concepts of the city, property, and trade, offering insights that foreshadowed later advocates of private property. In fact, he argued that while communal arrangements might seem beneficial, and private property is often blamed for social conflict, these issues actually stem from human nature in general, rather than the institution of private property itself. Aristotle also provided an early explanation of the origin of money, asserting that it emerged from the interdependence of individuals who needed to trade goods simply to survive. As people began to rely on each other for importing necessities and exporting surpluses, they simply agreed to use commodities that had inherent value. Think about it. Things that everybody needs, iron, silver, things like this, being used as a medium for exchange, as pure convenience. Now, Aristotle's views on commerce and usury, that is, lending money at interest, had a significant impact on the economic thoughts of later medieval times. In fact, Aristotle criticized retail trade, believing that it prioritized profit over the natural use of goods, which he considered a deviation from normal economic activity. He also condemned earning profit through interest, viewing it as unnatural because it involves making money from money itself rather than from its use. Of course, Aristotle's understanding of money was really quite remarkable for his time. He argued that money is necessary as a universal measure to compare the value of different goods, thus facilitating trade, and that it also serves as a means for future exchange, acting as a form of security that allows people to acquire what they need later, even if they don't need it immediately. Now, in the work Rhetoric, Aristotle identifies three fundamental types of arguments a speaker can use to persuade an audience. Now, the first one is ethos, which is an appeal to the speaker's character, followed by pathos, appeal to the audience's emotions, and logos, the appeal to logical reasoning. He also categorizes rhetoric into three genres, that is, epidictic, the ceremonial speeches that praise or condemn, forensic, judicial speeches concerning guilt or innocence, and deliberative, speeches aimed at persuading an audience to make a decision on a specific issue. He further divides rhetorical proofs into two types, which is enthymeme, based on syllogistic reasoning, and paradeima, based on the use of examples. These classifications and analysis laid the foundation for the study of rhetoric, influencing both ancient and modern discourse, especially in medieval times. That was the main subject. Of course, people don't really get taught how to speak properly anymore, and we're suffering for it. You ever watch movies from the 1940s and 50s, to a lesser extent the 60s, but you hear how people talk, how they communicate with one another. Things just aren't the same anymore, aren't they? Well, in his Poetics, Aristotle argues that various art forms, it includes epic poetry, tragedy, comedy, Painting, sculpture, music, dance, well, they're all forms of mimesis, or imitation. That is, of course, where we get our word mime from, in that French sense, where they imitate different things. No doubt you know what a mime is. Now, each art form differs in its medium, object, and technique of imitation. The term mimesis describes both the characteristic of a work of art and the outcome of the artist's intent. Aristotle emphasizes that the audience's recognition of mimesis is crucial for understanding the artwork itself, both the form and the substance. He suggests that the process is a natural human inclination, this mimesis, that sets people apart from animals, and that all artistic endeavors reflect the structure of the natural world. Now, onto poetics. That is thought to have originally consisted of two books, one on comedy and the other on tragedy. But unfortunately, at least as of 2024, only the section on tragedy has survived. That doesn't mean we're not going to find it later on, that section on comedy. Who knows? We can't write it off. Now, Aristotle, in the surviving sections, identified 6 essential elements of tragedy. That is, plot structure, character, style, thought, spectacle, and lyric poetry. He argued that in tragedy, characters serve to advance the plot, which is of course the central focus of everything, and that tragedy imitates events that evoke pity and fear, with the goal of purging or purifying these emotions, a process known as catharsis, drawing them up and exposing them to the light. Now, Aristotle concludes the surviving works of poetics with a discussion of whether epic or tragic mimesis is superior, and he suggests that tragedy, which contains all the elements of an epic but also includes features like spectacle and music, is in fact more unified and achieves its mimetic purpose within a shorter time frame, making it potentially, in his opinions, superior to epic poetry. Aristotle also showed a keen interest in collecting riddles, folklore, and proverbs systematically. He and his school were particularly fascinated by the riddles of the Delphic oracle, and had a grand old time studying Aesop's fables rather extensively. Now, here's another thing. Aristotle also held the argument that men were inherently superior to women, just by virtue of being men. And he stated in one of his works, the male is naturally superior, and the female inferior. The male is the ruler, the female is the subject. Of course, a lot of people are not too happy about hearing this sort of thing. But we can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Just because somebody has one bad opinion, or, indeed, only the bad opinions are bad because you disagree with them, you can't just throw everything out that they say. So this isn't some kind of, I don't know, hashtag cancel Aristotle sort of thing, but it's something that we do have to mention. Now, it's a viewpoint that has drawn significant criticism from, well, modern metaphysicians who accuse Aristotle of misogyny and sexism, but I don't think we're really going to go down that route. And either way, despite all these views, Aristotle did acknowledge the importance of women's pleasure, equating it of that to men, and in his rhetoric he stated that factors contributing to happiness should be present in both genders. Additionally, just like other Greek philosophers, such as Plato and Xenophon, Aristotle opposed homosexuality, believing it could lead to moral corruption, as it was contrary to the natural order of things. Well, of course, Aristotle's achievements in general include founding formal logic, pioneering the study of zoology, and significantly contributing to the development of the scientific method, a foundation for all subsequent scientists and philosophers. It's been suggested that Aristotle's establishment of two distinct fields of study indeed were a singular accomplishment, with his influence extending across various domains, such as Western ethical and political philosophy, theology, rhetoric, and literary analysis. Any examination of contemporary reality inevitably contains some elements from Aristotelian philosophies, including its profound intellectual influence. Now, that is not to say that we owe absolutely everything to Aristotelian thought, but we certainly owe quite a lot to it. And perhaps things might have looked a little bit different if not for his contributions. Now, speaking of contributions, and as we get to the end of the video, wow, what a segue! I would like to read off the contributions of my top-tier supporters, that is on the Patreon and the YouTube memberships. So there's Dark, Kerry, Kimberly, Ember, Ben, Britt, Charles, Aaron, James, Jeffrey, Melissa, Scott, Stark Factory, and Wendy. Thank you very much. And if you would like to become a supporter, well, you know what to do. I don't have to spell it out for you. Themistocles, born around 524 BC in Athens, a legend of ancient Greek history. As a visionary leader, he was instrumental in the expansion of the Athenian navy, recognizing earlier on the critical role that naval power would play in repelling the Persian invaders. His masterstroke at the Battle of Salamis, where he cleverly trapped and decimated the Persian fleet, marked a turning point in the Greco-Persian Wars, securing Greek independence and demonstrating the effectiveness of Athenian sea power. Thus, his legacy as a defender of Greece and a master strategist endures to this day, inviting further exploration of this complex life and the dramatic era in which he lived. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, pleasure to meet you. And if you're coming back, well, it's good to see you again. And let's have another adventure tonight, back into the past. The best way to support the channel is just to enjoy it. But if you want to do 2 clicks for me, the like and subscribe boosts me up in the algorithm, and further to that, there's a few links in the description, if you're so inclined. But for now, let's all get nice and relaxed, and we can begin our journey into the life of Themistocles. Themistocles, an influential Athenian statesman and naval strategist, born around 524 BC in the Dem of Phreariae in Attica. He was reportedly the son of Neocles, a man from the Leontian tribe, who, according to Plutarch, was not particularly distinguished in Athens. The identity of his mother, well, that's a bit less certain. We do know that her name was either Euterpe or Abrotonum, and she hailed from either Halicarnassus, Thrace, or perhaps Acarnania. This mixed heritage marks Themistocles as somewhat of an outsider in Athenian society, and, as you will come to see, this was a stigma that he faced and had to deal with from early on. Now, the family resided in Kynosarges, a district of Athens known for its immigrant population, and located outside of the city walls. Themistocles, from a young age, showed a keen understanding of social barriers, cleverly inviting aristocratic youths to train with him at Kynosarges, thereby blurring the lines between citizens and foreigners, a line that was drawn quite harshly in those days. While his childhood was reportedly tumultuous as well, with some sources claiming his behavior led to disownment by his father, which I will mention is a claim that Plutarch disputes. Instead, Plutarch portrays Themistocles as intensely ambitious, driven even in his youth by aspirations of public service. His teacher once prophesied that Themistocles would be no ordinary man, but rather he would become someone significant, for better or perhaps worse. Well, Themistocles was married to Archippe, daughter of Lysander of Alipeke, and they had 3 sons together, Archeptolis, Polyeuctus, and Cleophantus, with the latter known for his horsemanship, but not equaling his father in valor or virtue. Themistocles also had 2 other sons, Neocles and Diocles, but the former died young from a horse bite, and the latter was adopted by his maternal grandfather. Themistocles' daughters were notably connected through advantageous marriages. Nesiptolema married her half-brother, Archeptolis, and served as a priestess of Cybele. His daughter Italia married Pantheodes of Chios, and Sybaris was wed to Nicomedes the Athenian. After Themistocles' death, another daughter, Nicomache, was married to his nephew, Thrasicles, who also assumed responsibility for Asia, Themistocles' youngest child. Now, the world that he was born into was certainly a turbulent one, especially in Athens, following the death of the tyrant Pisistratos in 527 BC, who was succeeded by his sons Hipparchus and Hippias. Hipparchus's assassination in 514 led Hippias to become increasingly paranoid and reliant on mercenaries. Cleisthenes, a prominent member of the exiled Alcmaeonid family, sought to overthrow Hippias and orchestrated a Spartan attack on Athens in 510 that successfully removed Hippias from power. However, the Athenian nobility initially rejected Cleisthenes' leadership, choosing Isagoras as archon with Spartan backing. Cleisthenes, aiming to avoid Athenian subservience to Sparta, proposed a democratic system that shifted power to the Athenian people. This proposal led to the ousting of Isagoras and defense against another Spartan assault, solidifying Cleisthenes' political reforms. The establishment of democracy in Athens created significant opportunities for individuals like Themistocles, who had previously been marginalized from political power. You see, this new system was more of a meritocracy. It valued skills such as negotiation, public visibility, and networking, and all of these were areas in which Themistocles rather excelled in. Thus he strategically relocated to Ceramicus, a less affluent area of Athens, which enhanced his image as a man of the people, and facilitating his engagement with the ordinary citizenry, who were the new power brokers of the democracy. He actively sought the support of these citizens, marking a pivotal point of visiting local taverns, markets, and docks, places traditionally overlooked by politicians, to engage directly with voters and remember their names and their problems, building a base of support among those not traditionally courted by political leaders. While focusing on this new demographic, Themistocles also maintained relations with the Athenian nobility to ensure he did not alienate this influential group. Additionally, Themistocles was the first in Athens to practice law as a preparation for public life, employing his skills as an attorney and arbitrator to serve the common people, further boosting his popularity and support base. At around 30 years old, in 494 BC, Themistocles became eligible for the archonship, the highest office in the Athenian government. Riding on his widespread popularity, he was quickly elected as Archon Eponymous in 493 BC. During his tenure, Themistocles initiated a shift in Athenian military strategy by enhancing its naval power. He spearheaded the development of a new port at Piraeus, replacing the older facilities at Phalerum. The choice of Piraeus was a strategic one. Though further away from Athens, it offered 3 natural harbors and was much more easily defensible. Themistocles' focus on naval power was crucial, anticipating the increasing importance of maritime strength in the 5th century BC. This move not only prepared Athens for future conflicts, but also aligned with his personal political strategy. By bolstering naval capabilities, Themistocles required the mobilization of common citizens, or thetes as they were known, as rowers, thus increasing their political leverage and, by extension, his own influence, since these were the very constituents that had helped him rise to power. After the Battle of Marathon around 489, Miltiades, the Athenian hero of the battle, suffered a serious injury during a failed attempt to capture Paros. While he was incapacitated, the influential Alcmaeonid family capitalized on his vulnerability and orchestrated his prosecution. Miltiades was fined heavily for allegedly deceiving the Athenian people and died shortly afterwards due to his injuries. This incident prompted the Athenians to employ the practice of ostracism for the very first time, an aspect of Cleisthenes' democratic reforms that had not yet been used. Citizens wrote the name of a politician they wished to exile on a pottery shard, aiming to curb the power struggles among the Athens' noble families. The result was the exile of leaders from prominent families, including the Alcmaeonids. Now Themistocles, with strong support from the poorer citizens, emerged as a leading figure in Athens after Miltiades' death. During this time, Themistocles' main political rival was Aristides, known for his virtue and integrity, and dubbed with the epithet the Just. The rivalry between them intensified, partly fueled by personal competition for affections within their shared social circles. Amidst growing concerns over another Persian invasion, Themistocles advocated for the expansion of Athens' naval power, foreseeing the need for a capable fleet to counter the Persians. This was opposed by Aristides, who represented the interests of the hoplite class, the Zeugites. Now in 483 BC, the discovery of a substantial silver vein in the Athenian mines at Laurium presented an opportunity. Themistocles proposed using this silver to build 200 triremes to strengthen Athens' naval force, contrasting with Aristides' proposal to distribute the wealth among Athenians, which was no doubt less prudent, but probably a lot more popular. Well, Themistocles framed his proposal around the immediate threat from Aegina, with whom Athens was currently at war, rather than the distant Persian threat, but he certainly saw that coming. In the end, his plan was adopted, albeit with a reduction to 100 triremes. This disagreement heightened tensions between the supporters of Themistocles and Aristides, culminating in the ostracism of Aristides in 482. This effectively endorsed Themistocles' naval policies. Later, as the threat from Persia became more imminent, the Athenians, realizing the gravity of the situation, approved the construction of even more ships than initially planned by Themistocles, once again solidifying his position in Athens' leading politician as the Persian invasion approached. In 481 BC, a congress of about 30 Greek city-states assembled, aligning under the leadership of Athens and Sparta to confront the anticipated Persian invasion. While the Spartans took charge of the land forces, the command of the naval forces, critical due to Athens' significant naval capacity, became a contentious issue. Themistocles sought command for Athens, but faced opposition from other naval powers like Corinth and Aegina. Ultimately, a compromise was reached, appointing Spartan Eurybiades as the nominal commander, though Themistocles effectively led the fleet in all practical manner. The initial Greek strategy involved assembling 10,000 hoplites at the Vale of Tempe in Thessaly under Spartan Euenetus and Themistocles, aiming to block Xerxes' advance. Xerxes was the commander of the Persians, the king, rather. However, they withdrew after Alexander I of Macedon advised that the Persian army could bypass the Vale, and, well, was significantly larger than anticipated. The news of Xerxes crossing the Hellespont prompted another strategic shift. Themistocles then devised a plan to block the narrow pass of Thermopylae on land, and to have the Athenian and allied navies block the Straits of Artemisium at sea, to prevent the Persians from circumventing the Thermopylae pass. Convincing Athens required Themistocles to argue for a total naval commitment, implying the evacuation of Athens itself. It's a pretty hard sell. Well, he successfully persuaded the Athenians to mobilize every able man for the fleet, which necessitated evacuating Athenian women and children to Troezen for safety. This decision reflected Themistocles' exceptional oratory and strategic foresight, as he not only navigated the complexities of Athenian politics, and broader Greek politics at that, but he also set a course for the Athenian military and civil action. Not many people would have been able to talk them into it. But once again, Themistocles is just so special, isn't he? Well, his ability to secure Athenian commitment to the war effort reassured the other Greek allies, leading to the acceptance of his strategic proposals at a subsequent meeting. This unified front was crucial for the Greek defense against the Persian invasion. They either all stood together, or they were all wiped out. In August of 480, as the Persian forces advanced towards Thessaly, the Greek allies strategically positioned their naval fleet at Artemisium and their army at Thermopylae. Themistocles led the Athenian segment of the fleet to Artemisium, preparing to confront the Persian naval force. Despite delays in the Persian advance, Eurybiades, the official commander of the allied fleet and less assertive leader, considered retreating. Themistocles, having received a significant bribe from locals to keep the fleet stationed at Artemisium, used a part of the bribe to persuade Eurybiades to engage in battle, while keeping the remainder for himself. Under the practical leadership of Themistocles, the allied fleet managed to hold its ground over 3 days of intense fighting, albeit against a numerically superior Persian fleet, but they did incur heavy losses. The defeat of the allied forces at Thermopylae, however, rendered their position at Artemisium untenable, leading to a strategic withdrawal. Amidst these tactical maneuvers, Themistocles employed psychological warfare. He strategically left messengers at potential Persian watering spots to encourage Ionian mercenaries within the Persian fleet, who understood the Persian language, to either defect or simply underperform. Well, his goal was to create mistrust within the Persian ranks, potentially weakening their resolve and effectiveness. Following the defeat at Thermopylae, Boeotia was overrun by Persian forces, who then set their sights on Athens. As the Persians advanced, the Peloponnesian allies prepared defensive positions at the Isthmus of Corinth, effectively conceding Athens. The allied fleet, withdrawing from Artemisium, regrouped at Salamis to facilitate the final evacuation of Athenian citizens, although the Peloponnesian naval forces preferred to join the army at the Isthmus for a more consolidated defense. Themistocles, drawing from his experiences at Artemisium, argued for the strategic advantages of engaging in combat within the confined waters of the Salamis Strait. He emphatically proposed that if the allies did not agree to make the stand at Salamis, he would lead the Athenians to establish a new colony in Sicily. Well, eventually convinced by Themistocles' resolve and recognizing their dependence on Athenian naval strength, the allies agreed to stay and confront the Persian navy at Salamis. In a strategic move to provoke this critical naval engagement, Themistocles employed deception. Aware of Xerxes' eagerness to conclude his Greek campaign with a decisive victory, Themistocles sent his servant, Sicinus, to falsely inform Xerxes that the Athenians favored a Persian victory, and that the Greek coalition was fracturing, running scared, with the Peloponnesians intending to flee that very evening. Themistocles suggested that by simply blocking the straits, the Persians could have a secure and easy victory in the bag before dinner time, no problem. This misinformation not only aimed to coax the Persian navy into the straits, but also served as a contingency to curry favor with Xerxes, in case the Greeks were actually defeated. Well, Xerxes was pretty happy to get this information. Motivated by the prospect of a swift victory, he ordered his fleet to promptly block the Straits of Salamis. The Persian navy, anticipating pretty much minimal resistance, sailed straight into the trap set by Themistocles. Contrary to Persian expectations, they were met by a fully prepared and unified allied fleet, ready to defend their territory in what would become a very bad day for the Persians. Now Herodotus recounts that during the maneuvers of the Persian fleet, Aristides, recently returned from exile upon Themistocles' insistence to unite all Athenians against the Persians, arrived from Aegina at the allied camp. He informed Themistocles that the Persian navy had effectively encircled the allies, a development that confirmed Themistocles' tactical setup was indeed in place, trapping the Persians exactly as he planned. The allied commanders, seemingly unaware of Themistocles' strategy, received the news without protest, suggesting they might have been complicit in the ruse from the start. As the battle approached, Themistocles rallied his marines with a speech before they set sail. The battle that ensued saw the Persian navy, larger but confined by the narrow straits, thrown into complete disarray. The disorganization played to the Athenians' advantage, enabling them and their allies to secure a pivotal victory. And thus, the Battle of Salamis marked a crucial turning point in the Second Persian invasion and the Greco-Persian Wars at last. But, although it didn't end the Persian threat, it certainly prevented the conquest of all Greece, and set the stage for the Allies to take the offensive the following year. The significance of Salamis extends beyond its immediate military outcomes, as it is often considered one of the most important battles in history, influencing the survival and subsequent flourishing of Greek culture and political ideals. Themistocles' foresight in bolstering Athenian naval power and his strategic skill at Salamis were instrumental in this outcome, with Plutarch later remarking that Themistocles played the most crucial role in the salvation of Greece. After their victory, the immediate threat to Greece was mitigated, at least for now, leading Xerxes to return to Asia with a portion of his forces. But he left his general, Mardonius, in charge to continue attempts at conquering Greece. Thus Mardonius spent the winter in Boeotia and Thessaly, which allowed the Athenians to return to their city, although it had been completely devastated by the Persians. The winter proved challenging for Themistocles and the Athenians, as the Peloponnesian allies were reluctant to march north of the isthmus to engage the Persian army, despite Athenian appeals. During a celebratory meeting in Corinth, where the allies awarded achievements, Aegina was given the prize for civic achievement, much to the chagrin of the Athenians, who felt that their pivotal role at Salamis was being a little bit underappreciated. Can't blame them, to be honest. They should have at least got something. Well, the admirals each voted themselves for individual achievement, of course, resulting in a tie where nobody won. Funny how that works. Well, to appease Themistocles, and acknowledged the importance of the Athenian fleet, the Spartans invited him to Sparta, where he received a special accolade for his strategic brilliance, and was overall praised by everyone. Plutarch notes that at the following Olympic Games, Themistocles was the center of attention, overshadowing the athletic contests themselves, indicating the high regard in which he was held for his service to Greece. Back in Athens, Themistocles proposed a controversial strategy to maintain Athenian dominance. He suggested to the Athenian assembly that he had a plan beneficial to the city, but couldn't really disclose it publicly. Sounds pretty interesting, doesn't it? Well, Aristides was chosen to hear and judge the plan in private. Themistocles revealed his intention to destroy the naval stations of their Greek allies to ensure Athenian supremacy. Aristides reported back that while the strategy was advantageous, it was, well, really not cool. Well, upon hearing this, the Athenian people were not impressed, and they instructed Themistocles to abandon his plan, demonstrating their preference for fairness and honor over mere strategic gain. What's that saying? You either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Well, despite Themistocles' crucial role in Greek victories, his prominence eventually led to envy and fatigue among his fellow citizens, a common consequence for leaders in Athenian democracy. By early 479, he was relieved of his military command. Xanthippus took over the Athenian fleet, and Aristides led the land forces. As for Themistocles, he remained politically and militarily involved, but only to a certain extent. Ancient sources don't really detail his actions in 479, and if there were anything of note, then they certainly would have detailed them. Well, during the summer of that year, after Athens issued an ultimatum, the Peloponnesian forces finally decided to confront Mardonius, who had once again seized Athens in June. The decisive Battle of Plataea followed, where the Allied forces effectively destroyed the Persian army. On the same day, the Allied navy achieved victory over the remaining Persian fleet at the Battle of Mycale. These simultaneous victories marked the end of the Persian threat to Greece and solidified the Allied triumph in the Greco-Persian Wars. Despite initial unpopularity in 479, Themistocles soon regained favor among the Athenians, enjoying a lengthy period of popularity thereafter. After the Persian invasion and subsequent devastation of Athens, Themistocles led the reconstruction efforts, starting in the autumn of 479. He focused quickly on restoring Athens' fortifications, a move that faced opposition from Sparta. They argued that fortified cities north of the Isthmus could serve as potential strongholds for Persians. To counter this, Themistocles cleverly delayed Spartan emissaries sent to inspect the construction, ensuring the fortifications were completed by the time they got there. Well, Themistocles then traveled to Sparta as an ambassador to address their concerns, falsely assuring them that they didn't construct any fortifications at all, knowing perfectly well that they did. By the time the Spartan inspectors realized the truth, it was all too late. The incident resulted in the temporary detention of Spartan ambassadors in Athens and allowed Themistocles to safeguard the city from potential Spartan interference. This episode, however, sowed the seeds of mistrust towards Themistocles among the Spartans. Now, returning to his naval policies, Themistocles expanded and fortified the Piraeus port, binding Athens more closely to its naval capabilities. His efforts aimed to establish Athens as the leading naval power in the region, a goal further realized by the formation of the Delian League in 478. This alliance brought together Aegean islands and Ionia under Athenian leadership, once more cementing its naval supremacy. Themistocles also implemented economic policies to boost Athens' commercial appeal, including tax incentives for merchants and artisans, which transformed Athens into a major trade hub. Additionally, he advocated for the construction of 20 triremes annually to maintain overall naval superiority, although he once proposed the controversial idea of destroying the Allied Navy's beached ships to achieve unchallenged control over the seas. This was vetoed by Aristides and other Athenian leaders. Now, towards the late 470s, Themistocles found himself increasingly alienated in Athens due to a mix of jealousy and his own arrogance. He faced opposition from various fronts. The poet Timochrion of Rhodes openly criticized him through vitriolic verses, and the Spartans worked against him by supporting Cimon, a rising political figure and son of Miltiades, as his competitor. The Spartans also tried to implicate Themistocles in the treason of the Spartan general Pausanias, although he was acquitted of these charges. In Athens, his decision to build a sanctuary of Artemis, with the epithet Aristobule, of good counsel, close to his home, was seen as self-aggrandizing, linking him too closely to Greece's salvation from the Persian invasion, which further diminished his standing. Eventually, this culmination of factors led to his ostracism around 472 or 71, an act meant to quell the envy and mitigate the power of prominent individuals, without explicitly implying any official misconduct. Exiled to Argos, Themistocles soon faced renewed challenges from the Spartans, who attempted to link him with the treason of Pausanias. They advocated for his trial by Congress of the Greeks rather than Athens, though it appears he was eventually called back to Athens for trial. Well, Themistocles wasn't going to walk up onto the gallows himself. Anticipating a grim outcome, he fled to Corfu, and then sought refuge with Admetus, the king of Molosia. His flight likely reinforced the suspicions of his guilt, and he was subsequently declared a traitor in Athens, with orders for all of his property to be immediately confiscated. Despite the efforts of Spartan ambassadors to persuade King Admetus to surrender Themistocles by threatening war against Molosia, Admetus allowed him to escape, and even provided him with a considerable sum of gold. Themistocles then left Greece, marking the end of his political life. Both Diodorus and Plutarch later asserted that the charges against Themistocles were in fact fabricated, intended solely to bring about his downfall. From Molosia, Themistocles made his way to Pydna and boarded a ship bound for Asia Minor. Unfortunately, a storm diverted the ship to Naxos, which was under the siege of the Athenian fleet. To avoid arrest, Themistocles disclosed his identity to the ship's captain, threatening to claim that he had been bribed to transport him if he was not brought to safety. Thucydides reports that the ship eventually landed safely in Ephesus, allowing Themistocles to disembark. Alternatively, Plutarch records the ship docking at Cyme in Aeolia, and Diodorus suggests that Themistocles reached Asia through other means. Following his arrival, Themistocles stayed with an acquaintance familiar with the Persian king Artaxerxes I. Due to the bounty on his head, this friend hid Themistocles in a covered wagon used for transporting the king's concubines to ensure his safe passage to the Persian court. The historical accounts converge on his approach to Artaxerxes, albeit differing in details. Thucydides describes a letter, while Plutarch and Diodorus depict a direct meeting. Themistocles introduced himself with a candid acknowledgement of his past actions, and reportedly, this is what he said. "I, Themistocles, have come to you, who did your house more harm than any of the Hellenics, when I was compelled to defend myself against your father's invasion, harm, however, far surpassed by the good that I did him during his retreat, which brought no danger for me, but much for him." After securing a year's grace to master the Persian language and customs, Themistocles was ready to serve King Artaxerxes. His ability to swiftly adapt and excel in foreign courts impressed the king greatly. Artaxerxes, delighted to have a formidable former adversary as his ally, granted Themistocles high honors and responsibilities that were unprecedented for a foreigner. Themistocles not only participated in royal hunts and household activities, but also significantly influenced Persian policies towards Greece. Meanwhile, the family of Themistocles, having been safely extracted from Athens, joined him in exile, bringing a semblance of home to his foreign surroundings. They, along with many of his possessions sent by friends, helped ease this transition. Despite a significant portion of his wealth being confiscated by the Athenians, Themistocles lived quite comfortably, thanks to the revenues from the several cities he governed. Magnesia provided a substantial income, while other cities like Myus and Lampsacus supplied his table and home. Themistocles, by the way, wasn't the only Greek to find refuge and favor in the Achaemenid Empire. Others, like Hippias and Demaratus, also sought sanctuary there, and often receiving generous land grants and governance roles over various cities in Asia Minor. This practice mirrored the reciprocal hospitality extended to Achaemenid satraps in western courts. This cross-cultural exchange of elites shows the interconnectedness of the ancient Mediterranean and Near Eastern political landscapes. Now, coins, the old numismatics, as we say, that is the study of coins, are the only contemporary artifacts from Themistocles' era, with the first ruler of portraiture appearing on coinage in the 5th century BC. As the Achaemenid governor of Magnesia, around 465 to 459, Themistocles might have been the first to feature his own likeness on coins, merging Greek individual portraiture traditions was the dynastic authority typical to Achaemenid rulers. However, there is speculation that some coins attributed to him might instead depict Zeus. Well, Themistocles also erected 2 statues of himself, one in Athens and another in Magnesia, supporting the notion that he utilized personal imagery on his coins. And interestingly, a statue of Themistocles from Magnesia appeared on the reverse side of coins from the Roman era, specifically under Emperor Antoninus Pius in the 2nd century AD. The tradition of depicting rulers on coins was later notably advanced by the rulers at Lycia at the end of the 5th century BC, and was popularized on a broad scale by Alexander the Great, eventually becoming a standard feature of coinage. Themistocles passed away in 495 BC in Magnesia at the age of 65 from what Thucydides describes as natural causes. But of course, rumors circulated that he took his own life rather than obey an order from the Persian king to wage war against Athens, either by drinking bull's blood or taking poison. And we actually have an account from Plutarch, which sort of tells of his version of events. And I'll read the full passage from Plutarch now. But when Egypt revolted with Athenian aid, and Simon's mastery of the sea forced the king to resist the efforts of the Hellenes and to hinder their hostile growth, messengers came down to Themistocles, saying that the king commanded him to make good on his promises by applying himself to the Hellenic problem. Then, neither embittered by anything like anger against his former fellow citizens, nor lifted up by the great honor and power he was to have in the war, but possibly thinking his task was not even approachable, both because Hellas had other great generals at the time, and especially because Simon was so marvelously successful in his campaigns. Yet most of all, out of all regard for the reputation of his own achievements and the trophies of those early days, having decided that his best course was to put a fitting end to his own life, he made a sacrifice to the gods, then called his friends together, gave them a farewell clasp of his hand, and, as the current story goes, drank bull's blood, or as some say, took a quick poison, and so he died in Magnesia in the 65th year of his life. They say that the king, on learning the cause and manner of his death, admired the man yet more, and continued to treat his friends and kindred with the utmost kindness. End of the passage from Plutarch. Now, following his death, it was rumored that Themistocles' bones were secretly returned to Attica for burial, fulfilling his last wish, as it was against the law to bury a traitor in Athenian soil. In Magnesia, a magnificent tomb was erected in his honor in the marketplace, which stood into Plutarch's time, and the city dedicated part of its income to his descendants. Nepos, writing in the 1st century BC, noted a statue of Themistocles in the Forum of Magnesia, and this statue is depicted on a coin type minted under Roman Emperor Antoninus Pius in the 2nd century AD. Themistocles was known for his immense ambition, often described as surpassing all others in his drive for power, and he exhibited traits of vanity and a strong desire for recognition. He had a complex relationship with power, combining genuine concern for Athens with actions that often seemed self-serving, to say the least. He was also noted for accepting bribes, indicating a certain level of corruption, at least by today's standards. But I suppose we can't hold him by our modern sensibilities now, can't we? Of course, despite all of the negative traits, he was also recognized for his natural brilliance and leadership. He had an extraordinary ability to respond to crises with swift judgment and to foresee distant possibilities, often without prior experience in those matters. His capacity to handle emergencies with intuitive acumen was particularly praised. Herodotus recounts an episode highlighting Themistocles' sharp wit in dealing with criticism about his fame being due only to his Athenian origin. When Timodemus of Aphidnae, his persistent critic, suggested that his honors were due to his city and not his own merit, Themistocles retorted that if he were from the insignificant town of Belbina, he would not have received such honors, nor would Timodemus have been honored for being from Athens. This response, of course, turns the argument around a little bit, emphasizing that indeed the achievements were notable. Plato also offers a similar anecdote, where Themistocles responds to a heckler from the small island of Seriphus by saying that while it is true he wouldn't have been famous if from Seriphus, the heckler would not have been notable either, even if he was from Athens. They not only illustrate Themistocles' intelligence, but also his sociable nature and the loyalty he inspired from his friends. His blend of virtues and vices made him a highly effective and ultimately a very memorable figure in Greek history. Well, thank you very much. I'm sure, at least I hope, that you, as a die-hard loyal fan of ASMR Historian, you would have watched that video on the Battle of Salamis. Of course, Themistocles was the man of the hour, but there's so much more to him than just that part of history. So, while we did talk about the Battle of Salamis and Themistocles rather, his involvement within that page in history, I thought that it was best that I do a full biography on Themistocles. Wow, my goodness. 50 minutes in and I'm losing my mind. I do apologize. I thought that it was better to do a full biography on Themistocles, because frankly, he deserves it. The Battle of Salamis, fought in 480 BC, a grand naval confrontation between the Greek city-states and the Persian Empire. It occurred in the straits between the mainland and Salamis, an island near Athens. The Greek fleet, who were significantly outnumbered, was commanded by the great Themistocles, who devised a cunning plan to lure the larger Persian fleet into the narrow straits, where their numbers would be less of an advantage, eerily reminiscent of the recently fought Battle of Thermopylae. Themistocles sent a servant to Xerxes I, the Persian king, who falsely claimed that the Greeks were in panic and disarray, planning to flee. Xerxes took the bait and ordered his fleet into the straits, where they soon found themselves cramped and unable to maneuver effectively. It was then when the Greek ships, smaller and more agile, were able to attack with greater efficiency, and decimated the Persian fleet. Thus, this victory was among the greatest of ancient times, as it significantly weakened Persian naval power, not to mention morale, contributing to their eventual withdrawal from Greece. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's good to meet you. And if you're coming back for more, then it's great to have you back with me again. As always, if you like to support the channel, this is the best way to do it. You just enjoy the content. It's all good fun. If you want to go further than that, click the like and subscribe button. That helps YouTube know that you want to spread the word and want more people to see my channel. And further than that, just have a look at the video description. And so now, without any further delay, let us get into the topic for today, and that is the great naval battle of Salamis. Now let's go back to the main reasons how we got here in the first place, because we don't end up in a battle of this size without a good background. Well, it all started with something called the Ionian Revolt, spearheaded by one Aristotle, the satrap of Miletus, from 499 to 494 BC, which marked the beginning of significant conflict between the Greek city-states and the nascent Persian Empire, which at that time was not under Xerxes, but under Darius I. Now this revolt, significant for involving regions not yet within the Persian fold, particularly threatened the stability of Darius's empire. Darius, who had solidified his rule by quelling various insurrections, saw the involvement of Athens and Eretria in supporting the revolt as a pretext not only for punishment, but also an excuse to expand his dominion into the Greek mainland, a casus belli for a greater war. Thus, his war goals and ambitions kept piling up. Now, in response, Darius launched a campaign in 492, led by Mardonius, which effectively subdued Thrace and coerced Macedon into becoming a vassal to Persia, demonstrating his new empire's military capabilities, and capabilities of which those who were not already aware of them were certainly about to be. Thus, the first direct Persian assault on Greece came in 490 under generals Datis and Artaphernes, who initially targeted Naxos and then moved against Eretria, which they brutally sacked. The expedition culminated at the Battle of Marathon, and yes, I'm sure you've heard of that one, where the Athenians, despite being vastly outnumbered, secured a stunning victory and forced the Persian forces to retreat. No doubt this left a bitter memory in the mouth of the Persians. And, well, they had to get them back somehow, didn't they? But Darius, he was undeterred, and he began preparations for a more extensive invasion to achieve complete subjugation of Greece. However, his plans were interrupted by a revolt in Egypt in 486, and his subsequent death postponed the planned conquest. Nothing postpones a conquest like being dead. But don't worry, he had a replacement lined up. His son, Xerxes I, who very quickly quashed the Egyptian revolt and resumed preparations for invading Greece, because that was the big prize. Well, Xerxes' plans were admittedly grandiose, including the engineering marvels of bridging the Hellespont and constructing a canal across the isthmus of Mount Athos to avoid treacherous waters that had previously claimed a Persian fleet. And do remember that the Persians, well, if you've seen a map, you don't really learn how to swim. There's not much water, unless you're in the very far north. But generally, the Persians weren't the best swimmers. The Greeks, well, they grew up around water, didn't they? Sailing, navigation, all sorts of naval endeavors. That was their specialty. The Persians were better on land. Well, by 480 BC, these preparations had materialized, enabling Xerxes' vast army to march across the Hellespont on pontoon bridges, poised for a significant confrontation with the Greek states. Now, since that Battle of Marathon in 490, Athens had been anticipating further Persian attempts to subjugate Greece. The Greeks weren't stupid. They knew that this was far from over. They'd won the battle, but the war was about to begin. Well, under the strategic foresight of Themistocles, a prominent Athenian politician, it was resolved in 482 BC that Athens would augment its naval power by constructing a large fleet of triremes. Recognizing the impossibility of combating the Persians alone on both land and sea, Athens saw the necessity of forming an alliance with other Greek city-states. In 481, as Xerxes continued to marshal his forces for an invasion, he sent envoys throughout Greece demanding the symbolic tribute of earth and water, signifying their complete submission. Notably, he excluded Athens and Sparta from these demands, effectively acknowledging their leadership roles against Persian interests. Didn't want to waste the trip. Well, this diplomatic gesture inadvertently rallied support to those two dominant Greek states. That year, representatives from various city-states convened at a congress in Corinth, establishing a pan-Hellenic alliance, which was unprecedented in Greek history. You see, the Greeks never really got along in the beginning. If they weren't fighting somebody else, they were certainly very busy fighting each other. Well, now faced with mutual destruction, they found it to be in everybody's best interests to team up, at least for the time being. Now, this alliance, this pan-Hellenic alliance, was vested with the authority to send for help and coordinate the deployment of troops across member states, a significant step given the prevailing conflicts among them. The alliance had initially decided to fortify the Vale of Tempe on the Thessalian border to halt the Persian advance. However, they soon abandoned this position due to the strategic advisories from Alexander I of Macedon, who indicated that the pass could be circumvented and warned of the formidable size of Xerxes' forces. The retreat was hastened by the arrival of news that Persian forces had crossed the Hellespont and were already in Europe. Well, a revised defense strategy was quickly formed. The Greeks planned to make a stand against the Persians at the narrow pass of Thermopylae, which was ideally suited for their smaller hoplite forces to hold against a larger army. Concurrently, the Greek navy would block the nearby straits of Artemisium to prevent the Persian fleet from flanking the army at Thermopylae. The strategy was put into action as the Persian army approached. Despite their numerical inferiority, the Greeks managed to hold Thermopylae for 3 days. Eventually, however, they were outmaneuvered when Persian troops found a way around the pass through a little mountain trail, not known to too many. But they were betrayed by a little pathetic man called Ephialtes. And here's a fun fact for you. To this very day, the name Ephialtes is synonymous with betrayal and weakness. It's kind of like calling somebody a Judas. You know, Judas Iscariot, betraying Jesus Christ and throwing him to the hands of the Roman adjudicators. But, yeah, in Greece you will not find many people called Ephialtes. Well, of course, the majority of the Greek forces withdrew. But you know the story that the Spartans and the Thespians remained, fighting to their last in a legendary last stand that ensured their enduring fame. Well, back at sea, the Battle of Artemisium, fought concurrently with Thermopylae, initially resulted in a stalemate. However, upon learning of the fall of Thermopylae, the Greek fleet decided to withdraw, recognizing that holding Artemisium was no longer strategically viable. As a contingency, the Peloponnesian states prepared defenses at the Isthmus of Corinth, and the Athenian civilians, foreseeing the potential fall of their city, were evacuated to the Peloponnesian city of Troezen for safety. Now, if you want to know all about the Battle of Thermopylae, I'll probably link a video in the description or the comments, and, well, you can go and watch it. I think I've made 2 Battle of Thermopylae videos right now. They seem to be quite popular. Right, well, back to Salamis. The Allied fleet navigated from Artemisium to Salamis, aiding the final evacuation of Athens. On their journey, Themistocles strategically left inscriptions intended for the Ionian crews in the Persian fleet at various watering holes, urging them to defect to the Greek side. Now, do remember that I said that a lot of the Persians, well, they didn't grow up as formidable sailors. So, what do? Well, the one thing they didn't have was sailing knowledge, but the one thing they did have was lots of money. And everybody has a price. Just ask Ephialtes. And the Greek naval mercenaries they hired to steer the boats for them and give general advice about all this. Seems that there was more than one Ephialtes in Greece in those days. Now, following the battle at Thermopylae, the Persian forces under Xerxes' command proceeded to ravage the cities of Plataea and Thespiae, which had refused to submit, and then advanced to Athens, which of course had been fully evacuated. In response, the Greek allies fortified the Isthmus of Corinth by demolishing the only road through it and constructing a defensive wall, aiming to halt the Persian advance. The efficacy of this strategy hinged on the Allied fleet's ability to block the Persian navy from ferrying troops across the Saronic Gulf to flank the Corinthian Isthmus defenses. During a crucial war council convened post-evacuation, Corinthian commander Edemantus suggested positioning the fleet near the isthmus to enforce this blockade. But contrarily, Themistocles advocated for an offensive strategy, leveraging the close-quarter combat tactics that had been effective at Artemisium, persuading the allies to position their navy near Salamis instead. Determining the exact chronology of the battle is, well, it's a little bit challenging. But don't worry, we have our ever-reliable Herodotus to help us out. That's a joke. He's known for being a little bit unreliable, but let's hear what he has to say anyway. Well, he implies a swift sequence of events following Athens' fall, suggesting that the battle might have occurred shortly after. However, it is plausible that the Persians spent several weeks capturing Athens and reorganizing themselves, which would align with the naval clash closer to late September or maybe early October. During this period, strategic discussions among Persian leaders took place, with advisors like the Queen of Halicarnassus, Artemisia, cautioning against naval engagement in the Straits of Salamis. But, well, perhaps they didn't listen as they should have. The decision to engage at Salamis may have been influenced by perceived disunity within the Greek camp, potentially amplified by Persian intelligence operations or Themistocles' own deceptive tactics. Xerxes, possibly anticipating an easy victory against a fragmented Greek opposition, ordered his fleet to block the southern exit of Salamis. Themistocles seized this moment to deploy a disinformation strategy, sending his trusted servant, Siginos, to mislead Xerxes into believing that the Greeks were in complete panic and that they were about to retreat, basically urging him to attack. If you want to beat the Greeks, you better act right now, and I'll tell you exactly how to do it. Come on, he couldn't fall for that, surely. Well, he did. Spoiler alert. Anticipating a straightforward triumph on the information he got from Siginos, Xerxes positioned himself on Mount Aigaleo to observe what he expected to be a decisive Persian victory. But as night fell, the Greeks, bolstered by the arrival of Aristides, and further convinced of their need to stand and fight the movements of the Persian fleet, prepared for battle. Now, contrary to Persian expectations of a Greek retreat, the Allied fleet was arrayed and ready for battle by dawn. Herodotus documented the strength of the Allied fleet of the Battle of Salamis as 378 triremes, detailing contributions by various city-states. We're not going to go through every single one of them, but just think about that number of 378. However, the total he provides for the individual contingents amounts to only 371, which is very typical of Herodotus. Like I said, he's notoriously reliable. He specifies that while the Aeginetans had additional ships, only their 30 most seaworthy participated at Salamis, suggesting a reserve of 12 back at Aegina. Additionally, 2 ships are noted to have defected from the Persians to the Greeks before the battles of Artemisium and Salamis, potentially raising the count to 373 or maybe 380 if we include the Aeginetan reserve. Now, discrepancies exist in other ancient sources regarding the size of the Greek fleet. Aeschylus, a veteran of Salamis, mentioned 310 Greek triremes. Theseus aligned with this, noting 110 Athenian vessels. Hyperides suggesting a total of 220. Leadership of this fleet was nominally held by the Spartan Eurybiades, due to ejections from the city-states to Athenian command, despite Themistocles' de facto control. Now, Herodotus also records the Persian fleet as initially comprising 1,207 triremes, which is, of course, certainly outnumbering the Greeks. But he does note losses, about a third to storms near Magnesia and Euboea, and 50 to Greek actions at Artemisium, with subsequent reinforcements from Thracian Greeks totaling 120 ships. Despite these losses, he suggests that the Persian fleet remained numerically robust at Salamis. Aeschylus echoes the figure of 1,207 Persian ships at Salamis, while other sources like Diodorus and Lysias offer similar counts of around 1,200 for earlier assemblies. The consistency of that figure of 1,207 in ancient narrative suggests a widely held belief among the Greeks regarding the size of the Persian threat. But some modern historians accept this figure due to its prevalence in contemporary records. Others, noting possible symbolic numerology linked to Homeric epics, argue for a smaller and, frankly, more plausible number of Persian warships actually present at Salamis, estimating between 600 to 800, after accounting for documented reinforcements and losses. Now, in general, the Persian strategy in 480 BC was centered on a rapid and overwhelming invasion to conquer Greece within a single campaign season. They were really hoping that they would just fall like a house of cards. Xerxes' massive force was designed to intimidate and quickly subjugate the Greek states. However, the Greek strategy was focused on defensive tactics, utilizing their smaller numbers, albeit effectively, by holding key narrow locations and prolonging the campaign, which they successfully did at Thermopylae. Well, despite the initial underestimation of Greek resolve, Xerxes soon realized that sustaining his large invasion force was impractical over an extended period. Too many mouths to feed. And his presence at the empire's edge was also strategically risky. Well, the Battle of Thermopylae revealed the futility of frontal assaults against well-defended Greek positions. The Persians recognized that their best chance of a quick victory lay in outflanking the Greeks, necessitating control over the sea to bypass the defenses of the Isthmus of Corinth. Therefore, the key to Persian success became the destruction of the allied navy, which would allow Persian forces to encircle and defeat the Greek land forces and potentially force a Greek surrender within the campaign season. However, it was Queen Artemisia of Caria who advised Xerxes that engaging in a naval battle at Salamis was unnecessary. She argued that by merely maintaining a naval presence, and perhaps pushing further into the Peloponnese, the Persians, could achieve their objectives without the risks of a battle. While the Greeks, on the other hand, unable to sustain a prolonged defense against such odds, would likely disperse to defend their respective cities, every man for himself, or every state for itself. Well, of course, despite this counsel, the desire for a decisive confrontation drove both the Persians and the Greeks to commit to this naval engagement at Salamis. The battle was not strategically necessary for the Persians, who could have continued to apply pressure on land and sea without immediate combat. But it was that allure of a swift and conclusive victory that, well, it was just too good to pass up. The Persian fleet, despite being larger and possessing better sailing ships as noted by Herodotus, faced an unexpected challenge from the newly constructed Athenian triremes. These Athenian ships were part of a fleet expansion initiated by Themistocles in 483 BC, where he urged Athens to put up the investment to build another 200 triremes. Well, despite their crew's relative inexperience, these ships were pivotal for the Greeks in the conflict against Persia. The standard naval tactics of the era included ramming, which was facilitated by the triremes' reinforced bows, and boarding actions by marines, transforming sea engagements into what was effectively extensions of land battles. The Persians, along with their Asiatic Greek allies, were adept at a maneuver called diekpolos, likely involving a swift rowing through the gaps in enemy lines to attack the sides of opposing vessels. Such a tactic, of course, demanded highly skilled crews, suggesting a strategic advantage for the Persians in open sea battles, where their superior seamanship and numerical strength could be fully utilized. Herodotus hints that the Allied ships were heavier and possibly less maneuverable, a characteristic attributed perhaps to bulkier construction, or the substantial weight of armored hoplite marines on board. Each ship carrying fully armored hoplites added significantly to the overall weight, potentially making the Allied ships more stable in the windy conditions of Salamis, but also less likely to perform nimble maneuvers such as the diekpolos. Now, the Persian preference for open sea battles contrasted sharply with the Greek strategic imperative to engage in narrower waters, where the overwhelming numbers of the Persian fleet would be less effective. The Battle of Artemisium showcased the Greeks' efforts to counter the Persian numerical superiority, yet it likely underscored the necessity of an even more restricted battlefield, leading to the choice of the Straits of Salamis as the obvious place for their decisive stand. So, in the context of these tactical considerations, the decision by the Persians to enter the Straits of Salamis pretty much played directly into the Greek hands. Of course, it was all likely influenced by the strategic deception of Themistocles, but hey, all is fair in love and war now. Thus he misled the Persians, confidently sailing into battle, believing that the internal discord within the Greek ranks would have them break at the first sight of trouble, and this prompted the Persian decision to completely block off the straits to cut off any Greek escape. Of course, the Greeks couldn't get out, but neither could the Persians. Thus, it must be said also that the Battle of Salamis remains one of the less clearly documented naval conflicts of antiquity, with details obscured by the chaotic nature of the engagement and the limited perspectives of the ancient historians. The complexity of the battle fought in the narrow straits made it difficult for contemporaries, perhaps excluding Xerxes, to grasp the full scope of the events as they unfolded. But according to historical reconstructions, the Allied Greek fleet was likely arrayed into two rows due to the constricted battlefield. The Athenians held the left wing of this formation, while the right was possibly occupied by the Spartans, though sources like Diodorus suggest it could have been the Megarians and the Aganetians. The deployment of the fleet stretched north to south, anchored possibly from the coast near modern-day St. George's Islet to the southern cape of Salamis. Contrary to Diodorus' assertion of an east-west alignment, it is improbable that the Greeks would position a flank against Persian-occupied territory, indicating a strategic preference to avoid exposing any side directly to the enemy. The Persian fleet's movement on the eve of the battle are also a subject of debate. Herodotus presents a scenario where the Persians entered the straits at dusk, potentially aiming to surprise the Greeks presumed to already be in retreat. However, the logistics of maneuvering such a large fleet in a confined and dark environment casts more than a little bit of doubt on this interpretation. It is thought to be more likely that the Persians positioned themselves to block the strait's southern exit by night and reoriented north-south by the morning, preparing for combat in a more traditional formation. And this formation, according to accounts, consisted of 3 lines, with the Phoenicians on the strategic right flank near Mount Aigaleo, the Ionians on the left, and other Persian contingents in the center. Such an arrangement suggests a calculated approach to engage the Greeks with a formidable array of forces, aiming to exploit their numerical and perhaps tactical superiority. Diodorus's mention of an Egyptian squadron sent to navigate around Salamis to seal off the northern escape route aligns with a comprehensive, strategy of encirclement favored by Xerxes. Though Herodotus does not corroborate this maneuver, the possibility remains a topic of speculation among historians. Additionally, Xerxes' decision to station troops on the islet of Psytalea further illustrates the Persian intent to eliminate any Greek survivors from the battle, indicating a ruthlessly thorough approach to the engagement. Regardless of the exact timing for their entering the straits, the Persians did not initiate their attack on the Greek allies until daylight. The Greeks, contrary to Persian expectations of a retreat, were well prepared and used the night to ready themselves for the confrontation. According to Herodotus, as dawn broke and the Greek fleet was deploying, the Persian forces launched their assault. Aeschylus provides a dramatic account of the moments just before the clash, describing how the Persian forces had heard the Greeks chanting their battle hymn, a poignant call to defend their homelands and their cherished values. Before they even saw the Greek ships, they certainly heard them. As the dawn broke and the Persians prepared to attack, they heard the Greek soldiers singing, "O sons of the Greeks, go, liberate your country, liberate your children, your women, the seats of your fathers' gods, and the tombs of your forebears. Now is the struggle for all things." I'm sure it's a lot more poetic in Greek, but that's mainly the translation that was given by Aeschylus. So, Herodotus adds another controversial episode involving the Corinthians, who, he notes, were said by Athenians to have sailed away from the battle, heading northwards. But this account is disputed by other Greeks and might have been a strategic feint to scout the northern exit of the straits, to mislead the Persians into thinking the Greek alliance was indeed crumbling. If it were indeed that the Corinthians did momentarily withdraw, they promptly rejoined the battle, dispelling any notion of a real retreat from them. Either way, as the battle ensued, the constrained waters of the straits caused disarray within the Persian ranks, who increasingly found themselves cramped and poorly organized. Contrary to appearing eager for combat, the Greek fleet did initially seem to retreat, which according to Plutarch was a tactical move to achieve a more favorable position and to await the morning winds that would be at their backs and give them an advantage, particularly because ramming was the soup du jour. Now, during this tactical withdrawal, Herodotus recounts a legendary vision witnessed by the Greeks, a phantom woman chiding them for retreating too far, spurring them into action. More credibly, though, Herodotus and other sources suggest that the Greek maneuver of backing water was a prelude to a decisive charge. The confrontation began in earnest when a single Greek ship, claimed by both the Athenians and Aeginetaeans as one of their own, aggressively rammed a Persian vessel. This bold action triggered a general advance by the Greek fleet, which surged forward to engage the disordered Persian ships. As the battle unfolded, the chaotic nature of naval warfare at the time meant that the participants had limited perspectives of the broader conflict. Triremes, the primary warships used, were equipped with formidable rams designed to breach the hulls of enemy vessels, or even destroy their ore banks, crippling them for easier boarding. And if the ramming didn't secure a decisive victory, heavily armored marines, including Greek hoplites, would engage in close combat, swinging onto the decks and stabbing everybody. Chop chop. Essentially transforming naval engagements into a kind of floating land battle. Persian forces, while likely less heavily armed, were nonetheless prepared for such encounters. During the melee, the disciplined coordination of the Greek fleets allowed them to press the initial lines of Persian ships backward. This movement caused a domino effect as the retreating ships collided with their advancing second and third lines, leading to further disarray and confusion within the Persian ranks. On the Greek left, the battle saw significant developments with the death of the Persian admiral Ariabignes, brother of King Xerxes, so certainly a high-profile target, a good one to get out of the way in the early game. Now, his early demise left the Phoenician squadrons completely without leadership, contributing to their disorder and eventual retreat towards a shoreline where many ran aground. Of course, when you're not receiving any orders, and everybody is screaming and dying around you, you have to make it up for yourself. And I suppose you can't blame a lot of those men at the time for thinking, well, if they're not ordering us to advance, then it's probably all over. Let's get out of here, lads. Save our skin. Well, Plutarch provides a dramatic account of Ariabignes' death, noting that he was killed during an attempt to board the ship manned by Amenias and Socles of Pallene. As Ariabignes boarded, he was repelled by spears and subsequently fell into the sea. Plutarch also records that it was Artemisia who identified Ariabignes' body amidst the flotsam and ensured its retrieval, bringing it back to Xerxes, which is quite nice of him. Well, during the Battle of Salamis, Queen Artemisia of Halicarnassus, commanding the Carian contingent of the Persian fleet, found herself in a precarious situation when pursued by Amenias of Pallene, an Athenian captain. In a desperate bid to escape, Artemisia rammed a friendly Persian ship from Calindia, sinking it and killing its crew, including its king, Themistocles. This act of self-preservation misled Amenias into believing that she was an ally, prompting him to cease his pursuit. Well, from his vantage point on Mount Aigeleo, Xerxes observed the incident and mistakenly thought Artemisia had struck an enemy vessel. Impressed by her apparent aggression amidst the otherwise lackluster performance of his commanders, he reportedly remarked, "My men have become women, and my women have become men." Well, the battle had definitely turned against the Persians, leading to their chaotic retreat towards Phalerum. The Aeginetans took advantage of this situation, ambushing the retreating Persian ships, further compounding their losses. The remnants of the Persian fleet sought refuge at the harbor of Phalerum under the protection of the Persian land forces. Meanwhile, the Athenian general Aristides led a force to Citaleia, an island where Xerxes had stationed a garrison, and executed all of the Persian troops that were stationed there. The aftermath of the battle left the Persian naval forces severely depleted. Herodotus notes that the following year, the Persian fleet was reduced to 300 triremes, indicating a loss of possibly 200 to 300 ships. That's a lot of wood, based on earlier estimates of its strength. Now, this disparity in casualties between the two sides was exacerbated by the fact that many Persians, unlike the Greeks, could not swim. This, of course, led to a higher rate of drownings among the Persian ranks. But you really think they would have learned before joining the navy? Hindsight is a beautiful thing. Xerxes' reaction to the defeat was, let's say it was one of bitter disappointment. He was a little upset. Observing the defeat all the way from his comfortable chair on Mount Aigaleo, he witnessed some Phoenician captains accusing the Ionians of cowardice. Seizing upon a counter-example of Ionian valor, witnessing an Ionian ship capturing an Aeginetan vessel, Xerxes ordered the execution of the Phoenician accusers, decrying their slander against men who he thought were more noble than them. Later, as reported by Diodorus, Xerxes executed those Phoenicians responsible for initiating the fleet's retreat and threatened severe punishment for the remaining crews, prompting the surviving Phoenician ships to flee to Asia under the cover of night. Well, after the defeat at Salamis, Xerxes tried to construct a bridge or causeway across the straits to attack the Athenians directly, but this effort was thwarted by the vigilant Greek fleet now controlling the straits, and well and truly controlling it. Well, in the wake of the setback, Herodotus describes a council of war where the Persian general Mardonius attempted to downplay the naval defeat, urging Xerxes not to worry about the incredible loss of ships, and suggesting either an immediate attack on the Peloponnese or a more cautious delay. Mardonius emphasized the valor of the Persian soldiers, and proposed that if Xerxes chose to retreat to Persia, he could leave behind a substantial force under his command to continue the campaign. Xerxes, concerned about the security of the bridges over the Hellespont, and the possibility of his army being trapped in Europe, decided to withdraw the majority of his forces back to Persia. He left Mardonius in Greece with a select force of elite infantry and cavalry to attempt to finish subduing the Greeks. This decision led to the Persian troops to vacate Attica, allowing the Athenians to return to their city, which had unfortunately been ravaged by the Persians. Now in 479 BC, Mardonius once again struck Athens, prompting the second destruction of the city. However, the Greek states, primarily under Spartan leadership, resolved to confront Mardonius and march to Attica. Mardonius, preferring to fight in open terrain where he could effectively use his cavalry, withdrew to Boeotia. The two forces eventually clashed near Plataea, where the Greeks secured a decisive victory, effectively annihilating a large portion of the Persian army, and effectively ending the Persian invasion. Simultaneously, the Greek fleet engaged the remnants of the Persian navy at the Battle of Mycale, further crippling Persian naval power, and effectively marking the strategic end of Persian ambitions in Greece, at least for now. Of all the festivities of antiquity, the ancient Olympic Games, which began in Olympia, Greece, 776 BC, stands head and shoulders above the rest. Athletic contests, chariot races, combat sports, and even contests of art were all part of the celebrations to honor Zeus, the king of the gods, and they reflected a combination of cultural expression, religious fervor, and, of course, physical strength. But the games were also an important means of creating a unified pan-Hellenic identity in the face of persistent threats, as athletes from all over Greece traveled to compete. A sacred truce was enforced during the games to ensure the safety of participants as they traveled through hostile territories, a way of fostering peace and cooperation among the warring Greek states. In 393 AD, however, as part of the Christian crusade against pagan rituals, Emperor Theodosius I abolished the Olympic Games after they had been a nearly 12th-century tradition. But the legacy, of course, continues to this day, with its roots coming from a deep place in the ancient world. Welcome to the channel, everyone. Newcomers, nice to meet you. Those returning, good to see you again. Today we're going to talk about the Olympic Games. Quite a timely video, of course, as it's going on in Paris as I speak. Perhaps by the time you're watching this, the games are over. But, well, maybe not. Perhaps you got in early. As always, supporting the channel is enjoying the channel. That's all we really need to do. But the like and subscribe is right there and only 2 clicks away, and there's a few links in the description for those who feel inclined. But now, without any further ado, let's get nice and relaxed and delve into our topic for today. The ancient Greeks placed a lot of importance on establishing a strong connection between their rich and ancient mythology and the Olympic Games themselves. So, let's have a look at how we believe, in mythological terms, the games came about. You see, in ancient times, the origins of the games were believed to be the work of the gods themselves, and various legends circulated, each claiming to be the progenitor of the true creators of these games. While the complexity of these origin traditions makes them pretty challenging to unravel, but through the emergence of a chronology and somewhat identifiable patterns, individuals can gain a decent understanding of what is the narrative behind the games. There is one narrative recounted by a Greek historian, Pausanias. We encounter the tale of the dactyl Heracles, who is, by the way, a distinct figure from the Hercules who emerged as the son of Zeus and found a place in the Roman pantheon. Well, alongside Heracles, 4 of his brothers, Paeonius, Epimetheus, Aasius, and Aidas, engaged in a race at Olympia, their purpose being to amuse the recently born Zeus. Well, the victor was honored with a crown made of olive leaves, symbolizing peace, and of course, a symbol of peace to this very day. The tradition also led to the games being held every 5th year, with a 4-year interval between each. Additionally, the gods of Olympus, who resided on Mount Olympus, would partake in various athletic competitions, such as wrestling, jumping, and running contests. One of the myths surrounding the origin of the games involves one Pelops, a hero from the local region of Olympia. You see, in the realm of Pisa there reigned a wise and powerful king named Oenamius. Within his royal lineage, he was blessed with a daughter of great beauty and grace. Her name was Hippodamia. However, the fates had foretold a grim prophecy, as they always do in Greek mythology, that the very man who would become Hippodamia's husband would bring about the demise of the king himself. So, it was mandated that any aspiring suitor who sought the hand of his daughter must embark on a daring chariot ride, with Oenomas in hot pursuit, ready to impale the unfortunate suitor should he be overtaken. Of course, the horses pulling the king's chariot were a gift from the god Poseidon, making them exceptionally swift and supernatural in their power. But it wasn't long before the king's daughter developed strong feelings for our gentleman named Pelops. But prior to the race, Pelops managed to convince Myrtilus, Oenamus's charioteer, to substitute the bronze axle pins of the king's chariot with ones made of wax. You can see where this is going. So, as the race progressed and the fiction picked up, the wax gradually melted, causing the unfortunate demise of the king as he violently tumbled from the chariot. Following his triumph, Pelops arranged chariot races to express gratitude to the gods and to hold funeral games in memory of the unfortunate king, seeking a kind of purification of the guilt from his demise. The origins of the Olympic Games can be traced back to the funeral race that is held at Olympia. But Pelops achieved great renown as a king in his own right, and he was revered as a local hero, ultimately lending his name to the region of the Peloponnese. Well, according to one myth, it is said that the festival at Olympia included the participation of Heracles, that is, the one who is believed to be the son of Zeus. As per our ancient source Pindar, it was Hercules who was the one who initiated an athletic festival as a tribute to his father Zeus, upon the successful completion of his arduous labors. Well, we can observe recurring patterns from these myths that show the Greeks' belief in the religious origins of the games. They saw athletic competition as intricately connected to the worship of their gods. After all, the gods were the greatest audience, always looking down. Moreover, The revival of the ancient games was seen as a means to restore peace, harmony, and a return to the fundamental essence of Greek life. Thus, in ancient Greece, the Olympic Games were considered to be one of the two central rituals, alongside the ancient religious festival known as the Eleusinian Mysteries, which is, of course, rather different in its nature. Well, throughout the centuries, the regions surrounding the Mediterranean have been deeply rooted in a rich and enduring legacy of athletic events. Ancient Egyptians and Mesopotamians portrayed athletic scenes in the tombs of their kings and nobles. Regular competitions were not held, or at least they weren't written down for us to know about, but we do know that events that did place were likely exclusive to royalty and the upper classes. The Minoan culture, back to Greece for a moment, greatly valued gymnastics, as evidenced by the depiction of activities such as bull leaping, running, wrestling, and even boxing on their frescoes. And the Mycenaeans incorporated the earlier Minoan games into their cultural practices and engaged in chariot racing during religious and funerary rites. In the epic tales of the great writer Homer, the valiant heroes engage in athletic competitions as a means of paying tribute to the departed friends. The Iliad, one of Homer's works, showcases a variety of athletic competitions, including chariot races, wrestling, foot races, sword fighting, archery, and spear throwing. In addition to these, Homer's other famous work, the Odyssey, includes a lengthy jump and discus throw. And to another very friendly name, Aristotle. According to him, the first Olympics took place in 776 BC. Well, this date has been widely accepted by most historians, although there are some who hold different views. But based on archaeological evidence, it has been confirmed that the Olympics traditionally began around this time or shortly thereafter. According to the archaeological findings, it seems that the origins of the major games at Olympia can be traced to around 700, rather than the commonly accepted date of 776. And there's been some rather groundbreaking research by one Christensen on the Olympic victor lists that reveals the inherent unreliability of the victors' names and details prior to the 6th century. The administration of Elis were the ones responsible for overseeing the independent state, and although the Eleans generally did a commendable job in managing the games fairly, there were of course occasional instances of bias and interference. Furthermore, contrary to the popular belief, the well-known Olympic truce merely required the protection of visitors, rather than putting a complete end to all conflicts in Greece, or specifically at Olympia. There are several historians from ancient times who have been suggested as potential candidates for establishing the use of Olympiads to count years. One of these historians is Ephorus, who lived in the 4th century BC. However, the credit for codifying this particular epic is usually given to one Hippias of Elis, Eratosthenes, or even Timaeus, who, by the way, Eratosthenes may have been imitating. Well, we do know that the games were held at 4-year intervals, and later the ancient historians' method of counting the years even referred to these games, using the Olympiad for the period between two games. In the past, the dating systems employed by the Greek states were utilized by the general population, excluding historians, resulting in a considerable amount of confusion when attempting to establish accurate dates, especially going back that far. I'm not good with mathematics, and I don't pretend to be. In fact, I don't care to be. Well, as per Diodorus, it is mentioned that a solar eclipse occurred during the third year of the 113th Olympiad, which is believed to be the eclipse of 316 BC. The date for this first year of the first Olympiad is estimated to be around midsummer of 765. However, scholars hold differing opinions regarding the commencement of the games, and I assume will do for some time. Well, as per the account of the Greek traveller Pausanias in 175 AD, the initial competition was held solely at the stadion race, covering a distance of approximately 190 meters, about 620 feet. And the term stadium originates from this particular occurrence. Various factions engaged in a power struggle for dominance over the sanctuary at Olympia, and consequently the games in order to gain prestige and political leverage. According to Pausanias, in the year 668 BC, Phaedon of Argos was tasked by the town of Pisa to seize control of the sanctuary from the town of Elis. Phaedon successfully accomplished this, and proceeded to personally oversee the games for that particular year. But in the following year, Elis once again regained their control. So, during the initial 2 centuries of the game's existence, their significance was primarily limited to religious events within specific regions. Participation in the early games was limited to Greeks who lived near Olympia. And of course, you can observe the clear prevalence of Peloponnesian athletes in the position of victors, indicating their superiority. In ancient Greece, sports had their roots in the belief that physical energy was being used in a kind of a ritualistic manner. While the practices of hunting in the Paleolithic age were transformed into a more social and glamorous activity, giving rise to what we now know as sports. Think about it. Things like throwing and fighting. It's all stuff related to either war or hunting. Of course, when you don't have to do as much of it, well, you can take the man out of the Stone Age, but you can't take the Stone Age out of the man. I'm sure that you would know, whenever you begin to walk through nature, you have this kind of animalistic compulsion to pick up a stick. That goes back a very, very long time in our programming. Well, of course, the Greeks had a distinct approach to their competitions, which were frequently hosted in very impressive venues for the time. These events emphasized the Greek values of physical fitness and intellectual prowess, and often featuring prizes, and, by the way, displays of nudity. The ideology and exceptional athletic abilities of the Greeks have led to theories suggesting that they were indeed the pioneers of sports. Throughout its history, the Games garnered greater prominence and became integrated into the Pan-Hellenic Games. These were organized at regular intervals, either every 2 or 4 years, ensuring there was always a set of games taking place annually. There were also other Pan-Hellenic games, such as the Pythian, Nemean, and Isthmian games. But of course, the Olympic Games were held as the highest level of prestige, perhaps because they were the biggest, but being right there, at Mount Olympus with the gods looking right down upon you, to compete right at their doorstep. Now, is there more of a greater dream to be fulfilled for the ancient Greek than that? Glorious in every sense of the word. Well, following the Roman conquest of Greece, things changed up a little bit, but the Olympics persisted, albeit experiencing a decline in popularity during the pre-Augustan era. During this period, the Romans primarily focused on domestic issues, diverting attention away from their provinces. They had enough trouble at home. Well, based on the observation that all the winners in the equestrian events hailed from the nearby area, and the lack of statues honoring victors in the Altis during this time, you can pretty much tell that the games were not given that much attention. Well, in the year 86 BC, the Roman general Sulla, in order to fund a war, did something very, very cheeky. He resorted to plundering the treasures of Olympia and other Greek cities. He was the sole Roman who resorted to violence against Olympia, and that is not a record you want to hold. But, well, if you've watched my video on Sulla, you probably know that he didn't really care too much about his reputation. Well, in 80 BC, Sulla took on the role of hosting the games, specifically the 175th Olympiad, as a way to commemorate his triumphs over Mithridates. Allegedly, the sole competition that took place was the Stadion race, as all of the athletes had been summoned to Rome. During the reign of Emperor Augustus, there was a significant revival of the Olympics. Prior to assuming full authority, Marcus Agrippa, a trusted ally of Augustus, undertook the restoration of the Temple of Zeus. Additionally, in 12 BC, Augustus made a request to King Herod of Judea for financial support towards the games. Well, following Augustus's posthumous deification by the Senate, a statue resembling him was commissioned at Olympia, right smack bang in the middle of it. And it wasn't just him. Statues of subsequent divine emperors were also erected within the sacred Altis. Under his authority, the stadium underwent renovations, and Greek athletics as a whole received financial support. An event that has gained notoriety in Olympic history took place during the reign of Nero. In his pursuit of a triumph in every chariot race of the Pan-Hellenic Games within a single year, he issued a command for the 4 primary hosts to conduct their games in AD 67. Consequently, the scheduled Olympics of 65, set to take place in the 211th Olympiad, was postponed. During the event at Olympia, he experienced a mishap where he was thrown from his chariot. However, despite the setback, he still managed to claim victory. Well, no one was going to argue with him. Better give him the gold. In addition to his other pursuits, Nero also believed himself to be a skilled musician, and as a result he introduced music and singing competitions to various festivals, including the prestigious Olympics, and may I add, it's hard to argue with him on that one. I suppose he does some good things. Well, it is evident that Nero emerged victorious in all of these contests, presumably due to the judges' apprehension in bestowing victory upon anyone else besides him. They knew what was going to happen. Well, following his death, the Olympian judges were compelled to return the bribes he had given, and deemed the Neronian Olympiad null and void, a legacy thrown in the grave right with him. Well, during the early part of the 2nd century, the emperors Antoninus Pius and Hadrian played their own role in the development and triumph of the games. The Olympics garnered a substantial audience and participants, with the triumphs of the victors gaining widespread renown throughout the Roman world. And the Renaissance spanned a significant portion of the 2nd century. Once again, a diverse array of individuals, including philosophers, orators, artists, singers, and performers, gathered at the festival. During the 3rd century, there was a notable decrease in the popularity of the games. The list of victories achieved by Africanus concludes the 249th Olympiad in 217. However, according to Moses of Corin's History of Armenia, there is a record of a boxing champion as late as the 369th Olympiad, which corresponds to the year 287. Archaeological findings reveal that the games persisted even beyond the year 217. In the past, the most recent winner who could be accurately dated was Publius Asclepiades of Corinth. He emerged victorious in the pentathlon during the 241st Olympiad. In fact, as recent as 1994, archaeologists discovered a bronze plaque bearing the names of the winners of the competitive events from both the mainland and Asia Minor. Could you only imagine pulling that one out of the ground? I'm jealous of these people on the archaeological digs. I really am. Well, at least my chair's comfortable. Well, back to it. Well, discoveries like these, it serves as evidence that the Olympic Games had an international presence that lasted until at least 385, during the 291st Olympiad. But as the Games progressed beyond the year 385, the structures suffered from devastating effects of flooding and earthquakes, while the invasions by barbarians posed a different kind of threat to the sanctity of Olympia. According to historical records, the most recent games took place during the reign of Theodosius I in 393, marking the beginning of the 293rd Olympiad. However, archaeological findings suggest that there may have been subsequent games held as well, but perhaps not to the grand spectacle they used to be. Now, a little bit about Olympia. It's situated in the valley of the Alpheus River, located in the western part of the Peloponnese. It is approximately 18 kilometers away from the Ionian Sea, although it might have been closer in ancient times, possibly half that distance. You know, rivers change, especially over 2,000 years. Well, the Altis, originally referred to as the sanctuary, encompassed a quadrangular space that extended 180 meters on each side. It was enclosed by walls on all sides except for the north, where it was bordered by the imposing Mount Kronos. The site is comprised of a somewhat haphazard arrangement of structures, with notable ones including the Temple of Hera, Zeus, and Pelopion. The area housing the grand altar of Zeus, of course, where the most significant sacrifices took place. The name Altis was derived from a corruption of the alien word, which also meant the grove. This was due to the abundant presence of trees in the area, with olive and plane trees being particularly prominent. Now, during the games, the site experienced a significant increase in population, despite being pretty much uninhabited for the rest of the year. There were no permanent living structures available for spectators, regardless of their wealth, so everybody pretty much had to make do with tents. Accounts from the ancient visitors recount the challenges they faced during the scorching summer heat and the relentless presence of all the flies. The severity of this was so significant that sacrifices were offered to Zeus, averter of flies, in hopes of finding relief. After almost a millennium, the water supply and sanitation of the site were eventually enhanced by the mid-2nd century AD. In fact, we've got quite an interesting little parable from Epictetus, writing in the 1st century AD, who tells about the conditions. Quoting from his writings, it goes like this. "But you may say, there are some things disagreeable and troublesome in life. And are there none at Olympia? Are you not scorched? Are you not pressed by a crowd? Are you not without comfortable means of bathing? Are you not wet when it rains? Have you not abundance of noise, clamor, and other disagreeable things? But I suppose that setting all these things off against the magnificence of the spectacle, you bear it and endure." End of the account from Epictetus. The ancient Olympics encompassed both a profound religious celebration, but also a remarkable display of athletic skill. During the games, a grand ceremony was conducted to pay tribute to the mighty Greek god Zeus. On the central day of the games, a remarkable offering of 100 oxen would be made in his very honor. But as time passed, Olympia emerged as a significant hub for the veneration of the Greek pantheon. A temple skillfully constructed by the renowned Greek architect Lebon was subsequently raised atop the mountain. This temple was among the grandest Doric temples found in Greece. A statue of Zeus was crafted by the renowned sculptor Pheidias, using a combination of gold and ivory. The height of the structure measured 42 feet, 13 meters high. The object was positioned on a majestic seat within the sacred confines of the temple, and this remarkable statue was elevated to the esteemed status of one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. According to historian Strabo, the temple's glory endured due to the grand festival assembly and the revered Olympian Games. They were considered the most prestigious in the entire world, and offered a sacred crown as their ultimate prize. The temple was embellished with a multitude of offerings, which were devoutly dedicated from all the regions of Greece. Artistic expression played its own role in the games. Artisans from various disciplines would participate in the games, showcasing their creations in a competitive artistic display. During the ancient times, poets were often tasked with the honorable duty of composing poems that celebrated the achievements of the Olympic champions. These victory songs, known as epinicians, have been handed down through the ages, enduring far beyond any form of honor created for similar purposes. According to Pausanias, the city of Naxos in Sicily would have faded into complete obscurity if it wasn't for the remarkable achievements of its four-time Olympic champion, Tisandros. Pierre de Coubertin, a key figure in the establishment of the modern Olympic Games, sought to faithfully replicate the traditions and customs of the ancients. Part of his vision entailed creating an artistic competition that mirrored the ancient Olympic Games and took place every 4 years, coinciding with the normal festivities. And his desire was realized at the Olympics held at Athens in 1896. In ancient Greece, power began to revolve around the city-state during the 8th century BC. The city-state functioned as a hub of population, meticulously structured as an independent political entity. The close proximity of these city-states led to a natural competition for limited resources. While conflict between the city-states was a common occurrence, it was also in their best interest to participate in trade, form military alliances, and engage in general cultural interaction with each other. The city-states had a complex dynamic because of this. They depended on their neighbors for military and political alliances, but at the same time they engaged in this intense competition for crucial resources. The Olympic Games were established within this political context, providing a platform for representatives of the city-states to engage in peaceful competition with one another, and maybe have a chat that was going to ease tensions a little. Well, the expansion of Greek colonies during the 5th and 6th centuries BC is often attributed to the achievements of accomplished Olympic athletes. There is one interesting historical account from Cyrene that was established around 630 BC by settlers from Thera, who received support from Sparta. The support provided from Sparta was primarily in the form of lending the 3-time Olympic champion Chionis. One factor that contributed to the growth of the colonies and the preservation of cultural and political connections with the city-states near Olympia was the allure of establishing a life alongside an Olympic champion. Therefore, the influence of Hellenic culture and the games expanded as the significance of Olympia continued to grow. During the Peloponnesian War, the games encountered a significant obstacle. You see, this conflict mainly involved Athens and Sparta, but its impact extended to almost every Hellenic city-state. During this period, the Olympics served as a platform for announcing alliances and making sacrifices to the gods in hopes of securing victory. The problem is when you have both Athens and Sparta competing for the gods' attentions. Well, there was an esteemed tradition known as a truce or ekechieria, and it was dutifully upheld. 3 runners were dispatched from Elis to the participating cities for each round of games to formally declare the commencement of the truce. In this particular era, it was strictly prohibited for armies to enter Olympia. Legal disputes and the use of the death penalty were also strictly prohibited. The truce, which aimed to ensure the safe travel of athletes and visitors to the Games, was largely adhered to. In one of the accounts of Thucydides, he describes an incident where the Spartans were not allowed to participate in the Games. Those who broke the truce and attacked the city of Leprium during the truce were penalized with a fine of 2,000 minae. The Spartans contested the fine, because of course they would, and argued that the truce had not yet been established. Perhaps there was an error in communication, or perhaps the runner did not get there in time. Equally so, the Spartans perhaps just chose to ignore it. Well, the competitors were provided with 2 gymnasiums at Olympia for their training needs. The Xystos was designated for the runners and pentathletes, while the Tetragono was reserved for the wrestlers and boxers. During the Games, athletes would don a garment called the perizoma, a type of loin cloth. During competitions in the late 6th century BCE, archaeological evidence shows that athletes were seen wearing this garment. Throughout the majority of its history, Olympic events were conducted without clothing, however, and according to Pausanias, the earliest recorded instance of a naked runner occurred in 720 BC, when Orsippus, the victor of the Stadion race, intentionally discarded his garment in order to enhance his running performance. Well, there's a first for everything, I suppose. Well, according to Thucydides from the 5th century BC, the Spartans were responsible for the practice of publicly removing their clothing and applying oil to their bodies during the athletic activities. In the past, even during the Olympic contests, the athletes used to wear belts around their waists. It was only recently that this practice came to an end. Well, I suppose the Paris Olympic Games aren't quite over yet, so we'll have to see if anyone at the last 100 meters of the running events decides to gain a little bit more maneuverability. It's more aerodynamic, I'm sure. Well, during the initial 13 games, the sole event that was documented was the Stade, which involved a straightforward sprint covering a distance of slightly over 190 meters. During the 14th Olympiad in 724, the Diaolos, also known as the double pipe, was introduced as a 2-stage race. Competitors in the ancient races would run in designated lanes and make a full lap around separate posts before returning to the starting line. According to Xenophanes, the highest honor is bestowed upon those who achieve victory through the swiftness of their feet. In the subsequent Olympiad, a new foot race called the Dolichos, also known as the long race, was added to the lineup. There are varying accounts regarding the distance of this race, however. It appears to have ranged from 20 to 24 laps of the track, which is approximately 7.5 to 9 kilometers. However, it is worth noting that some sources suggest the distance may have been measured in lengths rather than laps, making it half the aforementioned distance. I'm sure that's a relief on the runners. Well, I don't know about you, but I certainly could not make a 5-kilometer run, let alone a 4-kilometer run. Not at the moment. Perhaps I'll improve. Now, the hoplitodromos, also known as the hoplite race, was incorporated into the Olympic program in 520 BC. The race, steeped in deep tradition, was typically held at the final part of the games. Participants in the competition would compete either a single or double diaulos, which measured approximately 400 or 800 meters, while wearing their full military armor. The hoplitodromos was derived from a strategic military maneuver, where soldiers fully clad in armor would engage in a swift, unexpected charge to catch the enemy off guard. And wrestling, that's an important one, first introduced in the 18th Olympiad, so quite early. In order to secure a victory, the tradition was it took 3 throws, and a throw was considered valid if any part of the body, such as the hip, back, shoulder, or even the knee, made contact with the ground. In the event that both competitors fell, no points were tallied. Tripping was likely allowed in this form of wrestling, unlike in modern-day Greco-Roman wrestling, where the rules are a little bit more set in stone. And boxing, also known as pygmachia, was initially recorded in 688 BC, with the boys' event being introduced 60 years later. It is worth noting that the laws of boxing were attributed to the esteemed Onomastus of Smyrna, who happened to be the first Olympic champion. It seems that body blows were either prohibited or simply not practiced. According to historical records, the Spartans, who are believed to have been the pioneers of boxing, eventually discontinued their involvement in the sport and refrained from participating in any boxing competitions. In the early days, the boxers used himantes, which were lengthy leather straps that they would wrap around their hands. The pankration held a prominent position among the various sports featured in the ancient games. In the 33rd Olympiad, the pankration made its debut, marking a significant milestone in ancient sports history. During the 145th Olympiad, the men's pankration was established as an Olympic event in 200 BC. In addition to incorporating techniques from boxing and wrestling, athletes were employed to use various kicks, locks, and chokes while on the ground. Despite the absence of specific rules against biting and gouging, the pankration was considered to be a relatively safer sport compared to boxing. Well, one of the most well-attended events was the occasion when Pindar composed 8 odes to honor the champions of pankration. One notable occurrence in the world of sports was the remarkable triumph of Archicion of Figalia, who tragically passed away just as his adversary admitted defeat. But then we have the more recognizable discus, which bore resemblance to the contemporary competition. Various types of discoi have been discovered, with stone and iron being examples among them. However, bronze seems to be the most prevalent material used for the discoi. The level of standardization of the discus remains uncertain, although it appears that the prevailing weight is around 2 kilograms, with a diameter of roughly 21 centimeters, similar to the dimensions of the modern discus. Now, the pentathlon consisted of a series of 5 events, namely running, long jump, the discus throw, the javelin throw, and finally wrestling. According to historical records, the pentathlon made its debut during the 18th Olympiad in 708. The competition took place within a single day, leaving us with quite a few unanswered questions about the criteria for determining the winner and the sequence of events. We don't know which one came first, but we do know that it concluded with the wrestling match. The most esteemed events in the games were horse racing and chariot racing, as they were reserved for the affluent who could bear the expenses of caring and transporting such animals. The races included various events, such as the 4-horse chariot race, the 2-horse chariot race, and the horse with a rider race, where the rider was carefully chosen by the owner. The 4-horse chariot race made its debut in the Olympics way back in 680, marking the first ever equestrian event in the games. Sure, it was a sight to see. Well, the setup involved a pair of horses harnessed together in the center, with an additional pair of horses connected by a rope on the outer sides. In the year 408, the 2-horse chariot made its debut. In contrast, the horse with rider competition was first introduced much earlier in 648 BC, and during this race, the Greeks of course did not utilize saddles or stirrups, as they were not yet known in Europe until approximately the 6th century AD. Consequently, it was a test heavily reliant on grip and balance to complete. According to Pausanias, there was a race for carts drawn by a pair of mules, and a trotting race that were introduced at different festivals. However, both races were eventually abolished. In the trotting race, the participants were exclusively mares, no stallions allowed. Toward the end of the course, the riders dismounted and sprinted right next to their horse companions. While in certain cases individuals who were financially well off had the opportunity to increase their chances of winning by entering multiple teams in the races. Alcibiades holds the record for this, as he brought 7 chariots to a single competition and managed to secure the first, second, and either the 3rd or 4th place simultaneously. Gold, silver, and bronze. Not bad. Of course, we have mentioned that during the year 67 AD, the Roman Emperor Nero participated in the chariot race held at Olympia too. And, due to being thrown from his chariot, he was quite unable to complete the race. But he was ultimately declared the winner, because 1, who was going to argue with him, and 2, it was determined, after I'm sure was a very brief conversation, that he would have emerged victorious anyway, had he completed the race. However you come to that kind of logic. In the sweltering heat of a Greek summer, in 480 BC, the narrow pass of Thermopylae became the stage for a glorious last stand. Led by the formidable King Leonidas of Sparta, a small band of 300 Spartans, alongside their few thousand Greek allies, prepared to face the overwhelming might of King Xerxes. With the odds against them, the Greek warriors harnessed the strategic advantage of the constricted terrain, holding off the vast Persian forces for 3 grueling days. Hello, welcome to the channel. If you are new here, it's good to meet you. If you are coming back, it's good to have you back with me. As always, if you like what I do, enjoy the content, then there's a link to the Patreon in the description. Otherwise, help me reach my subscriber goal of 10,000 subs by clicking that button and liking the video. That seems to help YouTube push it out a bit more. And now, without any further delay, I'd like you to get relaxed, and we can begin our history of the Battle of Thermopylae. In the late 6th century BC, the burgeoning Persian Empire under Darius I faced internal challenges and rebellions, particularly from its Greek-speaking territories. Darius, having ascended to power by quelling numerous insurrections, was keenly aware of the threats to his empire's stability. The Ionian Revolt, which erupted in 499 BC and persisted until 494 BC, was one such threat, drawing in support from the city-states of Athens and Eretria. This revolt marked a critical juncture for Darius's reign and showed the vulnerability of Persian control over its Greek subjects, igniting his determination to reinforce Persian dominance. Darius was thus intent on asserting his supremacy, and viewed the suppression of the revolt not just as a punitive action, but as a strategic opportunity to once again extend Persian influence over the tumultuous regions of Greece. His commitment to punish both Athens and Eretria stemmed from their pivotal roles in supporting the Ionian rebels, an involvement that he perceived as an unforgivable betrayal, and one that could not go unchecked nor unpunished. To set the stage for a broader conquest, Darius initiated a military campaign in 492, led by his more than capable general Mardonius. This expedition aimed not just to reassert control over Thrace, but also to integrate Macedon more tightly as a client kingdom, thereby securing a Persian foothold in the northern approaches to Greece. Thus, in 491, as part of his strategy to solidify control over Greece as a whole, Darius dispatched emissaries to demand symbolic gifts of earth and water from them, signifying their submission to his rule. This request followed his recent military successes, which had effectively demonstrated Persian power. While many Greek states complied with Darius's demand, whether by fear or financial coercion, Athens and Sparta defiantly executed the Persian ambassadors, a bold statement of refusal that escalated tensions into open conflict. Sparta attempted to mitigate this diplomatic disaster by sending 2 of its own citizens to Persia for execution, hoping to atone for the affront. Nevertheless, these actions signaled a clear commitment from Athens and Sparta to resist Persian domination, marking a critical point of defiance against Darius's expansionist policies. In response, Darius intensified his military campaigns. In 490, he tasked Datis and Artaphernes with leading a formidable amphibious force against Greece. This force first secured a victory over Naxos and subdued the other Cycladic islands before moving to Eretria, which they besieged and destroyed. The expedition culminated in a landing at Marathon, where the Persian army was unexpectedly defeated by the vastly outnumbered Athenians. This significant defeat forced the Persian forces to retreat, marking a temporary setback to Darius's plans. However, undeterred, Darius began preparations for an even larger invasion to subjugate Greece once and for all. But a revolt in Egypt in 486 diverted his attention, and thus his resources. The invasion of Greece would have to wait. It was not long before Darius passed away in 485 BC, leaving the task of quelling the Egyptian revolt, and of course continuing the campaign against Greece, to his son, Xerxes. Thus, Xerxes quickly suppressed the Egyptian rebellion and resumed preparation for the invasion of Greece. He ordered monumental engineering feats, including the bridging of the Hellespont and the construction of a canal across the isthmus of Mount Athos, to facilitate the movement of his massive army. By 480, Xerxes' preparations were complete, and his army crossed into Europe, ready for a confrontation. Meanwhile, the threat of a Persian invasion had galvanized the Greek city-states into action. Led by Athens and inspired by the strategic foresight of Themistocles, the Greeks had been fortifying their defenses and building a powerful fleet of triremes. Recognizing their inability to confront the Persians alone, the Athenians sought alliances with the other city-states. In 481, as Xerxes' expedition loomed, a pan-Hellenic congress was convened at Corinth, uniting various Greek states in a rare show of unity. The Congress, which continued into 480 BC, devised a strategic plan to confront the Persian threat directly. They decided to block the pass of Thermopylae on land and the Straits of Artemisium at sea, creating a choke point to neutralize the numerical advantage of the Persian forces. However, the Greeks were also prepared for the worst. Plans were also made for a strategic withdrawal to the Isthmus of Corinth, and arrangements were made for the evacuation of Athenian women and children to Troezen in the Peloponnese, should the initial defenses fail. As the Persians made their slow advance through Thrace and Macedon, news of their approach eventually reached the Greek states in August via a Greek informant. At that time, the Spartans, recognized as the military leaders of the Greek alliance, were engaged in the sacred festival of Carnea, during which military action was traditionally prohibited. This religious observance had previously delayed Spartan participation at the Battle of Marathon. Additionally, the Olympic Games were underway, marked by the Olympic truce, further complicating any military response from the entire Spartan army. Recognizing the gravity of the Persian threat, Spartan authorities deemed it urgent enough to dispatch an advance force to block the Persian advance at the strategic pass of Thermopylae. Commanded by the Spartan king Leonidas I, this force included the 300 elite members of the royal guard, the Hippeis, chosen for the mission due to their critical role as bodyguards. Leonidas' objective was to rally additional Greek forces along the route and hold the pass until the full Spartan army could be mobilized. Herodotus's narratives of these events highlight a consultation with the oracle at Delphi, which prophesied ominously, "O ye men who dwell in the streets of broad Lacedaemon, either your glorious town shall be sacked by the children of Perseus, or, in exchange, must all through the whole Laconian country mourn for the loss of a king, a descendant of great Heracles." Interpreting this as a prediction of his own demise and the dire situation facing his forces, Leonidas deliberately selected warriors who had sons to ensure the continuation of their lineages. As Leonidas and the Spartans journeyed to Thermopylae, they were joined by contingents from various Greek city-states, and eventually, by the time they reached the pass, their numbers had swelled to over 7,000 men. The strategic choice of the middle gate for their stand, a narrow section of the pass previously fortified by the Phocians, illustrated Leonidas's tactical acumen. Additionally, to safeguard against a potential flanking maneuver along a mountain track revealed by the locals of Trachis, Leonidas positioned 1,000 Phocian warriors to guard it. By mid-August, the Persian army appeared across the Malian Gulf, prompting a critical war council among the Greek forces. While some Peloponnesian contingents advocated a retreat to a more defensible isthmus of Corinth, local Phocians and Locrians, driven by a sense of immediate threat to their homelands, argued for standing firm at Thermopylae and called for additional reinforcements. Leonidas, demonstrating calm leadership among all these rising tensions, resolved to hold the pass. In a dramatic parley, a Persian emissary was sent and offered Leonidas and his men admittedly generous terms in exchange for their surrender, including land and titles, if not just for their submission and laying down of their weapons. Leonidas's defiant reply, "Come and take them," marked his resolute refusal to yield. The messenger went back to the Persian side and gave them the news. After a 4-day standoff, during which Xerxes awaited for the Greeks to disperse, the Persian king ordered his forces to finally attack, and the legendary Battle of Thermopylae would finally begin. The count of soldiers Xerxes amassed for his second invasion has been widely debated, with ancient sources suggesting extraordinarily high numbers, and modern scholars proposing much lower and realistic estimates. Herodotus, the ancient historian, claimed a staggering total of 2.6 million military personnel, with an equal number of support staff. This number is frankly ridiculous. But Simonides, a contemporary poet, even suggested up to 4 million, while Ctesias provided a more conservative figure, at least comparatively, of around 800,000. These numbers are generally thought to be complete fabrications, blown out of the proportion, as Herodotus' works often are. Now, contrastingly, the modern scholarship offers a more skeptical view of these ancient claims. It generally estimates the Persian forces to range between 120 or, on the high end of things, 300,000. And this skepticism is mainly rooted in considerations of the logistical capabilities of the time, the practical limits on Persian bases, and in general the broader manpower constraints. These contemporary estimates emphasize a more realistic assessment of what was logistically feasible for such a vast ancient army. Regardless of the exact number, it is widely accepted that Xerxes' strategy centered on assembling a force that was so large, so intimidating, that it would ensure the overwhelming success of the Persian campaign, both on land and at sea. And in fact, most of the time when the adversaries would see or hear of such a formidable force, they would simply lay down their weapons. But of course, not the Spartans and the Athenians, at least not this time. Well, the uncertainty extends to the specifics of troop deployment at key battle sites like Thermopylae, and it remains unclear if Xerxes deployed his entire force at the pass, or if significant contingents were left to maintain control in Macedon and Thessaly. According to Pausanias, who possibly drew upon Herodotus for his information, the local Locrians, situated directly in the path of the Persian advance, contributed all of their available warriors, and this amounted to about 6,000 men. This figure, combined with the 5,200 that Herodotus records, suggests a Greek force at Thermopylae of around 11,200, although modern historians generally consider Herodotus' account more credible and calculate about 7,000 Greek soldiers by adding 1,000 Lacedaemonians and 900 Helots to Herodotus' total. The Helots, by the way, were the underclass in Sparta, the ones who would do all the dirty jobs, the farming, the crafting, all that sort of thing, while the Spartans were busy preparing themselves for war. Other sources like Diodorus and additional accounts from Pausanias are often overlooked in these modern recalculations. Moreover, as the battle actually progressed, the Greek contingent was reduced to around 3,000 men, and that included the 300 Spartans, 700 Thespians, 400 Thebans, and up to 900 Helots, and 1,000 Phocians guarding the heights, adjusted for casualties over the course of the conflict. Now, by choosing to defend Thermopylae, the hot gates in our tongue, the Greeks strategically utilized their strengths optimally, aligning with their defensive military doctrine. The narrow pass was an ideal terrain that minimized the numerical advantage of the Persians, allowing the Greeks to hold off a much larger force without needing to engage in outright battle. This defensive position was crucial, as it hindered the Persian advance into Greece, giving the Greeks time to strengthen their positions and gather more forces. The formidable phalanx formation was really to thank for this, forming up with side to side, shoulder to shoulder with their friends. They would have their spears out the front, making this kind of porcupine that the Persians had no choice but to charge into. Well, the phalanx was essentially the nuclear bomb of the ancient world. Very difficult to go up against, unless the other people had phalanxes too, which if it was Greeks versus Greeks they usually did, and then it would simply become a pushing match, like the start of a rugby game. Now, the geography of Thermopylae itself played a significant role in the tactics employed. The pass, known for its narrowness, was perfectly suited for this formation, and this formation did effectively block the passage. Very tricky to get past it, especially in such a constricted space. Most of the time, if you wanted to beat the phalanx formation, you had to flank it from the side. Well, to the sides of the Spartan phalanx was a wall of solid rock. Very hard to flank around that. Well, because of this, the Persian cavalry, which was an essential component of their military might, was rendered almost useless in such terrain, and the lightly armored Persian infantry couldn't easily outmaneuver the heavily armored Greeks. A critical vulnerability for the Greeks, however, was an alternative mountain path that could potentially allow the Persians to outflank them, and Leonidas was very much aware of this, so he stationed those Phocian troops to guard the path, showing a keen awareness of the terrain and potential tactical movements by the enemy. But as long as nobody told them about the pass, maybe they'd be all right. Yes, foreshadowing. The pass at the time was said to be so narrow that only a single chariot could pass through, bordered by the Malian Gulf on one side, making it a choke point against the massive Persian army. Herodotus mentions that the Phocians had enhanced this natural barrier by creating a marsh, further narrowing the passage with a causeway that only allowed limited movement, ideal for defense, but a complete nightmare for an attacking force. The surrounding landscape was rugged, marked by sparse vegetation and steep hills, presenting a harsh environment, very unwelcoming for the equally unwelcome Persians, who were simply not accustomed to such terrain, despite their homeland being very mountainous. The strategic selection of this battleground by Leonidas and his men showcased their tactical acumen, as they positioned themselves in a locale where natural elements were just as much a part of their defense as their spears and shields. Over time, sedimentation in the Malian Gulf has shifted the landscape significantly, moving the shoreline away from the original site of the battle. And today the site is inland, with modern roads running near where the ancient warriors clashed. And by the way, even in the Second World War, the historical resonance of Thermopylae's tactical significance was echoed when the British Commonwealth forces made a stand against the Germans, not far from where Leonidas and his Spartans fought so bravely. On the initial day of combat at Thermopylae, Xerxes, growing impatient after the 5-day standoff, set out to engage the Greek forces. He first commanded his 5,000 archers to unleash a formidable volley of arrows towards the Greeks. However, these arrows failed to inflict any significant damage, as they were launched from a distance of about 100 yards away, allowing the Greek shields and helmets, crafted from wood and sometimes reinforced with bronze, to effectively deflect them. Following the ineffective archery volley, Xerxes escalated his efforts by deploying 10,000 troops from the Medes and Cesians to capture the Greeks and bring them to him. The Persian soldiers advanced in successive waves on and on against the Greek position, each wave consisting of roughly 10,000 men. The Greeks had strategically positioned themselves in front of the Phocian wall at the narrowest section of the pass. It was this narrow passage that enabled them to maximize their defensive stance of a phalanx while utilizing a minimal number of soldiers. The details of the Greek tactical formation during these assaults are not extensively documented, but accounts that we have do suggest that they adopted that typical phalanx formation, and it certainly makes sense that they would have used this formidable wall of overlapping shields and protruding spear points, effectively blocking the pass. That being said, it's also quite an intimidating thing to charge into, especially with the man behind you pushing you forward. You must feel sorry for the Persians a little bit, just following orders. The arrangement was, of course, completely advantageous against them, because the Persian shields were less robust, and their weapons were shorter, making it difficult for them to engage the heavily armored Greek hoplites effectively. Herodotus notes that the Greek units from various cities fought as distinct groups, and were periodically rotated to keep the defenders fresh, indicating that the Greeks likely had more troops at their disposal than were strictly necessary to hold the pass. Well, it was this fierce resistance offered by the Greeks inflicted heavy casualties on the Medes, to the extent that Xerxes reportedly rose from his seat 3 times in anger, agitated by the sight of seeing his troops being continuously decimated. Unsatisfied with the performance of his troops, to say the least, Xerxes sent his elite corps, the Immortals, consisting of 10,000 highly trained soldiers, into the fray in a second assault on the same day. However, even the Immortals, the crack troops of the Persian army, were unable to breach the Greek defenses, and they, just like the Medes, suffered heavy losses. According to some historical accounts, the Spartans employed a tactical maneuver of feigning retreat, which enticed the Persians to break ranks and pursue them. And when the Persians did so, the Greeks would turn and strike them down, exploiting the disorder and fear within the Persian ranks. On the subsequent day of the Battle of Thermopylae, Xerxes launched another infantry assault, operating under the assumption that the Greek defenders, few in number, certainly must have been significantly weakened by yesterday's combat and injuries. Surely. Well, despite his expectations, the Persian forces found no greater success on this second day than they had found on the first, and they encountered the very same resilient defense that had thwarted them the previous day. Well, Xerxes was completely baffled and reportedly quite furious. You can't really blame him about the outcomes of the continuous frontal attacks, constantly having to watch on from a distance as all of his men would be brutally slaughtered. Thus, he withdrew his forces to the encampment, deeply troubled by the situation, and tried to think about what to do next. In a rather fortuitous turn of events for the Persians, later that same day, Xerxes received critical intelligence from an unlikely source, a local Greek from Trachis named Ephialtes, who, driven by the prospect of a reward, betrayed the Greeks. He informed Xerxes of an alternative route that would allow the Persian forces to circumvent the pass at Thermopylae by traversing a mountain path. Thus, the name Ephialtes would forever be etched in Greek history as synonymous with betrayal, becoming a byword for nightmare and the epitome of treachery in Greek culture. Seizing on this newfound opportunity, Xerxes tasked his commander, Hydarnes, with leading the elite Persian unit of the Immortals, although their exact composition following the initial day's losses remains unclear. Herodotus does not specify the details of the troops under Hydarnes' command on the mission, suggesting that while the Immortals had suffered earlier, they may have been reinforced with additional troops for this maneuver especially. According to some historical accounts, such as that of Diodorus, Hydarnes was at the helm of a significant force, perhaps numbering up to 20,000 men, tasked with this strategic flanking mission. The route disclosed by Ephialtes began east of the Persian encampment and followed the ridge of Mount Anopeia, skirting behind the cliffs that lined the pass. This path diverged in two directions, one leading towards Phocis, and the other descending to the Malian Gulf at the Alpenus, the first locality within the region of Locris. At the crack of dawn on the third day, the Phocians stationed on the mountain path were startled into action by the noise of rustling oak leaves, signaling the approach of the Persian forces led by Hydarnes. Herodotus recounts their astonishment upon discovering the enemy's approach, a sentiment mirrored by Hydarnes, who initially mistook them for Spartans. Informed by the traitor Ephialtes that they were actually Phocians, not the feared Spartans, Hydarnes chose not to engage them in direct battle. Instead, the Persians simply launched a volley of arrows towards the Phocians, who retreated to a nearby hill to make their stand, mistakenly thinking that the Persians intended to attack them directly. The Persian contingent, however, did not linger, continuing their march to encircle the main Greek forces at the pass, all while the Phocians looked on helplessly. As the day unfolded, Leonidas received the dire news through a runner. The path had been compromised, and the Phocians had failed to hold their position. Convening a council of war at dawn, informed by the Greek Tyrhastiadas of the imminent peril, a debate ensued among the Greek commanders. While some were advocating a retreat, Leonidas, perhaps remembering the words of the oracle, resolved to hold their ground at the narrow pass. He gallantly offered his allies the choice to withdraw, a proposal that many accepted. However, approximately 2,000 warriors chose to remain, all prepared to bravely face their fate alongside the gallant Spartans. Among those who did remain were 700 Thespians, staunchly led by General Demophilus, who refused to abandon the fight, and 400 Thebans, along with likely the Spartan Helots. These troops chose to confront the Persians in the open field, fully aware of the grim outcome that awaited them. Leonidas's decision to stand his ground has to this very day been extensively analyzed and, in turn, admired throughout history. It's often highlighted that the Spartans, bound by their rigid laws, did not entertain the idea of retreat. This incident reinforced the storied perceptions that Spartans never fled from battle. Moreover, Leonidas, perhaps mindful of the Delphic oracle's prophecy, might have seen this as his last stand and a necessary sacrifice to ensure Sparta's survival. One prevailing theory suggests that Leonidas' final stand was a strategic sacrifice to protect his retreating allies. By holding the pass as long as possible, he provided a critical window for other Greek contingents to escape, thus avoiding a much worse massacre on open terrain where Persian cavalry could easily dominate and run them down. This rearguard action by Leonidas not only allowed the 3,000 Greeks to survive, but ensured they would live to fight another day, continuing the resistance against the invading Persians. The participation of the Thebans at Thermopylae has stirred considerable debate. Herodotus intimates that they were essentially coerced into battle, held as hostages to secure the allegiance of Thebes to the Greek cause. Contrarily, Plutarch disputes this, suggesting that if they were truly hostages, they would have been dismissed with the other Greek forces when the situation became too dire. More likely, those present were Theban loyalists, who opposed the Persian rule and chose willingly to fight at Thermopylae, knowing well that returning to a Thebes dominated by Persia was not an option if Boeotia fell. The Thespians, on the other hand, demonstrated extraordinary commitment to the battle, embodying a spirit of self-sacrifice that is often overlooked. Despite the complete evacuation of their city, they chose to stay and fight, representing every hoplite that Thespia could muster. And this act of defiance was not unique in Thespian history. On at least 2 other historical occasions, Thespian forces similarly committed themselves to fight to the death. So when we remember the 300 Spartans at Thermopylae, perhaps we better remember them too. As the battle resumed at dawn, Xerxes delayed his assault, making libations and waiting for his elite troops, the Immortals, to descend from the mountain path. The Persian king then unleashed a frontal assault with 10,000 men, charging the Greek line that now extended beyond the narrow pass to engage the enemy head-on in a wider area, maximizing the carnage inflicted upon the Persian forces. The Greeks initially fought with spears until these were all shattered, then continued the battle with short swords. In the thick of the battle, several high-ranking Persians fell, including 2 of Xerxes' brothers. The Spartan king Leonidas was also eventually killed, and a fierce skirmish ensued over his bodies, which the Greeks ultimately secured. As the Immortals advanced, the remaining Greek forces retreated to a nearby hill behind the defensive wall. The Thebans, in a desperate bid for survival, broke away from their Greek allies and surrendered to the Persians, though not without sustaining casualties before their capitulation was accepted. Xerxes, frustrated and eager to finally end the standoff, commanded that the wall be dismantled. He then surrounded the hill and ordered that his archers to eliminate the last of the Greek defenders. Archaeological evidence supports the fierce nature of this final stand, with numerous Persian arrowheads discovered at the site, indicating a relentless and savage barrage against the Greeks. Ultimately, the Persian forces were victorious, albeit with heavy losses, estimated by Herodotus to be as high as 20,000 Persian deaths. The Greek rear guard was effectively annihilated, with a total Greek loss, including the battles over the previous days, estimated to be around 2,000. In the aftermath of the Persian withdrawal from Thermopylae, the Greeks solemnly gathered the bodies of the fallen and interred them on the hillside where they had fought so valiantly. In recognition of their heroic stand, a stone lion was erected on the site to commemorate King Leonidas of Sparta, symbolizing his bravery and the sacrifice of his men. With the path through Thermopylae now cleared, the Greek naval position at Artemisium became untenable. Although the naval skirmishes there had ended without a decisive victor, the Greek fleet withdrew in an orderly fashion back to the Saronic Gulf. There, they played a crucial role in transporting Athenian civilians to safety on the island of Salamis, away from the advancing Persian forces. As for the Persian army, emboldened by their success at Thermopylae, marched through Boeotia, where they sacked and set ablaze the cities of Plataea and Thespiae, cities that had defiantly refused to submit. The Persian forces then proceeded to Athens, which they found completely deserted. They then put it to the sword and the torch, razing it, fulfilling their punitive objectives. As the Persians continued to advance, the Greeks fortified the Isthmus of Corinth, destroying the sole road through it and erecting a defensive wall, effectively sealing off the Peloponnese. The strategic situation at the isthmus mirrored that of Thermopylae, requiring a strong naval presence to prevent Persian forces from circumventing the barrier by sea. Under the advice and urging of Themistocles, the Greeks sought not merely to block the Persian advance, but to completely annihilate their naval strength. By cunningly drawing the Persian fleet into the narrow straits of Salamis, the Greeks managed a decisive victory that significantly weakened the Persian naval capabilities. Fearing a potential Greek assault on the bridges across the Hellespont, which would trap his forces in Europe, Xerxes had no choice. He retreated back to Asia with much of his army, though this retreat was marred by severe losses due to starvation and disease. He left behind his general, Mardonius, with a select force to complete the subjugation of Greece. However, under Athenian instigation, the Greek coalition mobilized once more, confronting Mardonius in Boeotia, culminating in the decisive Battle of Plataea, where the Greeks achieved a significant victory, effectively ending the Persian invasion. Simultaneously, at the Battle of Mycale, the Greeks dealt further blows to the remnants of the Persian fleet, diminishing any remaining threats of another invasion. Well, despite being a tactical defeat, the Battle of Thermopylae gained an immortal legacy, one that still 2,500 years later we're still talking about. It's become emblematic of heroic resistance over overwhelming odds. while it was a strategic victory for the Persians in that they overcame the pass, the spirited Greek defense showcased their resolve and tactical prowess, turning the fallen defenders, especially Leonidas and the Spartans, into martyrs whose legacy would inspire subsequent generations. The battle underscored the effectiveness of Greek military tactics and the strategic use of terrain, contributing to a broader narrative that shaped Western perceptions of freedom against tyranny, a narrative that continues to resonate in contemporary culture. Thus, we reference the solemn plaque engraved at the site of the battle, still there to this day, attributed to Simonides, with the inscription, "O stranger, tell the Lacedaemonians that here we lie, obedient to their words." And with that, we reach the end of my little video on the Battle of Thermopylae and the brave 300. The first assembly of Nicaea, called together in 325 AD under the leadership of Emperor Constantine the Great, the inaugural ecumenical assembly of the Christian Church. This was the event that for the first time solidified Christian dogma. The council, which took place in Nicaea in Bithynia, which is now Iznik in the modern country of Turkey, was largely convened to address the Arian issue, a rather heated doctrinal dispute that posed a threat to the unity of the Christian Church. You see, Arius, a clergyman from Alexandria, argued that Jesus Christ was not inherently divine, but was instead a being simply created by God. Well, this belief was strongly opposed by the other church leaders, of course, especially Athanasius, who defended the idea that Christ was fully divine, and indeed of the same essence as God the Father. Well, the council convened bishops from many Christian denominations to deliberate and determine these crucial matters of doctrine, and the result was the formalized Nicene Creed, a declaration of the belief that confirmed the divine nature of Jesus and his eternal existence alongside God the Father, therefore rejecting Arianism. This belief system formed the fundamental aspect of what the Christians believed, and the council additionally promulgated canons to tackle several administrative matters inside the church, including the determination of the date of Easter, clerical behavior, and disputes over jurisdiction among bishops. Well, I'd like to welcome you all to the channel first, now that the introduction is out of the way. We all generally know what the topic is going to be. If you are new to the channel, welcome. For those coming back, thank you very much for joining me once again. As always, just by joining me as you are doing, that's enough support for the channel. The like and subscribe button also helps, along with a few links in the description, and check me out on Facebook. Bit of a community building over there. But now, without further ado, and with all that customary self-promotion out of the way, let's get right into it. Oh, and remember, as always with these kind of topics, we approach them from the view of detached academia, as one of my subscribers said many, many moons ago, and I do like the term. So, let's just have fun and learn something, shall we? So, what was it all about? Why were they there? Well, the primary reason for convening the council was this aforementioned theological dispute among the Christian clergy of Alexandria concerning the nature of Jesus Christ, his origin, and indeed his relationship to God. This controversy, which likely began between 318 and 322, involved Archbishop Alexander of Alexandria and the presbyter Arius, to which the, perhaps we don't say the heresy, but the belief, I suppose, of Arianism gets its name. Well, Alexander taught that Jesus, as God the Son, had an eternal origin from the Father, while Arius argued that only the Father was eternal and that the Son was created by the Father, making him thus subordinate to him. I know it's a little bit complicated, but we'll try to go a little bit slowly. Well, Arius accused Alexander of following the teachings of one Sabellius, who believed that the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit were one entity, the Trinity, basically, contrasting with the Eastern belief that they were distinct. Well, a regional council of bishops from Egypt and Libya convened by Alexander also supported this view, leading to the expulsion of Arius from Alexandria. Well, he was not going to take that lying down, of course. He then sought support from other churches in the Eastern Roman Empire, gaining the backing of bishops like Eusebius of Nicomedia and Eusebius of Caesarea. Now, at the same time, the Alexandrian Church was dealing with the Meletian Schism, which was a division that arose during the Diocletian persecution, when Meletius, the bishop of Lycopolis, refused to recognize the legitimacy of Peter I of Alexandria's successors. When 324, after defeating Licinius and becoming the sole ruler of the Roman Empire, Constantine became aware of the dispute between Alexander and Arius, most likely through Eusebius of Nicomedia, since they were in frequent contact. Constantine subsequently wrote to both of the men, urging them to reconcile and restore harmony, all for the greater good. And this was not Constantine's first involvement in religious disputes, by the way. He'd previously intervened in the Donatist schism in North Africa, appointing Bishop Miltiades of Rome to mediate the conflict and later convening the Council of Arles to address the issue. Thus, Bishop Hosius of Corduba, acting as Constantine's envoy, delivered the emperor's letter to Alexandria, and later chaired a synod there to discuss the timing of Easter. He then convened a council of Eastern bishops at Antioch, which supported Alexander's position, declaring that the Son was begotten not from nothingness, but from the Father, not created, but a true offspring, and condemned Arius's teachings. Well, Eusebius of Caesarea was temporarily excommunicated for asserting that the Father and Son had distinct natures. They call it orthodoxy for a reason, right? Cannot stray from that. Thus the bishops were summoned to convene in Ancyra, Asia Minor, for a significant council, either by their own initiative or by direct order from Emperor Constantine. However, Constantine later moved the council to Nicaea in Bithynia, which was closer to his palace at Nicomedia, to facilitate his attendance and encourage wider participation from bishops from all across the empire. Well, the emperor also planned to hold a commemorative event in Nicaea to mark the 20th anniversary of his reign. Why not have a party at the same time, after all the hard work is done? Now, on to the expenses of the council, including the bishop's travel cost. Well, they were all covered by the imperial treasury. And you know what that means. They're covered by the people's taxes. Well, estimates of attendance range from 250 to 300 bishops, with the commonly accepted figure being around 318, which is reported by the contemporary source Athanasius of Antioch, that being Antioch of Syria. Now this number, 318, is also significant, as, get this, it matches the count of people in Abraham's household according to the book of Genesis. Now, is that, well, was it written in later? To give a little bit of flair to the number and match it up with the biblical document? We don't know. It could have been. But, well, we don't really have proof that it was or wasn't. Either way, the lists of those who signed the final decisions of the council include up to about 220 names, so not everybody was on the dotted line. When considering the presbyters and deacons accompanying each bishop, the total number of attendees, with everybody counted, could have been up to 1,200, or perhaps even 2,000, depending on how many people each bishop needed to take with them. Of course, most of the bishops were from the eastern regions, with around 20 of them from Egypt and Libya, 50 from Palestine and Syria, and over 100 from Asia Minor. Additionally, there was one bishop from Persia and one from Scythia. Western participants included Hosius, Caecilianus of Carthage, Nicasius of Die, Domnus of Pannonia, Marcus of Calabria, and two presbyters, Victor and Vicentius, representing the bishop Sylvester of Rome. Now, among the eastern bishops, prominent supporters of Arius included Eusebius of Nicomedia, Eusebius of Caesarea, Menophantus of Ephesus, Patrophilus of Psychothopolis, and Theonas of Marmaricae, along with a few more. The leading opponents of Arianism were Alexander of Alexandria, as we've just mentioned, and Eustathius of Antioch, along with Marcellus of Ancyra and Macarius of Jerusalem. Thus the council convened at the imperial palace at Nicaea. It is probable that the bishops gathered in a rectangular basilica hall, which was described as Eusebius of Caesarea. Constantine himself began the council with a grand entrance once all the bishops had assembled, and Eusebius described him as resembling a celestial angel, with his radiant cloak glowing like beams of light, his purple robe shining with a fiery brilliance adorned with gold and precious gemstones. What an outfit! I suppose you've got a dress for the job that you want, right? Well, Constantine then delivered his inaugural address, and he did it in Latin, the language of the Roman Empire, despite the fact that most participants could not understand a single word that he was saying, as most of them were from the East, as we've mentioned. And what language did they speak? Most of them are speaking Greek. And this was also despite the fact that they were holding it in that same territory, so, well, I don't know how effective his speech would have been. Now, according to the church historian Socrates of Constantinople, The council opened on the 20th of May 325, though it might have actually started a little bit later, possibly in June. Hosius likely chaired the council as Constantine's representative, with Constantine himself actively participating in the debates. Though he did not vote, by the way. Why is that? Well, he may have been emperor, but he was not a bishop. Now, the proceedings of the council were not comprehensively recorded, unlike later council, which is 1. A massive shame, and 2. It makes it very difficult to determine the exact sequence of the events. But the council was structured, as we know, similarly to the Roman Senate. Old habits die hard, with the chair holding significant authority and participants speaking in a specific order based on their individual ranks. The initial discussions likely focused on the status of Eusebius of Caesarea and other bishops who had been excommunicated at Antioch. Now, as this would determine their participation in the rest of the council, Eusebius reported that his declaration of faith was accepted, leading to his reinstatement, though Eustathius of Antioch recorded that the council rejected a profession of faith by Eusebius of Nicaea. The council then formulated a declaration of faith, likely drafted by a smaller group and based on earlier creeds. Each line of the statement was debated and discussed by the council, and in the end, all but 2 bishops signed the final version of the creed, which was adopted as the official statement of faith. Job 1 ticked off the list. Now, alongside the Arian inquiry, the council also discussed the calculation of the date of Easter, that is, the resurrection of Jesus Christ by what the Christians believe, choosing to follow the Roman and Alexandrian method, despite some opposition from Eastern bishops. Of course, to this day, the Eastern Church has very different dates for their Christmases and Easter than the Catholics or the Lutherans or the more Western denominations do. And they have cooler outfits, if you ask me. Well, the council also addressed the Meletian Schism and issued 20 canons to govern church discipline and administration, which we will get to later, and I'll read them all out exactly as they are. Now, everything finished up in early June, and the bishops were invited to join Constantine in celebrating his 20th year as emperor on the 25th of July. After the council, both bishops and Constantine sent letters across the empire to disseminate the decisions that were made, whether the people liked it or not, I'm afraid. So, what exactly was the creed that they devised? Well, it serves as a proclamation and a concise overview of basically what the Christian religion is, or was. Now, they already had multiple creeds, and the council members found several of them to be pretty satisfactory, and that included the creed of Arius. But of course, was there someone you forgot to ask, Arius? Throughout history, different belief systems have functioned as a way for Christians to establish their identity, just like any other religion, foster their sense of belonging, and get acknowledgement, particularly at the sacrament of baptism. The Apostles' Creed, for example, was widely embraced in Rome, particularly during the observance of Lent and the season of Easter. During the Council of Nicaea, the particular creed was employed to precisely articulate the beliefs of the Church, encompassing those who adhered to it while excluding those who did not. Well, you did not want to be excluded. Now, the initial version of the Nicene Creed was formulated in the following manner. We believe in one God, the Father Almighty, maker of all things visible and invisible, and in one Lord, Jesus Christ, the Son of God, begotten from the Father, only begotten, that is, from the substance of the Father, God from God, light from light, true God from true God, begotten, not made, of one substance with the Father, through whom all things came into being, things in heaven and things in earth, who because of us men and because of our salvation came down, and became incarnate, and became man, and suffered, and rose again on the third day, and ascended to the heavens, and will come to judge the living and dead, and in the Holy Spirit. But as for those who say, there was when he was not, and before being born he was not, and that he came into existence out of nothing, or who assert that the Son of God is of different hypostasis, or substance, or created, is subject to alteration or change. These the Catholic and Apostolic Church anathematizes. End of the original creed. Of course, this creed was revised by the First Council of Constantinople in 381. Now, several notable components were incorporated into the Nicene Creed, potentially authored by Hosius of Cordova, with the intention of refuting the Arian perspective. Jesus Christ is described as light from light, true God from true God, proclaiming his divinity. He is also said to be begotten, not made, asserting that he was not a mere creature brought into the earth out of nothing, but really the true Son of God, brought into being from the substance of the Father. He is also said to be of one substance with the Father, proclaiming that although Jesus Christ is true God, and God the Father is also true God, they are indeed of one unified substance. Deep breaths. Like I said, it's not easy, but I'm trying to go as slow as I can. I get confused by the Trinity sometimes. Now, there is a Greek term, and in Greek it's homousios, which means consubstantial, i.e., meaning the same substance. It's ascribed by Eusebius of Caesarea to Constantine, who, on this particular point, may have chosen to exercise his authority. The significance of this clause, however, is ambiguous as to the extent in which Jesus Christ and God the Father are of one substance, and the issues it raised would be seriously controverted in the future. Now, the Creed also concluded with a series of anathemas, specifically intended to reject Arians' declared beliefs. A bad day to be an Arian, I tell you that much. The view that there was once, when he was not, was rejected, to maintain that co-eternity of the Son with the Father being God. Now, the view that he was mutable or subject to change was also flatly rejected, to maintain that the Son, just like the Father, was beyond any form of weakness or corruptibility, and most importantly, that he could not fall away from absolute moral perfection. Therefore, rather than creating a baptismal creed that would be acceptable to both the Arians and their opponents, the council instead established one that basically kicked the Arians out into the gutter, completely inconsistent with the fundamental principles of their beliefs. In fact, they had no interest at all in appealing and appeasing the Arians. They just didn't care. Well, either way, the Arians were quite outnumbered, so what are you gonna do? So the content of this declaration of belief is conserved in a letter written by Eusebius to his congregation, as well as in the works of Athanasius and other sources. Now, the Homosians, who we mentioned before, this consubstantiation word, who were strongly opposed to Arianism, were able to promote the adoption of the term of same substance at the Council of Antioch in 264 to 268, and as a result, the council accepted the dogma. Now, as for the emperor, he implemented his previous declaration, and everybody who declined to support the doctrine would be banished. And if there's one thing you do not want, it is to be banished. Not a good time. Well, Arius, Theonius, and Secundus declined to conform to the creed, and they were consequently sent to Illyria, as well as being expelled from the church. Arius's books were then confiscated and burned. And his adherents? Well, they were all labeled adversaries of Christianity. But of course, when you have strongly held beliefs, you strongly hold on to them, and the dispute persisted in different regions of the empire. Now, onto the issue of Easter, which is associated with the Jewish Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread, as Christians believe that Jesus was crucified and resurrected during the time of those events. Starting from Pope Sixtus I in the 2nd century, certain Christians began observing Easter on a Sunday within the lunar month of Nisan. Christians depended on the Jewish community to ascertain the specific lunar month to be named as Nisan. By the end of the 3rd century, certain Christians started to voice their discontent with what they perceived as the chaotic condition of the Jewish calendar. They contended that present-day Jews were incorrectly designating the lunar month as the month of Nisan, opting for a month in which the 14th day occurred prior to the spring equinox. These individuals proposed that Christians should cease the practice, and depending on Jewish sources for information, and instead perform their own calculations to ascertain the month that should be designated as Nisan. By establishing Easter within this autonomously calculated Christian Nisan month, the festival would consistently occur after the equinox. They rationalized this departure from precedent by asserting that it was actually the modern Jewish calendar that had deviated from tradition by disregarding the equinox, and historically, the 14th of Nisan had never occurred before the equinox. Some individuals believe that the traditional practice of depending on the Jewish calendar should persist, even if the Jewish calculations were incorrect from a Christian perspective. Now, the Council of Nicaea officially resolved the dispute between those who had supported independent calculations for determining the date of Easter and those who wanted to maintain reliance on the Jewish calendar. The council approved the independent method that had already been in use in Rome and Alexandria for some time. Henceforth, Easter would be celebrated on a Sunday in a lunar month determined by Christian standards, not necessarily falling in the Jewish month of Nisan. Those who continued to follow the Jewish calendar, known as Proto-Paschhites, were encouraged to align with the new standard. However, not all complied immediately, as evidenced by sermons and writings opposing the practice late into the 4th century. Now, another significant issue addressed by the council was the resolution of the Melitian schism, a sect that had split from the mainstream church. The council decided that Melitius would remain in his hometown of Lycopolis in Egypt, without any authority to appoint new clergy, and he was also pretty much under arrest because he was not allowed to leave the town. His ordinations were also deemed invalid, and any clergy he had ordained had to undergo a reaffirmation of their ordination through the laying on of hands. These clergy were instructed to defer to those ordained by Bishop Alexander, and were prohibited from acting without his explicit approval. If a non-Melitian bishop or ecclesiastic were to die, the empty position could be offered to a Melitian, as long as he was deserving and the choice by the people was approved by Alexander. Melitius's bishop privileges and prerogatives were also revoked. Despite implementing mild measures, their efforts were futile, as the Melitians aligned themselves with the Arians, exacerbating this discord. They emerged as some of Athanasius's most formidable adversaries, but unfortunately, the Melitians did not last beyond the 5th century. In fact, they'd effectively all died out by the mid-5th century, so, well, to the pages of history they go too. Now, there were also the ecclesiastical regulations of the council. These were known as canons, which serve as disciplinary rules, although the precise number is also a matter of contention. But we do have 20 pieces that are included in the Nicene and post-Nicene Fathers collection, which are as follows. Prohibition of self-castration for clergy. Establishment of a minimum term for persons studying for baptism. Prohibition of a man and a woman who have taken both vows of chastity to live together in a chaste and non-legalized partnership. Ordination of a bishop in the presence of at least 3 provincial bishops and confirmed by the metropolitan bishop. Provision for 2 provincial synods to be held annually. Confirmation of ancient customs, giving jurisdiction over large regions to the bishops of Alexandria, Rome, and Antioch. Recognition of honorary rights of the See of Jerusalem. Provision for agreement with the Novatianists, an early sect of elders who had been ordained without sufficient examination, were not to be recognized. Elders who had lapsed but had not been found out were to be deposed. Mercy was enjoined towards those who had lapsed without compulsion, even though it was recognized that they did not deserve it. Those who had left the military but later sought to be restored to their military position were to be excommunicated, depending on the sincerity of their repentance. they could be readmitted to communion earlier. Those who were fulfilling penance could receive communion if they were dying, but if they got well again, they were to finish their penance. Catechumens who lapsed were to have 3 years as hearers before being allowed to become catechumens again. Bishops, presbyters, and deacons were not to wander into neighboring cities to officiate. Clergy who refused to return to their home church were to be excommunicated, and the ordinations of those who were ordained by these wandering clergy were to be considered null and void. Prohibition of usury among the clergy. Precedence of bishops and presbyters before deacons in receiving the Eucharist. Declaration of the invalidity of baptism by Paulian heretics. Prohibition of kneeling on Sundays and during the Pentecost. Standing was the normative posture for prayer at this time, and it is still among the Eastern Christians. In fact, kneeling was considered most appropriate to penitential prayer, as distinct from the festive nature of Eastertide and its remembrance every Sunday. The canon was designed only to ensure uniformity of practice at these designated times. So that was the main rules, those 20 ecclesiastical regulations, the canons. Temporarily, the council failed to fully resolve the issues that it was called to address, however, leading to a prolonged period of discord and turmoil. Now, following the reign of Constantinople, the Eastern Empire was ruled by 2 emperors. And guess what? They followed the Arian Christian belief. It was his son, Constantius II, and also Valens. Now, Valens was unable to address the unresolved ecclesiastical matters and had a failed confrontation with St. Basil regarding the Nicene Creed. Certain factions within the Roman Empire, still adhering to the pagan beliefs, and there were plenty of them, sought to maintain or even reinstate paganism as the dominant religion, as seen with figures like Arbogast and Julian the Apostate. Meanwhile, both Arians and Meletians quickly regained many of the privileges that had been taken away from them, and this allowed Arianism to continue spreading, and with that, remaining a hot issue within the Church throughout the 4th century. Eusebius of Nicaea, an Arian bishop who was actually related to Emperor Constantine I, leveraged his influence at court to persuade Constantine to favor the Arians over the proto-Orthodox Nicene bishops. In 330, Eustathius of Antioch was deposed and exiled, followed by Athanasius, who had succeeded Alexander as Bishop of Alexandria, being removed by the First Synod of Tyre in 335. Marcellus of Ancyra replaced Athanasius in 336. Arius, he returned to Constantinople, seeking reinstatement with the Church, but he died shortly before this could happen. Constantine himself, he passed away the following year after receiving baptism from the Arian bishop Eusebius of Nicaea, marking the end of the initial phase of the post-Nicene conflicts. Now, it's all a bit complex, isn't it? It's a bit of fun, though, I think. Now, in terms of Christianity in general at the time, you must remember that it was a pretty new thing in terms of having legal status. In fact, it was only granted legal status following the end of the Diocletian persecution in 311 under Galerius. Although Galerius had halted the persecution, it wasn't until the Edict of Milan in 313, agreed upon by Constantine and Licinius, that Christianity received full legal protection and tolerance. But that wasn't Nicene Christianity. Well, Nicene Christianity did not become the official religion of the Roman Empire until the Edict of Thessalonica in 380. During this period, paganism remained legal and continued to play a role in public life. In fact, they were pretty much living side by side until the government got involved. Well, before the Council of Nicaea, Constantine's currency and symbols were still associated with the pagan worship of Sol Invictus. That is their sun god, effectively, and he initially promoted the construction of new temples and allowed traditional sacrifices. However, later in his reign, he ordered the plundering and even the destruction of Roman temples. And I think no matter what side you're on, whatever your beliefs are, that is sad. As emperor, Constantine played a role in relation to the Council of Nicaea, sure, acting as the highest-ranking civil authority in the empire, but his primary responsibility was to maintain civic order, and he sought to unify the church with peace and ensure that everything was running correctly. Makes his job a lot easier. When he first received reports of the unrest in Alexandria caused by the Arian controversy, he was deeply troubled and rebuked both Arius and Bishop Alexander for allowing the dispute to escalate into a public disturbance. Aware of the differing views on the observance of Easter and wanting to resolve these and other matters, Constantine sent the respected Bishop Hosius of Cordova to convene a regional council in an attempt to restore unity. Unfortunately, this did not go to plan. The mission failed, so Constantine took the decisive step of convening a synod at Nicaea, inviting all the prominent figures from the churches to the empire to address this ongoing theological dispute. Now, it's important to mention, too, that contrary to some later claims, we don't really have any evidence that biblical canon was discussed at the Council of Nicaea. In fact, the development of the biblical canon was nearly complete by this time, with exceptions known as the Antilegomena, texts whose authenticity or value were disputed. Now, the idea that the canon was determined at Nicaea seems to have originated from Voltaire, who popularized a story about books being placed on an altar, with those that didn't fall off the altar being included in the canon, like some kind of, divine intervention. If God wants those books in it, he would have them balanced properly, this kind of thing. Now, this story likely originated from the Synodicon Vetus, a pseudo-historical account from the year 887. Constantine did commission 50 Bibles in 331 for the Bishop of Constantinople, but it is unclear whether these were full Bibles or just parts of them. If, for example, they were, the important stuff like the Gospels, Genesis, or whatever it was. Now, some scholars suggest that this request may have influenced the canon lists. It's later claimed that the Book of Judith was counted among the sacred scriptures by the Nicene councils, though modern scholarship doubts this, and it indicates any formal canon selection at the time of the council was, it just was not on the list of things to do. Really, the primary focus was simply the divinity of Christ. Trying to figure out what exactly Christ was in this term, the Trinity, which was already in use, by the way, earliest known mention by Theophilus of Antioch between AD 115 to 181, referring to the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. The concept had been further developed by Origen and Tertullian, and hints of a divine three appeared in the writings of early church fathers, such as Polycarp, Ignatius, and Justin Martyr. However, the specific matter of the Holy Spirit's relationship within the Trinity remained unresolved at Nicaea, and was not fully articulated until the Council of Constantinople in 381, with significant contributions from Gregory of Nyssa. Although Constantine desired a unified church following the council, he did not impose the Homoousian perspective on the council about the character of Christ. Constantine did not authorize the production of any Bibles at the council, and although Constantine had a sympathetic interest in the church, he delayed his baptism for about 11 or 12 years after the council was finished. He did this in order to be freed from as many sins as possible before being baptized. It's a decent strategy. The canon passed by the Nicene Fathers was intended to affirm an existing relationship based on church tradition, rather than introduce anything new. The affirmation was especially relevant to Alexandria due to contemporary issues in the region. In fact, the Bishop of Alexandria was given authority over the provinces of Egypt, Libya, and the Pentapolis, similar to how the Bishop of Rome held jurisdiction over his own diocese. The bishoprics of Alexandria, Rome, and Antioch were essentially given equal status, with Rome serving as an illustrative example rather than being elevated above the others. The first among equals, basically. And there you have it. And after that, everybody got along, and they never argued about it again. Well, this is a history channel, not a fantasy channel, so I'm sure you know that that is a joke. I have a feeling that we're going to be arguing about religion for quite some time. But it's still something that we all have to talk about. In 490 BC, the Athenians achieved an unexpected triumph over the Persian Empire at the Battle of Marathon. As part of his campaign to punish the Greek city-states that had supported the Ionian revolt and expand the Persian Empire, King Darius I launched the first Persian invasion of Greece. Thus, on the plain of Marathon, nearby to Athens, the Persian army descended, bolstered by a coastal fleet and a numerically superior force. Despite being outnumbered, Miltiades led the Athenian army, supplemented by a small contingent from Plataea, into an attack on the Persians. He used a novel tactic to encircle the Persian forces by weakening their center lines and strengthening their flanks. Massive Persian casualties and a shattered battle line were the result of this strategic move, sending the Persians fleeing in disarray back to their ships. The morale of all Greek city-states was greatly boosted by the triumph, which proved that the Persians could be vanquished. Legends abound commemorating the battle and its significance in defending Greek liberty and political autonomy. One such legend is that of Pheidippides, the messenger who ran from Marathon to Athens to announce the victory, a story that is said to have inspired the modern marathon event of our Olympic Games. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, good to meet you, and for those coming back, good to see you again. Off we go back to ancient Greece today. That is going to be fun. Supporting the channel is just enjoying the channel, and I certainly hope you're doing that. The like and subscribe's up there too, and if you feel the need to look in the description, you may find some other links that are perhaps relevant to you. But first, let's get nice and relaxed and we can begin with today's topic. Initiated largely by the Ionian Revolt, the Persian invasion of Greece marked the beginning of the Greco-Persian Wars. You see, both sides had been interacting for a long time, and this war was the result of both the revolt and their reactions to it. The young Persian Empire was rapidly expanding by 500 BC, but it was beset by insurgencies among the peoples it had conquered. When King Darius took the throne, he wasted no time in putting an end to the various rebellions. He had already expanded Persian influence into Europe before the Ionian Revolt broke out, subjugating Thrace and establishing Macedon as a tributary state. At the time, Greece was politically divided, which made it an easy target for the Persians to expand into, little by little. Now, the Ionian Revolt demonstrated the danger that the Greek city-states could present to the Persian stability. Thus, in retaliation for the uprising, Darius plotted a punishing expedition to conquer the Aegean and Greece. Aristotle, the tyrant of Miletus, and Artaphernes, a Persian satrap, launched an unsuccessful assault on Naxos to start the war. Artaphernes decided to depose Aristogoras after the endeavor failed, and the democratic government that Aristogoras founded in Miletus, which he had renounced in anticipation of his dismissal, sparked rebellion in other cities of the Ionian region. Aristogoras sought out allies on the Greek mainland, but he only received military backing from Athens and Eretria. A number of internal political events, most notably the birth of democracy following the deposal of Athens dictator Hippias in 510 BC, impacted the Athenians' choice to put their support behind the revolt. Hippias, the exiled son of Pisistratus, the political tycoon of Athens, sought asylum in Sardis with Artaphernes. In return for help re-establishing his rule, he pledged to subjugate Athens to Persian influence. At the same time, Cleisthenes and the Alcmeonidae family, who saw themselves as the rightful rulers of Athens, were greatly dismayed when Cleomenes I of Sparta installed Isagoras, who favored a pro-Spartan administration. Cleisthenes formed a new political faction, with strong support from the Athenians after losing politically to the coalition headed by Isagoras. Although this strategy was initially successful, Cleisthenes and other prominent members of the Alcmeonid family were exiled when Cleomenes I of Sparta returned to Athens at the request of Isagoras. The Athenians rose up in rebellion against Cleomenes and Isagoras' attempts to create an absolute oligarchy, and drove them from power. Thus, the Athenians were given more power when Cleisthenes swiftly instituted reforms upon his return in 507 BC. These reforms did not instantly create a complete democracy, but they did set the foundation for it. Now, Athens' newfound independence made the city-state extremely resistant to rule by Sparta, Persia, or anybody that wasn't Athens. And fair enough. Cleomenes was so unhappy that he led the Spartan army into Athens to try to oust Isagoras, but they were unsuccessful. Simultaneously, Athens turned to Artaphernes in Sardis for assistance in their fear of the outcome, and Artaphernes demanded the traditional symbols of submission, earth and water. Despite receiving severe criticism upon their return to Athens, the Athenian ambassadors acquiesced. Hippias fled back to Sardis and begged the Persians for help in recapturing Athens after Cleomenes' attempts to restore the exiled tyrant failed as well. Athens responded by sending emissaries to Artaphernes in an attempt to dissuade him from supporting Hippias. But Artaphernes instead demanded that he be reinstated. The city-state of Athens refused, and instead readied itself for war with Persia, joining forces with the rebellious Ionian cities. This was especially true, given that many of these cities had been Athens' colonies, and had since become democratic republics. Afterwards, 25 triremes, that's a kind of ship that they had in ancient Greece, quite effective, were dispatched by Athens and Eretria to lend support to the Ionian revolt. They marched on Sardis and burned down the lower city. But unfortunately, the triumph was fleeting, and they were routed to the coast by the Persian armies, suffering heavy casualties in the process. Despite their withdrawal, King Darius of Persia became even more enraged by Athens and Eretria as a result of their daring move, and he vowed to take vengeance upon them. The Ionian revolt came to a close with the Persian conquest of Lade in 494 BC. The Persian fleet had already subdued the remaining rebels by 493. Previously, ungoverned territories in the Propontis and the eastern Aegean were incorporated into the Persian Empire by Darius during this juncture. Once they had Ionia under control, the Persians could finally punish Athens and Eretria for their role in the Persian threat. After the Ionian revolt was put down in 492, Darius dispatched an expedition to Greece, led by Mardonius, his son-in-law. In addition to re-subjugating Thrace, Mardonius fully subjugated Macedonia to Persia, ending its previous status as a relatively independent vassal. However, his fleet was destroyed in a violent storm, and the campaign came to a premature end. When Hippias fled to the son of the satrap Artaphernes, and the Median admiral Datis led another expedition in 490, Darius was once again in charge. The injury Mardonius suffered in the last campaign caused him to lose favor with the team, and the new expedition's goals were to conquer or destroy Eretria and Athens in Greece, punish Naxos for its resistance in 499, and incorporate the Cyclades into the Persian Empire. By carefully hopping around from island to island across the Aegean, the Persian army captured and punished Naxos before reaching midsummer off the coast of Euboea. After sieging, capturing, and burning Eretria, they swung south towards Attica to punish Athens, the campaign's ultimate goal. And there, at the Bay of Marathon, about 27 kilometers northeast of Athens, the Persians touched ground, with the advice of the exiled Athenian dictator Hippias. Then, under the command of the seasoned general Miltiades, the Athenians wasted no time advancing to Marathon in an effort to cut off the Persians' access to the plain and their ability to push further inland. At the same time, Pheidippides, Athens' fastest runner, was sent to Sparta to ask for military aid. However, his arrival occurred during the Carneia festival, which meant that the Spartans would have to wait at least 10 days for the full moon before they could get ready to go for battle. Even though the arrival of 1,000 hoplites from the small city of Plataea boosted morale and secured eternal Athenian gratitude, the Athenians had to hold their ground at Marathon in the meantime. And looking out at the Persians' army's numbers, it was not going to be easy. Thus, over the plain of Marathon, the two armies engaged in a stalemate that lasted for approximately 5 days. Now, it was either a forest of trees or an abatis of stakes that protected the flanks of the Athenians' camp. As the Athenians' arrival drew nearer by the day, the delay worked in the Athenians' favor. Athletes selected one general from each of their 10 tribes to lead the army, and Miltiades was one of them, and the entire citizen body elected Callimachus to be the polemarch, the war archon. Herodotus states that the strategoi, or the general, took turns in being in charge, but on Miltiades' day, they all yielded to his command. Even though he knew that the Spartans were on their way, Miltiades waited until his command day to take the attack to the Persians, according to Herodotus at least. Problems do arise with this account due to the lack of proof of rotating generalship, and the fact that the Athenians gained very little benefit from attacking before the Spartans arrived. The arrival of the Athenians at Marathon was preceded by the battle of discernible lag. It is possible that Herodotus made a mistake in his explanation of this delay because he thought Miltiades was eager to attack. But Herodotus is going to do what Herodotus does, and that is write somewhat questionable accounts. Well, as we will see later on, the main reason for the hold-up was likely just that the Persians and the Athenians weren't ready to risk fighting at first, and because of this we sort of have to wonder why the conflict did happen at that particular time. While all of the sources do agree with Herodotus that the Greeks attacked the Persians first, The motivation behind this action prior to the arrival of the Spartans remains a bit of a mystery. To put it simply, there's two competing hypotheses. Well, according to the first school of thought, the Persian cavalry withdrew from Marathon, and upon seeing them go, the Greeks took the advantage of launching an attack. An entry in the Suda dictionary, and the fact that Herodotus does not mention cavalry in his account of the battle, provides the groundwork for this theory. But the most common version of this theory holds that the cavalry were to be sent by sea to attack an undefended Athens at the rear, as the remaining Persians pinned down the Athenian army at Marathon, while the other version states that they were completing the tedious process of re-embarking on the ships. And if you've ever tried to get a horse on a boat, you know what they're talking about. So, this theory takes Herodotus at his word and says that the Persian army started re-embarking after Marathon with the intention of sailing around Cape Sognon and attacking Athens directly. Therefore, this re-embarkation must have happened prior to the battle, and possibly even caused it. The alternate explanation is that the Persians' decision to attack on the Athenians was the sole cause of the conflict. Assuming that the Athenians took the tactical offensive and attacked the Persians when they saw their advance, this theory can be reconciled with the traditional account of the Persians attacking the Athenians, even though this theory has the Persians moving to the strategic offensive. Obviously, we don't really have enough evidence to say which theory is more plausible. Nevertheless, according to both explanations, the conflict was precipitated by Persian actions that took place on or around the fifth day. There is another possibility, that both explanations are true. The Persians launched their assault on Athens with their cavalry by ship, while simultaneously launching their infantry attack on Marathon, which led to the Greek counterattack. Well, dates of various events are provided by Herodotus, utilizing the lunar solar calendar, which differed among the Greek city-states. Historians can utilize astronomical calculations to transform these dates into the proleptic Julian calendar, which is widely used for establishing chronology. This date has been traditionally acknowledged since 1855, when Philip August Bock demonstrated that the fight occurred on September 12, 490 BC, based on the calculations of the Julian calendar. But this finding is conditional on when exactly the Spartan festival took place. After all, the Spartan calendar might have been a month earlier than the Athenians. On the 12th of August, 490 BC, if this were true, then the conflict would have taken place. Well, Herodotus does not specify how many Athenians were in the army during the Battle of Marathon. Ancient historians and chroniclers like Plutarch, Cornelius Nepos, and Pausanias all attest that 9,000 Athenians and 1,000 Plataeans made up the Athenian army. In contrast, according to Justin, there were 10,000 Athenians and 1,000 Plataeans. The quantity of soldiers sent by the Athenians and Plataeans to the Battle of Plataea 11 years later is remarkably similar to these figures, according once again to Herodotus. And Pausanias further mentioned that the monument honoring the fight had the names of enslaved people who had been released in return for their military service. These figures are usually considered plausible by modern historians. The entire Athenian army at Marathon and Plataea would have constituted around 3% of the total population, considering that the population of Attica, the area governed by Athens, was around 315,000 at the time, and that is including slaves. This estimate shows the crucial role that these battles played in Athenian and Greek history, highlighting the massive mobilization of resources by the Athenians in reaction to this collective threat from the Persians. Darius commanded a fleet of 600 triremes, as reported by Herodotus. The Persian army's size is not really mentioned, but he does say that it was large and densely packed. There are a variety of Persian force estimates found in other ancient sources. For example, Simonides, a poet who lived at the same time or around it, claims that the number of campaigners was 200,000. According to the Roman historian Cornelius Nepos, there were around 200,000 foot soldiers and 10,000 mounted troops, but only 100,000 fought on land, and the remaining were on the last fleet that rounded Cape Sonion. The numbers that the Suda dictionary, Plutarch, and Pausanias all came up with are around 300,000. Lysias and Plato both say 500,000, and Justinus says 600,000. Of course, I will remind you, you should probably not take those numbers too seriously. Now, the number of Persian infantrymen has been estimated by modern historians to be anywhere from between 20,000 to 100,000, with 25,000 being the most commonly accepted figure. On average, 1,000 people make up the cavalry. While the Ionians and Aeolians were among the many contingents from the Achaemenid Empire that made up the fleet, they are not specifically named as having fought in the battle, and may have stayed on board. The Persians and Sacae were prominent figures in Herodotus' account of the Achaemenid line's central section at Marathon. He recounts, "They fought a long time at Marathon. In the center of the line the foreigners prevailed, where the Persians and Sacae were arrayed. The foreigners prevailed there, and broke through in pursuit inland, but on each wing the Athenians and Plataeans prevailed. In victory they led the routed foreigners flee, and brought the wings together to fight those who had broken through the center. The Athenians prevailed, then followed the fleeing Persians and struck them down. When they reached the sea, they demanded fire and laid hold of the Persian ships." End of the account from Herodotus. While the Athenians faced multiple strategic obstacles during the Battle of Marathon, even after deploying all of their hoplites to confront the Persians, they were likely outnumbered by a factor of 2 or more. Athens was extremely exposed after its full mobilization, leaving it practically defenseless against any attack, and effectively opening the door to a secondary Persian maneuver that could cut off their forces from the city. Losing at Marathon would spell disaster for the Athenians, because they had no backup army. Strategically, they aimed to engage the Persian forces at Marathon in a way that would prevent them from being outmaneuvered and flanked by blocking the plain's exits. The Athenians still had important strategic advantages, though, despite all the limitations. You see, they had successfully confined the Persians to the plain of Marathon, so there was no immediate need to fight. But with each passing day, the Athenians' chances of receiving reinforcements from the Spartans grew. The Athenians chose to play defense in the early stages of the conflict, because attacking was fraught with danger, and delaying might have paid dividends. The Athenians chose to remain on the defensive was even more justified when they considered the weakness of hoplites against cavalry and the formidable cavalry forces of the Persians. It is probable that the Persian strategy revolved around their tactical alternatives. Later battles, such as Plataea and Thermopylae, would demonstrate that Persian infantry, in contrast to Greek hoplites, were unprepared for direct confrontations due to their lighter and less armored nature. It is possible that the Persians were discouraged from launching a frontal attack by the Athenians' formidable defensive position. The Athenians had set up a camp on a spur of Mount Agrielice, which provided commanding views of the Marathon plain. In fact, the ruins of these towers can still be seen today. That's one to put on your list, isn't it? Imagine you stand at the ruins of those towers and look down upon those plains. Ah, history is alive. Anyway, although the precise cause of the conflict is still up for discussion, it did change the strategic or tactical balance of power in favor of taking action. It would have been strategically necessary and opportune for the Athenians to launch an offensive maneuver if the widely held belief that the Persian cavalry was momentarily off the field were correct. Another possible interpretation is that the Athenians were actually forced to act swiftly due to a sudden change in the battlefield dynamic, which could have been prompted by a Persian offensive move. A static defense by the Athenians would not have worked against the Persian forces' high proportions of missile troops. The hoplites' power came from fighting in close quarters, so they had to rush the Persians into a fight. The question of why the Persians waited a few days before launching the attack arises if they were the ones to start it. Now, this could have been due to the number of strategic considerations. The Persians could have known or suspected that the reinforcements from Athens were indeed approaching, or they could have felt that they needed to win decisively so they could leave Marathon indefinitely. Well, either way, on the day of the battle, when the gap between the two armies was about 1,500 meters, the Athenian general Miltiades formed a strategic formation. The two main tribes, Themistocles Leontis and Aristides Antiochus, were arranged in a 4-rank depth. On the other hand, the tribesmen who occupied the flanks were organized into 8-man ranks. Some contemporary observers have hypothesized that this was a strategic move to allow for a double encirclement of the Persian center. However, this view assumes an advanced degree of military skill and training among all the Greeks, which was, it seems to be, probably non-existent during that period. I mean, we're talking about around 500, 400 BC. In fact, it wasn't until 371 BC, the Battle of Leuctra, that such an intricate tactical planning is seen anywhere in Greek warfare. But back to the topic. Well, to prevent the Greeks from being outflanked, It's more likely that this formation was meant to make sure the Athenian line was as long as the Persian line. By making this last-minute change, the Athenians were able to meet the Persians halfway between their needs for depth and breadth in the ranks, resulting in a formidable front line. Reportedly, after the Athenians had reformed their line, Miltiades issued a straightforward order to advance, saying, "At them." Now, it was thought physically impossible for the Athenians to run the whole distance to the Persian lines while wearing the heavy armor, but Herodotus seems to think otherwise. I'm not sure if Herodotus has ever donned a full suit of that kind of armor, but I have worn a kind of 3/4 length shirt of chainmail before, one that goes kind of halfway down the thigh. And let me tell you, even walking in one of them is, well, you can't do it for too long. Great training, though, I will say that. Well, the Athenians probably marched until they were about 200 meters from the Persian archers' effective range, and then started running toward the enemy. It's also possible that they ran in disorganized formation until they reached the 200-meter mark, after which they reformed for the last push into combat. Herodotus implies that the Greek army had never charged into battle before, most likely due to the novelty of facing an enemy whose primary weapon was missiles. Now, the Persians were taken aback by this strategy and thought the Athenians were practically insane when they charged. In their minds, they charged the Athenians with madness which must be fatal, seeing that there were few and yet pressing forwards at a run, having neither cavalry or archers of their own. The Persians may have anticipated a different strategy from the Greeks based on their past encounters. But that's not what they got. The Athenians advanced through the Persian arrow barrage and finally made contact with the Persian army. At Marathon, a sharp and protracted conflict erupted. The Persians and Nicaea, who were stationed in the middle of the line, broke through and pursued the Greeks inland after gaining the upper hand. Athenian and Plataean forces were able to vanquish their enemies on both flanks. The Athenian wings rapidly overcame the less experienced Persian levies positioned on the flanks. These Persian troops, lacking the discipline and training of the Greek hoplites, were unable to withstand the determined assault, and soon broke, fleeing the battlefield. Once the flanks were routed, the Athenian wings executed a coordinated inward maneuver, turning towards the center of the Persian formation. This move effectively encircled the Persian center, which had initially managed to push back the thinner Greek center due to its stronger and more concentrated forces. The combined pressure from the Athenian wings closing in on both sides overwhelmed the Persian center, leading to its eventual collapse. The battle concluded when the Persian center, seeing their flanks routed and realizing they were being encircled, broke into panic and fled towards their ships, closely pursued by the Greeks. Unfamiliar with the local terrain, many Persians ran towards the swamps, where an unknown number of them drowned. The Athenians chased the retreating Persians back to their ships, managing to capture a few of them, though the majority successfully launched and escaped. Herodotus recounts a dramatic incident involving Cineagiris, the brother of the playwright Aeschylus, who was among the Athenian fighters on that very day. Cyneaegirus charged into the sea, grabbed the Persian trireme, and began pulling it towards the shore. A member of the ship's crew saw him and cut off his hand, and Cyneaegirus died as a result. Well, according to Herodotus, 6,400 Persian corpses were counted on the battlefield, with an unknown number perishing in the swamps. He also recorded that the Athenians lost 192 men, while the Plataeans lost about 11. Among the fallen were the war archon, the polemarch Callimachus, and the general Stesilaos. The Greek success at Marathon can be attributed to several factors, primarily superior equipment and tactics. Herodotus notes that the Greeks, though not using bronze armor but rather leather or linen, were still better equipped for combat, and the phalanx formation which the hoplites used was particularly effective because these soldiers were well versed in hand-to-hand combat, unlike the Persian troops, who were accustomed to a different type of warfare. And thus at Marathon, the Athenians deliberately thinned their center to match the length of the Persian line, rather than through any sophisticated tactical planning. And the Persian center, realizing their wings had been broken, attempted to regroup but was unfortunately caught in the flanks by the victorious Greeks. Now, Lazenby in 1993 suggests that the ultimate reason for the Greek victory was the courage displayed by Greek soldiers. He said, "Marathon was won because ordinary amateur soldiers found the courage to break into a trot when the arrows began to fall, instead of grinding to a halt, and when, surprisingly, the enemy wings fled, not to take the easy way out and follow them, but to stop and come to the aid of the hard-pressed center." Another modern historian, Vic Hurley, attributes the Persian defeat to their failure to field a representative army, calling the battle the most convincing example of the ineffectiveness of infantry bowmen in close-quarters combat, without support from cavalry or fortifications. As soon as the battle ended, Herodotus stated that the Persian fleet had planned to attack Athens directly from the direction of Cape Sonion. The exact timing of this maneuver is a matter of debate, however, but regardless of when it happened, the Athenians swiftly realized that their city was still under threat. The two central tribes of the Athens line, under Aristides' command, were left to guard the battlefield as they returned to Athens as quickly as possible. The Persians were unable to secure a landing because the Athenian forces had reached Athens at the last possible moment. The Persians saw this as a missed opportunity and headed back to Asia. A prominent Athenian aristocratic family, the Alcmaeonids, were allegedly involved in this Persian maneuver, according to Herodotus. There was supposedly a shield signal given after the battle, but no one knows for sure what it means or how accurate it is. Well, after completing the 220 kilometers, 140 miles in just 3 days, the Athenian army arrived at Marathon the day after the battle. On their tour of the battlefield, they paid tribute to the Athenians' decisive triumph. 2 tumuli on the battlefield were built to honor the burial of the Athenians and Plataeans who died at Marathon. The Athenians' tomb bore the inscription of an epigram written by Simonides. Fighting at the forefront of the Greeks, the Athenians at Marathon laid low the army of the gilded Medes. Following the conclusion of the battle, Darius began the process of putting together a massive new army, with the objective of completely undermining Greece. On the other hand, in the year 486 BC, a rebellion occurred among his Egyptian subjects, which put any expedition against Greece on hold. While Darius was making preparations to march on Egypt, he passed away, and his son Xerxes I succeeded to the throne of the Persian Empire. In a short amount of time, Xerxes was able to put down the Egyptian uprising and resume making preparations to invade Greece. And beginning in the year 480, the second Persian invasion began. The invasion was initially marked by victories for the Persians at Thermopylae and Artemisium. Following the evacuation of Athens by the Athenians, the Persians set fire to the city, leaving it in ruins. However, they were ultimately defeated at the Battle of Salamis, which was the ultimate turning point in the conflict, thanks to Themistocles, best general that Athens ever had. Well, until he decided to stab everybody in the back. But hey, go and watch the video on Themistocles if you want to know about that. Well, despite the fact that the defeat at Marathon had a negligible effect on the vast resources of the Persian Empire, the Greeks regarded it as extremely significant, and as a result it was the first time that the Greeks were successful in defeating the Persians. This victory demonstrated that the Persian forces were not as invincible as they seemed, and that resistance, rather than submission, was a viable option. Well, according to the famous opinion of John Stuart Mill, the Battle of Marathon, even as an event in British history, is more important than the Battle of Hastings. In a similar manner, Isaac Asimov suggested that if the Athenians had lost in Marathon, Greece might have never gone to develop the peak of its civilization, a peak whose fruits we modernists have inherited. But of course, we really remember it from the legend. Herodotus states that on the eve of the battle, the Athenians dispatched the runner Pheidippides to Sparta to beg for help. He reached Sparta the day after setting out, having run more than 225 kilometers. And then, after the battle, the Athenians marched rapidly back to Athens, covering roughly 40 kilometers in order to ward off the Persian fleet sailing around Cape Sonion. This was necessary due to the heavy armor and exhaustion of the soldiers, and the Persian ships turned their backs on Athens when they saw their return in the late afternoon, which sealed the Athenian triumph. Well, in subsequent popular imaginations, these two occurrences are actually a little mixed up, resulting in a legendary but false account of what transpired. In this legend, Pheidippides dashes from Marathon to Athens following the fight, proclaiming the Greek triumph with the cry, "We've won!" And then he succumbs to fatigue, dying on the spot. Thersippus of Erchius, or Eucles, is the name of the runner mentioned for the first time in Plutarch's 1st century AD on the Glory of Athens, where he cites Heraclides of Pontus's lost work. And in the 2nd century AD, Lucian of Samosata recounts a similar tale, but instead of Pheidippides, he calls the runner Philippides. Philippides is the name that appears in several medieval and even modern editions of Herodotus for the runner who travelled between Athens and Sparta prior to the battle. Well, at the tail end of the 19th century, when the concept of a modern Olympics was first mooted, its proponents sought for a magnificent popularizing event that would harken back to Greece's ancient glory. It was one Michael Brielle who proposed the concept of a marathon race in 1896 in Athens, the site of the first modern Olympic Games. The modern Olympic Games creator, Pierre de Coubertin, and the Greeks were both strongly in favor of this concept. After all, why wouldn't they? The competitors would run from Marathon to Athens, just like in the legendary version of the events. And, of course, the event became a staple of the Olympic Games after its meteoric rise to fame, inspiring other cities around the world to host their own versions every year. After initially fluctuating between 40 and 25 miles or thereabout, the distance between Marathon and Athens was eventually set to 26 miles, or around 42 and a bit kilometers. And that's the legacy of the marathon to this very day. Well, thank you very much for listening. The Battle of Marathon. What an epic. I'd like to thank my top-tier patrons, Britt, Charles, Stark Factory, JC, Jeffrey, Wendy, Tim, James, Aaron, Scott, Dark, Ben, and Melissa. Thank you very much for joining me again tonight, or this morning, this afternoon, whether you're dozing off to sleep, cooking yourself a meal, or doing something in the garden. Perhaps you are finishing off the new Warhammer Age of Sigmar Skaven Tide box. I'm working through it myself. Thank you very much, everybody. With lots of love to you all, and my deep appreciation for you listening this far. Once again, I wish you good night, sweet dreams.